right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying there's all that. There's that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that, whoa, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Not Smirt! Thank you for stepping up to the plate and being the first person to JK. Jazz Doug! Thank you very much for the subscribing over on Twitch and being the first person to financially support stream today. And Not Smirt, thank you for the $5 dono and the $15 dono. Very much appreciated. And, also, just as a fun little factoid for you guys, You know, let's just take a quick gander here. Boing. Looks like you guys have some I please Jay's Doug was my father. Thank you. We're on the board, folks. We are on our way. And much like someone suggested oh so long ago when we were covering the spirit science bullshit, I thought maybe we'd as a reward take a look at one of the incredible videos from a channel titled Hyperborean Knowledge if we hit our goal, and I think that could be really fun. Oh no! I know. Hello. How we doing, folks? Thank you for supporting the stream. And also, Not Smart writes, I have to stop myself from spending money too irresponsibly this late at night, so have some of it instead. Thank you, I will take good care of it. And also, did you see the conservative guy who went full maroon on TV recently? You will have to be more specific. So I will take a look at this. I have no idea what the hell this is, but we'll take a look at it. Sake Tanuki!
This was the first thing that popped into my mind on June 1st.
I have no idea what this is. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, though.
We gonna teach y'all something tonight. Some of y'all know, some of y'all don't. You wanna know what it's called? It's called yes, 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 yes. Now some of y'all can't remember shit if you ain't got words. So we gonna give y'all some words to remember this by. It goes work, beat, fierce, sound, work, beat, fierce, sound, work, beat,
Oh
fierce,
yeah,
sound,
oh
work,
yeah,
beat,
oh,
fierce,
oh
sound,
yeah,
work,
oh
beat,
yeah,
fierce,
oh
sound,
yeah,
work,
oh,
beat,
oh,
fierce,
oh
sound.
yeah.
Let's do the fork in the garbage disposal. Let's do the fork in the garbage disposal. Ding 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 ding. Stop! I lost my contact. Found it. Well, I hope you guys like that little tutorial on how to dress.
I love them. I love them unconditionally. Hell yeah. I heard this, I've never seen the video. Well, here's another link to it in all of the chats. There you go. There you go. There you go. Uncritical support indeed. Get in the boat, Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. And here we go. All right. And gotta rack those up. There we go. Ah. 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 There we go. I can type. Hello. God, we have a lot to talk about, but before we do, what was this thing that Not Smirt sent?
Nice is to
Why is he fucking purple?
be strong. I don't like it when I see Jewish
No, seriously, why is he beet colored?
people, moms and dads, they tell their kids, you can take your yarmulke off. Take it off. If you're nervous to walk in the streets, take your yarmulke off. I can't stand that. Or hide your Mogen David. You do that, they win. They'd almost rather see that than a dead body in the street of Tel Aviv. Trust me, okay? Don't do that.
What?
Don't tell your kids,
fuck?
I know you're a parent, you're nervous, I'm nervous too, okay? I've got a son who goes to school in Chelsea. It's not easy. And my daughter just came back from London. You want to talk about a rough place for 3 years. But when you do that, you're really doing a disservice to the Jewish people fighting for us in Israel and all of you fine people in the audience.
I'm sorry, when you don't wear a yarmulke in Chelsea, you are dishonoring Jewish people in a completely different state? In a different nation?
Colloidal silver plus ball IR. Or maybe he's related to Violet Beauregard.
Yeah, I think he's descended from like the blueberry lady. I think that's what happened. Something went really wrong in Willy Wonka's factory all those years ago. That's why government regulation is written in the berry juice of
Quick heads up.
countless
This
workers.
guy's mega racist, so be as mean as you want.
Oh, this guy's mega racist? I never would have guessed from the fact that he's somehow just in a state of perpetual rage that renders him purple.
Here today, do not do that. Wear your yarmulke proudly, wear your chai proudly, and show everybody that you're Jewish. And I gotta say, to quote from the great movie Goodfellas, if you get your ass kicked once in a while, so what? Everybody needs a good ass kicking once in a while, right? But it's okay. You'll go to bed that night a proud Jew. Don't hide the fact that you're Jewish. Flaunt it.
I mean, like, you shouldn't have to hide the fact that you're Jewish. Like, no one should have to do that. But also, like, the idea that an American choosing to wear something or not wear something is somehow dishonoring the military of another country is very weird to me. It's very, very weird. Yeah, he's in the Temu Blue Man group called the Purple Group. Used to be called the Flying Purple People Eaters, but you know, they changed that due to, you know, a pretty terrible incident no one likes to talk about. Quoting the mob, yikes, right? Is the lighting just bad? I mean, here's him under, like, better lighting conditions. Oh god, I accidentally clicked the wrong button there. There we go. He's much less purple. I don't know why they lit him so poorly. How does this happen? Huh. Weird. Yeah, there are pictures of him looking very not purple, and now, but he's purple here. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm fascinated. All right. Solazar! It's been too long. All right. Whew. Also got to add this to the board. There we go. There we go. Actually, there we go. And I'm behind. You guys are outstripping me. We all know I'm the top stripper. All right. He looks like a fucking Whopper from Big Mac. Yeah, like from Burger King. Yeah. All right. God. So, folks, tonight it is in fact primary night for a wide variety of different places. We already got some results in from Iowa, in particular, and New Mexico as well. But polls are open in LA and California for quite some time yet, so you know it's gonna be a hot minute before we get most of these results from like the pivotal districts. But yeah, bad news is not bad news from this one. I clicked on the wrong thing. That's what I get. That's what I get. Oof. Yeah, bad news is our boy Zach Walls lost pretty handily, sadly. But, you know, stayed true to his principles. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. Have I heard of Team Fortress 2? Yeah, I am old. Thank you for asking. Also, Deb Haaland is the Democratic nominee for New Mexico governor, which is pretty exciting. Has the potential to be the first indigenous woman governor in the United States history, and that's pretty awesome. Guess Iowa Democrats want to be Schumer's bitch. Well, I mean, it's partly that, and partly that Chuck Schumer secured tens of millions of dollars in funding for his candidate versus not nearly as much money from the outside challenger. That's more what that was. Don't look a day over 25. Stop. Also, I am going to preface today's stream by letting you guys know I am going to have to step away to pee a lot because I just drank a shit ton of water. All right. So let's take a gander here. First, as per usual, I do want to open up stream by just introducing some of the cool things that I've been seeing. And, just some neat things that I thought were cool, I guess. Here you go. This first one is a trailer for a game titled Bulbo's Belief System, which honestly just looks like a really fun puzzle game. Like, not necessarily, like, super deep, but kind of interesting, I think, especially considering we all exist in a, political space. Yes, I drank a piss ton of water. Thank you for the correction, Brutus Magnuson. Bulbo believed in nothing. What Jordan told Bulbo about walking. Bulbo didn't believe in falling, but Newton told Bulbo about gravity. Wally told Bulbo about a wall. No worries, Bulbo can forget. Sortega told Bulbo how to jump. Bulbo can only know 4 things. This game expanded my friend Ryan's thoughts to 4. 10 out of 10. This is just cute as fuck. I just thought that looked neat. So it's Baba is you, kind of, except you're like trying to like shape his belief system in a way that allows you to get to the end of the level and solve the puzzle, which I think is really fun, you know? Like this is a game ass game. I like it.
Another developer with bright ideas.
Sake Tanuki. You and your thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Oh god. Indeed. Now, our next contender is another video game that I know was announced not that long ago. It was announced like last week, back in April. No, wait, last month, back in April. But I only learned about it today, and I thought it looked really charming in a fun way. Good evening, Dragonfly. Oh, beware the cartographer. Look at how chill this looks. it's really charming. It's like both doing like the actual cartography tasks, but then also having to interact with locals who have a vested interest in what the map makes out, right? Like maps are political. Like when you are tasked with like surveying land and drawing where the official boundary of something is at like a political entity, like that is an inherently political act and it gets people mad at you depending on what you decide, how you decide to portray this imagined barrier. And I think that that's a really brilliant concept to explore, right? A game about actually charting a map? Yeah. Like the map charting is like a puzzle, like is gamified in like a puzzle way, but then there is like the social element laid over it where you navigate the social quandaries you find yourself in, and like do you compromise your map in order to like the integrity of your map in order to appease different factions or locals. Like I think this is a really really interesting um I think it's a really interesting idea, you know? And the last thing, I just thought this was interesting. Many of you might already be familiar with this, but I only now have seen and heard the concept of an upcoming film called The End of Oak Street. And you know what? I gotta be honest. I'm hooked. I'm a little hooked on this concept.
Anybody else see that weird light last night?
What weird light?
The wind was blowing all crazy. Starbuck was freaked out and barking.
Could have been lights from a helicopter.
Or a UFO? Aliens.
Shut up, Dad.
Water's not working.
Looks like the whole neighborhood's lost power.
What the hell was that?
We can't leave.
I think that our neighborhood, our house, our whole street has moved.
How the hell is that even possible?
Get out of there! Run!
What the hell's going on?
Get inside now!
I just heard a gunshot!
I don't need you to worry for me, 'cause I'm alright.
Gather supplies. Grab anything you can use as a weapon.
I don't care what you say anymore, this is mine.
What are we gonna do?
We're gonna survive.
Leave me alone.
God's not gonna let us die here.
Greg, you only go to church at Christmas and now you're telling the kids God's looking out for us?
What about the people who are out there getting eaten?
Hell yeah.
Worry for me, 'cause I'm alright.
I'm into this. I think this is a good concept, you know? Like I don't know, you get me with The Director of It Follows. One of my favorite like popcorn like horror films. I think this is cool. And I'm pretty sure J.J. Abrams is just attached as an executive director, or executive producer rather. And I think that probably makes it more likely to be good, rather than him being hands-on with it. I don't know. Yeah, it's got Ewan McGregor. It's Anne Hathaway. Like good stack. Is that the STD horror movie? Yes, it is, and it's great.
I wish I could flex this hard in 2 years.
I wish I could flex this hard in 2 years. Sake Tanuki. Sometimes I feel bad that I don't get the joke. All right, I need to pee. I'll be right back, and then we'll get started with the show. BRB! Oh, wait. No, there was supposed to be a link.
What is he doing?
He's winning, Justin.
Oh,
He's
God.
winning.
Fuck
It
yeah.
doesn't hurt?
Oh my God! That hurts me, brother. Oh dear Lord.
The pants don't rip.
Magic pants.
The pants don't rip.
This guy is actually the most mobile person of his age group.
41 years old, by the way.
Oh my God.
What is he doing?
Also, like, do you guys have any idea how insane it is for a 41-year-old to have the reflexes to compete in fighting games? Do you guys have any fucking idea?
He's winning, Justin. He's winning.
It doesn't hurt?
Oh!
I still think that's funny as fuck. I have no fucking idea. You can't, like, like a typical retirement age for a pro, like, StarCraft player or something is like, I don't know, like 25. No. Look, it's not that older folks can't play fighting games. But the fact that you're at 41 years old, you're able to compete at a professional level at EVO, that's crazy. I'm not saying older people can't play fighting games. I'm just saying professional level play is rare among anyone that's like older than like 25. Ain't no guy doing that at 41 without having some type of EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna go pee and I'll BRB. BRB! More like BRP.
I live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ice agents walk the beat. With a signing bonus, $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good? How she tried to leave but you were too afraid of her. How she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ice! Come out, ye cowards, ice! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ice! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists. How the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards, ice, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you.
All right. Hell yeah. Whew. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs again. I need to update this counter real quick because we're at 38. At this rate, you guys might get some Hyperborean knowledge by the end of today's stream. So take a look at this. Yay! Yay! Look at... Oh, the sounds! You little baby! Little pawsy wazzies. You're okay. Oh. He's chilly, needs warm water. Yeah. Oh, baby. Yeah, there you go. You're feeling a little bit better. God. Adorable. You know what? We'll just come back to this anytime we need a little bit of a palate cleanser for the rest of the stream. Because there are going to be topics we're going to touch on where we're going to need some palate cleansers, okay? Also, stop the stupidity with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so fucking much. Let's go! You want a puppy or kitty now? I love puppies and kitties. I'm more of a dog person, but I fucking love puppies. It's the wettest dog I've seen today. What's the point of comparison? For the puppies, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Captain Alexia, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that. Brings us to 53. God damn. All right. Now, folks, we are going to cover some content today. All right, we've got a number of different things on the docket. I actually spent like 2 hours today prepping segments for you guys, so I do hope we get through them. I live puppies too. Who doesn't live puppies? Can we stay in puppy paradise, please? No. Kirkney, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships as well. Let's go. And thank you for becoming a member. Look at you guys go. I really fucking appreciate the support. Just got a flashback photo of mine from 10 years ago. Oh, baby. Oh my god. Oh my god, my heart. I fucking love dogs, dude. That's a baby right there. That's a fucking baby. All right. I think that brings us to there we go. We did it. Okay. Oh, there was one thing I needed to pull up before we get too underway here. All right, I need to pull that up, and also, where was this? Ah, perfect. And yeah, here we go. Nailing that. And also, yeah, here we go. There must be a way to get Riverboat Bot to auto tally. There probably is, but I don't know how to do that. Almost certainly there's a way to do it. I'm held back by my own limitations. Yeah, here we go. We're about to get started here. Don't you guys go anywhere. And yeah, here we go. All right. Let's do this thing. Got a lot of segments I want to get finished today. So let's hop to it, folks. Ooh, a little bit of makeup in my eye. I think I'm good.
Just got a flashback photo of mine from 10 years ago.
Baby. Okay.
There must be a way to get Riverboat Bot to auto tally.
Yeah, I'm sure, again, I'm sure that there is someone on the mod team with the technical expertise to make that happen. I don't have it, but like, you know, maybe I'll talk to the mods and get back to float that idea. I don't know how to route it through riverboat.gg, Twitch, and YouTube, but I'm sure there's a way. Okay. Yo, Egramuglia! Folks, go check out his content. It's excellent stuff. Hopping on here now after sending my audience your way. Welcome. Do you have a name for like your audience? Like the Agra heads or the Muglia the Muglia mighty? Like I don't know. No? Okay. Oh, we'll workshop it. But welcome in, folks. Come in, make yourselves cozy. We got a lot to talk about. I'm not that creative with James. Sounds like you just got creative with names. The Mugliites? Yeah. Yeah. All right. The Ant Farm? Oh, the Ant Farm's great. I like it. All right. Here we go. We're diving in. The Muggles? The Muggles? God. The Ant Farm is a Canadian cult. Oof. Never mind. All right. Here we go. So, folks, I wanted to kick off today by talking to you guys just a little bit about a man named Bill Pult. Many of you might have a faint tingling in the back of your skulls if you've been paying attention to politics over the past year or so. He kind of made a name for himself in the Trump administration 2.0 by floating the idea, since he was put in charge of housing for some reason, floating the idea of 50-year mortgages, effectively just selling the idea that you should be in debt forever and you'll never see the end of it, so don't even try. Right? That's kind of where Bill Pult comes from. And, he doesn't really have a whole lot of experience with much of anything. And he was already woefully underqualified to head housing on the national scale. And well, I got some bad news for you guys. Donald Trump has named him inexplicably to be acting director of national intelligence. He's now the guy who's overseeing all the U.S. intelligence agencies. A guy who's very open to housing deals and the idea of essentially indenturing every American citizen. It's it's wild. And look, we could go in depth on why this is a bad idea, but essentially he's an incompetent stooge that is convenient for Trump, and that's why Trump is sidestepping the congressional approval process to just plunk Pult in there. But it's really bad when a guy with no attachment, no skin in the game, so to speak, gets put into a position of extraordinary power. Yeah, like we're essentially, as Aska in chat says, asking for a turbocharged corruption scheme to take place here. Now, I also just want to say, maybe the optics of putting Bill Pult into a position of authority over intelligence agencies might not be the best move for someone like Donald Trump, because turns out as you start digging into Bill Pult a little bit, he's deeply weird. And I guess maybe the only way I could really convey this to you is by telling you guys he was so deeply involved in a conspiracy theory that essentially just said Bed Bath & Beyond never went bankrupt. That's the conspiracy theory. That he wound up going to a televised conspiracy theory award ceremony for this. And I'm just going to play around about a minute-long clip of this. Here you go.
Here's the first ever, man, live fucking dildo slap on the PP Live. Pulte, look at this fucking thing. All right. Come on. Harder, daddy. All right, fine. There you fucking have it. The first dildo slap in history live.
I want to be clear, Bill Pult is not on screen yet. And what you just witnessed might seem incredibly, incredibly weird. But it's not anywhere near as weird as what's about to happen.
So, Bill, this says Bill Pulte fucks. All right?
Thank you.
And then if you notice it's got a tramp stamp with a butterfly on the back.
I like it, only the young.
One ass cheek set. Yes, it does say only the young on the back here. Only the young, December 14th.
That looks pretty badass.
We have a mushroom stamp on the head of it, and Bed Bath on one cheek, and GME. Oh, fuck. GME on the other.
I got too excited there.
That was Bill Pulte being given the award for Bill Pulte Fucks Only the Young. Maybe not optically the best move to have Donald Trump, the Epstein Files president, appointing a guy who received an award for fucking only the young at a conspiracy theory ceremony for a Bed Bath and Beyond based conspiracy scam. So, look, I don't have any additional information for you about what the hell is going on here. But like, Pulte has a lot of different connections to fringe far right groups. Like, here in America, it goes deep. And, we actually have another story coming up later where I'm going to talk a bit about transgender folks and the transgender movement. And we're going to touch on a character in that who also has a suspicious number of attachments to far-right organizations and conspiracy theories. It's even stupider if you know the Bed Bath and Beyond is not that interesting. It is if you were trying to like get a rug pull out of people, to rig the stock market. God. Yeah, he just has some weird shit going on. He's got some weird shit going on, and I don't really know what else to tell you here. Maybe this guy should not be in charge of, our spy agencies. Seems bad. Seems real bad. But what about the Adam Sandler movie Click? Something definitely going on at Bed Bath & Beyond. That's true. That's where this all starts. It starts with Adam Sandler and ends with Beyond. Why do the people ruining the world have to be so lame, though? Because they have nothing else going on. You have to be dedicated to the cause to ruin the world. If you got other things going on, you don't have time to ruin. You're busy doing other things. Yeah, the Jeffrey Epstein Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Bill Pulte. Anyway, folks, if you found that interesting, got anything out of it, or want to let me know what you thought about this story, leave a comment, hit the like button, subscribe, and yeah, I'm genuinely sorry that you all have to be cursed with the knowledge that I have. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and get involved with Progressive Victory. Folks, we are doing a three-pronged offensive as we go into the midterms. Get involved, okay? If you need help joining your local Dems or your local DSA, we can help you. Join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, we got a link down below for you to join your local PV. Get involved with Progressive Victory. We got a lot of cool stuff going on, a lot of pans in the fire, as it were. And I want you guys to start stepping up. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's comfortable, it's sexy, and it's non-tucking. So check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description, and let's keep on going. There we go, we did it! We did it! But why would a soap and candle store lie about going out of business? Because people were doing like stock trading fuckeries. What is gender euphoric? It is a piece of clothing that makes you feel euphoric about your gender presentation. And a lot of cis people don't necessarily experience what they might term gender euphoria, but it's a common phrase in the trans community to describe the feeling of, you know, bringing your presentation into alignment with your identity and like feeling happy as a result. Did Spencer Pratt win LA mayor? We don't know yet because the polls are still open. Conjure Gay Frogs, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Also, thank you for the additional gifted membership. And Nocturnal8999, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated, fam. Y'all are supporting the show. I really appreciate you guys make this show possible, all right? Why do only women get oversized hoodies? Is it because women are mostly smaller than men? Yeah, it's like an aesthetic thing. It's like the boyfriend t-shirt, like girls wear t-shirts that are too big. But also they're like it's entirely like an attitude thing. You know, if you're a guy, you can also wear oversized hoodies and t-shirts. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that people look at ladies in like oversized clothing and they're like, "OMG, it's so cute." And like a lot of guys don't want to aim for like the so cute aesthetic, though some do, and like that's okay. Oh, polls have now closed in California. So let's take a look at where we're at. Let's take a look at where we're at. Let's see. Yeah, Booker, not a surprise.
Beep boop button booped.
Beep boop, Nindreen. Hope you're doing all right. Thank you for supporting the show as always. Let's just take a look here. California governor. Ooh, Tom Steyer not doing so hot right now, but only 9% of the vote in. God, Chad Bianco. Get the fuck out of here. He was on the Patrick Bet David show, but I spared you all that fucking nonsense. It was genuinely disgusting. All right. Oh, does 270 have like better up to the minute results? I do have to say I fucking hate the Kalshi trackers. Let's just have gambling tickers on everything now. Ooh, Tom Steyer, come on, baby. Come on, baby. The Chad Bianco and the Virgin Bianco. Indeed. Okay. Celebrating my 66th month mod anniversary. Apparently this is a thing now. Hell yeah. Thank you to the mods. Thank you for modding for 66 months. Oh, time. The cruel mistress. "11 seas to tea time." Indeed, indeed. Grim. You know, I feel often like we're in the middle of like a grim fairy tale. The Brothers Grimm. Like AI is just like going to be the kind of bedtime story that mothers tell their children to like scare them. Now don't you create the torment nexus. We did it once. Everyone was tormented. And that's how we learn never to make the torment nexus again. All right. Let's talk about something that I think is a big problem. Actually, no, scratch that. Let's talk about Asmongold. Also a big problem. Not the same problem I was going to talk about though. So, folks, there's this guy named Asmongold, and he has a blood wall. I'm not going to elaborate on that, but you can Google Asmongold blood wall. And he got on Twitter the other day and decided to talk about attractiveness. And this exchange happened. Men are naturally more attractive than women on average. That's why women need makeup. This isn't me being gay, it's science. Look at a peacock or a cardinal. Male versus female. Females get mogged. Greek statues dedicated to the peak aesthetic form, overwhelmingly men. And I have to say, that is a very odd thing to say. Because this idea of like what is peak aesthetic and what is or is not attractive is not a universal trait for human beings. What is and is not attractive is not like at all a universal constant or like encoded into our biology, right? It's variable based on the societies we grow up in, you know? Like there was a time where it was really, really hot for men to wear high heels and wear wigs and like wear a ton of makeup on their faces, and like that was what was hot for men to do. That was masculine, manly attire. And now it isn't considered a masculine, manly attire to do those things, right? Apparently this is somehow related to a guy named Stavros making fun of Asmongold. I have to be honest, I'm uncultured. I don't know who Stavros is. I know he talked with Hassan or something. I don't really care about that. I think this in isolation is very funny, especially Nick Nick Fuentes, just all caps, I agree. I just think that's very funny. And I would have left it at that and just left it to be idly remarked upon in the middle of one of my streams before we move on. But Asmongold did make a video about this. And really? I do want to just take a look, not at the full, like almost half-hour long video, but just at the very beginning of it, because he elaborates on his positions in a way that I find fascinating.
This is what we call unwashed asterisk 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 energy that perpetrates most of the right.
It's true. And hey, if you want to get intimate with like, if you're a man and you want to get intimate with another man, you gotta wash your ass. Just a common prerequisite. But let's dive into this here.
Asmongold claims that men are naturally more attractive than average. Hassan says this is gayer than having sex with a man. What's gay about having sex with a man? Like, it's not like...
That's true. What's gay about having sex with a man? Women have sex with men all the time. And a lot of women aren't gay. I have it on good authority. Some of them are straight. So that's true. By itself, having sex with a man doesn't make somebody gay. That's true. But in the context here, with Hassan remarking on a far-right conservative influencer, observing on the attractiveness of other men, that's pretty gay. And I think that that's kind of the point that Hassan was making, is that you could plausibly have sex with another human being and it might not be gay. You could plausibly have sex with a man and it wouldn't be gay, rather. That's true. And what Asmongold is doing here is verifiably more gay than that. Because you're talking about the attractiveness. You are attracted. Or like saying you can see how men are more attractive than women. And that's not, for a cis hetero man, necessarily the straightest thing to say. Of course, someone could still say it and be straight. Sexuality is not as not as clearly cut and defined as many of us would like to think it is. And I just think, what if Asmongold isn't the man, though? Then it wouldn't be gay. That's true. I'm making a lot of assumptions about Asmongold. This is true. I don't know Asmongold's heart. Maybe Asmongold is trans. Maybe Asmongold is bisexual. You know, like, who could say? But let's listen to his argument here.
Really, like, that is... So, here's the thing, right? Is, like, you can have sex with a dude, and you can not be gay. Like, think about, for example, how many guys had wives, and then they realized they were gay later on.
Having sex with women is pretty gay too, TBH.
That's true. It is very gay to have sex with women as well. Can't confirm, as somebody who has had sex with women. It's fairly gay when I do it. Now, I do like that Asmongold here is like, well, you know, there are guys who, you know, realize that they were gay later on, and having sex with women didn't turn them straight. That's actually a really good point. Except that Hassan is simply remarking on how most people would respond to what he said publicly. Which is that it's pretty gay.
And then they broke up, they got divorced, and they married a dude, right? It happened.
Like, I do also want to, like, very clearly state, there's nothing wrong.
Gold is going from Nurgle to Slanish Lowell.
I will also say, there's nothing wrong with being gay, right? The issue that I think is coming out of this is that folks like Asmongold think there is an issue if you're gay. There is an issue if you're trans. Right? Like, the thing that is kind of being danced around here is that people like Asmongold have a problem with LGBTQ people.
Ancient Hebrews were trying to tell us this from Leviticus. Don't lie with another man as you do with women. Be better at gay sex or you're an abomination.
It's true. If you're having gay sex and you only last for like 3 minutes, like, that's unacceptable. That's a sin against God and all creation. You gotta build up that stamina. All right? Sakit Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
So, like, did sleeping with that woman make them not gay? No. So then how could sleeping with a man make me gay?
Now, this is pretty interesting, right? Because nowhere in this interaction is anyone talking about Asmongold having sex with a man. So it's kind of interesting to me that he seems to just bring that up into this. And I think it's interesting. I do think it's funny. I also think it's interesting. He literally means going to sleep.
Doesn't even make sense.
Yes, Asmongold is one of those people who practices sleepism, you know, as opposed to wokeism.
No, really, think about it. Think about it. That doesn't make you gay. Sleeping with a man, having sex with a dude doesn't make you gay.
And it's at this point I realized, like, oh god, we've time traveled back to like early 2010s Tumblr. We've time traveled back to 2010, and we're experiencing the Tumblr discourse all over again. Like, yeah, it's genuinely, I could sleep with a man, another man, and then just right afterwards say no homo, and I wouldn't be gay. You know what? I bet that's what the hobbits were doing in in Return of the King. They were all climbing up Mount Doom and then looking at the camera and winking and saying no homo. Like, this is the femboys don't make you gay discourse. That is it is also, yes, it is also that.
It always were, exactly. So, like, and think about it, it's gay logic. No, it's not gay logic. It's just the truth. Like, that's it. It's okay.
It's what is gay logic as opposed to straight logic? Is the difference that, like, you do the logic while being gay? Like,
hey, bro, no, it's not, guys, it's not super gay. It's not cope. It's nothing. This is just the way it is. The hole's getting deeper. Yeah, because it's getting deeper with levels of logic and reasoning and knowledge. Like, that's.
Yeah, when a man is pounding that pussy, that's just the logic. That's just the logic and reason and knowledge hitting that G-spot. That's the gay logic really hitting.
That's the reason why. No, you're right. And so, like, again, if you're a gay dude.
Oh, God.
You have a God-shaped hole.
And you have a wife and you realize you're gay, but you had sex with your wife and you had kids, that doesn't mean that you weren't gay. You were gay.
That's true. That part is true. But this entire sequence of words coming out of his mouth is just someone saying, what you have said is objectively gayer than two men having intercourse. Because you are remarking that, like, men are inherently more attractive than women, which is not just an action independent of your thought processes. It is explicitly your thought processes regarding who you are and are not attracted to. Yeah, like, he's just proving Hassan right. And I do want to be clear, Hassan was not writing some kind of intellectual trap here. Right? Like, this wasn't a gotcha. This was just like pointing out a very obvious truth about what he said and how people were gonna respond to it. God grant me the sheer confidence of this man. No kidding.
All along, you just didn't know that you were gay, which means that having sex with somebody doesn't make you, like, straight or gay. That's it. Nah, you messed up there. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, look, okay? Look, having sex with somebody does not make somebody gay or straight. Who somebody is attracted to, like, would make someone gay or straight, right? The general categories of attraction would be what would make somebody gay or straight. And it's just kind of like, it's like they're discovering this for the first time. And in a way, it's kind of beautiful to see, except I know for a fact that Asmongold and everybody in his audience are going to forget that this ever happened and are just gonna, like, have to newly discover it again next year on the first day of Pride Month. it's not gay if you're the top. Nah, it's still pretty gay if you're the top. Yeah, and also let's not pretend there isn't generally a correlation between the people one decides to have sex with and who they are attracted to, right? There are plenty of bisexual people, there are plenty of pansexual people, there are plenty of like different variations in sexuality, but like generally speaking in our society, you get categorized as like a gay man if you're standing around being like men are inherently more attractive than women.
That's what it is. It is. And yeah, there it is. It's not gay if you're doing the one pounding. I guess so. And men are
It's not gay if you're doing the pounding. I mean, it's pretty bisexual at the very least, right? Like if to you it doesn't make a difference if you're having sex with a man or a woman, then like that's just called bisexuality or pansexuality. That like that's just another non-hetero sexuality.
naturally more attractive than women on average. That's why women need makeup. This isn't me being gay, it's science. This isn't me being gay, having gay sex. Well, the thing is that, you know what? I just feel bad for them.
I just feel bad for them. They're not. You're right. You're so right, Asmongold. No one else is sexually liberated. Asmongold with his blood wall and rotting rat clock. That he's the most liberated of all of us. He doesn't conform to society's standards of cleanliness, right? He doesn't comport with traditional ideas about what is and is not hygienic. All right, like he's a rebel, Dottie. All right, nothing can stop him. He's out there. He's planting his libertarian flag, fighting for the rights of all LGBTQ people, and definitely not extremely phobic about basically every flavor of LGBTQ. Oh God,
I really do. I feel bad for all these guys because they don't exist on the wavelength that I exist on. And so they have to be afraid of even having these kinds of conversations. I'm not afraid of having this kind of a conversation.
That's fine. It's good that you're not afraid of having it. But also, as a socialist, as somebody on the left, we have these conversations literally all the time. I co-host a show called the Transatlantic Call-In Show, where people can call in and talk about LGBTQ topics. And like, I don't know, these conversations are happening a lot. And the fact that he's taking the position of, well, all these people don't get what it means to be gay. I'm the only gay understander. And not understanding that they're making fun of him. He doesn't get that they're making fun of him not because like they're homophobic. They're making fun of him because he's homophobic. He routinely talks about how LGBTQ people and wokeness is killing every industry, every video game, every societal standard, right? Like, he's the one doing those things. And what they are mocking is the fact that he's the one doing that, while then going and saying men are objectively more attractive. I'm not gay though. No homo. And like, that's just a very dumb thing to say when you've kind of built a career and planted a flag on I'm homophobic. Like, that's what they're mocking him for. He feels bad for them because they find women attractive. I mean, that is kind of what he's saying, right?
I'm not. Why they use gay as an insult? I don't know. I really don't. Like, because to me,
Man, they aren't using gay as an insult. They're insulting your position. Like, man, it's genuinely, these people do not understand any kind of social interaction. It's crazy. Like, I'm on the spectrum and I get this shit.
It's just, that's just the way it is,
Yeah,
right?
happy Pride, everybody.
The logic sounds similar. You're so straight. Yeah. Yeah, you're so straight. Even if you had gay sex, it wouldn't be gay. That's right. Like, that's how straight I am. That's how confident I am. I could have sex with a man and it would be straight. That's how straight I am. Okay? So I don't know really what these guys are talking about. And
so my question is, do you want to have sex with a man though? No one really seems to be asking that logical follow-up, which is, you could have sex with a man and still be straight. That is true. In like an intellectual thought experiment kind of way. But like, does Asmongold want to have sex with a man? Because that's okay and fine, and he should explore that if he wants to. There are many far-right figures who are very into exploring
it is gay to be
this.
attracted to Faye from the new God of War game, Mom of War as I call it.
That's very true. But like, I don't know. Maybe Asmongold needs to take like a page of advice out of Steven Crowder's book,
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, maybe that's...
You want to feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he can't keep his hands off of you.
Yeah, and as Asmongold pointed out, men are objectively more attractive. And so, like, really there's this carnal nature to masculinity in men, where you see one and, well, if you're Asmongold, you just...
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level.
Are these real sound bites? These are all absolutely real sound bites. I recommend you watch one of the recent Steven Crowder episodes we did.
Back in my day, we said we were on the Time Warner cable. You kids nowadays claiming you're on the spectrum.
Well, we're always on the spectrum because ultimately we are seeking to have something filled.
You have a God-shaped hole.
Welcome to Pride, motherfucker. Your first gay experience won't be your last. Fire emoji, guitar emoji.
Hell
emoji.
Yeah! Unless you're actually straight, in which case you had a straight experience of having sex with another man. Which, some people do that. And like, that's okay. Are the size of God-shaped holes a spectrum? Yes. Also, Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $50 super chat, and Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Classic Master and Rage Bait? No, I'm being serious. And by the way, there is logic to all of this, everything like that. There's nothing that's weird, okay? And so, what is the poll? Are men naturally more attractive than women? Okay, most people disagree with me on this take. There's a lot of people that were upset about me saying this. I appreciate bringing up the old tweet. Okay, yeah, this is a person that says, look at me. You look like the Habsburg corpse. This is a result of gratuitous inbreeding. You know what's really crazy? It is like a 1-for-1. It is... Wow.
I'm gonna look like a podling who's been fully drained.
Oh God, how are these Steven Crowder clips so on point for so many of the conservatives we've covered lately? Oh god. Oh god. God. All right. I think this is a great moment for us to end because I think after this he goes into talking about Stavros and Hassan. I don't care about that. I found this part in particular to be very interesting to me. Cause like again, you have like the thought experiment. Like, can a straight man theoretically have sex with a man and still be straight? Of course. Can a gay man theoretically have a hookup with a woman and still be gay? Of course. But like it kind of takes on a different connotation if, a straight man has sex with another man and then continues to say, I'm straight, but men are objectively more attractive than women. That is kind of the key thing that makes it like different, right? Like that's the aspect that people are commenting on and remarking on. And so then the fact that he caps it all off with showing a fucking picture of a embalmed corpse of Habsburgian royalty, and we just cap it all off with podling talk. I just it's an incredible journey, and it's one I wanted to take together with you. I have no broader point here other than obviously conservatives are just kind of full of shit.
Can I have an intimate experience with a sex worker and not be bisexual? THONKERS.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Like, the thing is, right, I find it fascinating. I find it fascinating that this man has built like an entire career off of bashing LGBTQ people. But then he's like, well, it's totally fine, as long as you're straight doing gay stuff. Like, that's fine. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, by all means, let me know your thoughts in the comments. All right? I'm actually genuinely interested. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Hit the like button, subscribe, and also, folks, you gotta organize. People in Asmongold's community are organizing. Join your local Dems. Join your local Discord. Join your local DSA. You can join our Discord and we'll help you hook up with your local Dems and your local DSA. Not like that. Not like that. But we will help you connect with your local Dems and your local DSA and get you started going to your first meetings. And also, check out Progressive Victory. They are helping get volunteers out to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, etc. for candidates on the local, state, and national level, wherever you are. So they have a community of tens of thousands who you can join in the effort of both building a community together and doing some good electoral organizing work. So all that being said, also check out Imogene Olivia. It's gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie, and it's non-tuck. So go check it out. Link down in the description, and let's keep on going. There's a PV command. Yeah, it's very outdated. Don't use it. We need to update. We need to update the PV command. The link is in the actual YouTube video description. As you can see from the fact that it's, for 2024 event housing initiatives. What if that's the hookup we need? Look, if that's the hookup you need, then that's just something you got to go out and get yourself, you know? Did I see Ikumi Nakamura is back with a new game? I didn't. Is it adorable? Is it cool? I love her. What's she making? Kimuri. Oh, that looks fun. Hell yeah. I'll check that out.
Hi. Of course, by a 2025 lens, Obama was not.
Cal Penn. Cal Penn jump scare. All right. I do fucking love this lady.
Hey everyone! お久しぶりです。安心の中村郁美です。Did you miss me? I miss you! と言っても多分私のことを知らないし忘れてる人もいるかもしれないんですけど、そうだな。見てね、お姉さんです。今日皆さんにお届けしたのは妖怪ハンターアクションゲームケムリです。舞台はケムリシティ。この世とあの世が混ざってるカオスな街。アジアをベースにいろんなカルチャーが入り混じってます。煙あるところに妖怪ありという言葉がありまして、それを妖怪ハンターが見つけ出します。そこで使うのが妖怪ハンターだけが使えるフォックスウィンドウ、狐の窓です。この窓を介してパラノーマル現象や妖怪を見つけ出して、で可視化してそこに妖怪をハントする。しかし妖怪をただただ集めるわけではありません。私たちのゲームでは妖怪と契約をしなければなりません。頂上をまとい道を狩る、あなた自身に憑依してもらいます。
Fuck yeah! This is what I've always wanted. Open world, mirror's edge, traversal mechanics, fighting ghosts, and magical girl transformations to be cool and sexy.
そして憑依した妖怪のパワーを使って憑依アパレルというかっこいいアパレルをまとってスーパーパワーでもっと強い妖怪に挑んでこの世界
Finally, someone who learned the true lesson of Final Fantasy X-2.
の謎に近づいていく。ハンターは種類が3つありまして、1つは刀ハンターになります。もう1つは弓ハンター、次はシャーマン。そこで皆さんお気づきの通りマルチプレイあります。仲間と一緒に暴れて死にかけて妖怪ハンターとして一緒にこの煙シティで煙って遊んでいただければ嬉しいです。私たちはカオスをお届けして笑いをお届けしたいと思って煙を作ってます。あの世に最も近い都市煙シティへようこそと言いたいところですが、煙はまだまだ開発中です。情報いっぱい落としていきますので、もうとにかく煙の世界をこれから楽しんでください。レッツ煙、煙っていこう。シュッシュシュッシュッシュシュッシュッシュシュッカカカカカカ。
I fucking love her. She's like so energetic and wonderful. Final Fantasy X-2? You mean lesbian road trip? Yes, that is what I mean. 2 lesbians and a bisexual on a road trip. All right. Folks, we are currently, I believe, at 102. And we've been going for almost 2 hours. Holy shit. How? Well, either way, remember to click the goddamn button. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, do the button thing if you haven't. And then we'll get into our next segment. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. All right. Take a quick look here. Ooh, Tom Steyer. Look at him go. He's behind by quite a bit, though. That is deeply disappointing. Katie Porter. More like Katie Spoiler. Nailed it. This isn't the governor election, guys. This is the gubernatorial primary. Love the orange flower shirt. The other stream, it really makes you glow. Thank you. How bad is Steve Hilton? He's not great. But like, it wouldn't surprise me if he became the Republican nominee for the like general. That would not be surprising at all. Like, his next closest contender is Chad Bianco, and he like he's got like
More
11%
like
of the vote.
gubernatorial.
Gubernatorial. I do in my head when I think of how to pronounce it. That is how I remind myself how it's supposed to be pronounced. Jack, your weird country has like 5 elections before an election that actually means anything. Yeah, but the elections before the election are the most important elections, kind of. Yeah, I really hope Becerra does not win. Right now, like, you can take a look at the results, and you can see how the massive splitting of like the Democratic ticket really hurts the chances of consolidation behind even like 1 or 2 of the candidates. Yeah, Hilton is a Republican. He's not. Yeah. How bad is Becerra? Becerra's campaign, as I understand it, is currently embroiled in like several different my brain wants to say conspiracies because I've been saying that a lot. Controversies and related to like campaign finance. And Becerra's basically the conservative Dem pick. Unfortunately, Tom Steyer is a billionaire, but he's also one of the only people running on actually taxing billionaires. So it's yeah, I'm hoping for a Steyer win tonight in the primary. Steyer needs to give away a ton of money, ditch being a billionaire and the stank that comes with it, and try again. Yeah, the problem is we're not going to get like a big try again moment for one, not for Tom Steyer, he's old, and two, also like we're talking like several years from now when the political conditions are going to be completely different. So like it's yeah. Have you shown that clip of him talking to a trans athlete yet? Nope, but it's coming up in our next segment. Doo-doo. Yeah, here we go.
On Instagram.
Beep, 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 beep. Gotta make sure this is over there. Cool. All right. Cool. All right. Have you reacted to Greg Bovino posting a Nazi salute? No, largely because Greg Bovino is politically irrelevant. I have a limited amount of time But like, yeah, Greg Bovino was seen in the company of like several different fucking honest to god neo-Nazis. Like, he's just straight up goose stepping at this point. Like the effort to make himself look like a Nazi is now being validated by the fact that like he's hanging out with Nazis. Greg Bovino, the guy from the song? No, Greg Bovino, the guy from Ice. He was like tramping around Minneapolis, pretending to be like the lieutenant commander. Hilton is ahead of Steyer in LA and San Francisco. What the hell? It's because it's the primary. Hilton, like there are like three, like look, there are like three Republicans running. You got Steve Hilton, you got Chad Bianco, then you got, I don't know, Tim Nelson and Randeep Dillon and Leo Zaki. And like Zaki has 0.2%, Dillon has 0.3%, Nelson has 0.3%. Like all together, they don't even have 1 percentage point of support between them. And the other GOP votes are split between Chad Bianco, who has 11.2%, and Steve Hilton, who has 26.7%. Right? Like, do people assume he's from the hotel chain?
Do
Probably.
people assume he's from the hotel chain?
So this right now is the most read the vote will be. Exactly. Right? This is the most conservative it's going to look, because when it gets to the actual general election, you're not going to have several Democrats like Javier Becerra, Tom Steyer, Katie Porter, Matt Mahan, Antonio Villaraigosa, Tony Thurmond, Betty Yee, Eric Swalwell. You're not going to have all these people splitting the vote.
Last weekend at the DFL convention, myself and some other delegates managed to nominate Kobe Lane to go against Klobuchar. It was hard. I'm curious if you'd be willing to speak to her. You can find her speech here on YouTube. You might like her.
I might be. We're actually going to take a look at her speech later. So I managed to find the full speech, which was difficult, but it does exist. And thank you for the $50 super chat. Very much appreciated. But that is already prepped. The problem is Steyer being behind Hilton in LA and SF. He needs to put space between them in order to get second in the final results. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, the real problem to me is that Steyer is behind Becerra overall. I would like him to be to clinch the deal here. But that does not appear to be the case at the moment. But only 50% of the vote reporting, so we'll see how it goes. And let's do this. Let's jump into our next segment, shall we? Let's do this. So, folks, where do transgender people go wrong? This is the question that conservatives are asking time and time again, right?
Look, Ma, it's free.
YouTuber Grudge, thank you for being a member. I'm going to start that over, though, real quick. Thank you very much for the support. And let me just say, you guys are almost halfway to the goal, which is impressive. So, folks, I need to ask the question. Where did the transgender movement go wrong? I'm seeing so many different, clearly unaffiliated people on the internet asking, where did the trans movement go wrong? I mean, after all, trans people are too unstable to be in the military these days, according to the current U.S. government, which would never lie to us. And after all, wait a minute.
That the Pentagon's ban on transgender people serving in the military is likely unconstitutional.
What?
Are we finally getting a trans wrongs segment?
We are finally getting the, we're not going to talk about trans rights here. We're only going to talk about trans wrongs. Sort of, kind of, not really, but maybe. So, yeah, it turns out an appeals court is overturning the whole kicking trans people out of the military thing because, again, it's just discrimination on the basis of sex. It's not a difficult thing to really wrap your head around. But hey, it's nice to talk about a win right at the top of the segment, you know? And we are, however, living in a time when people are getting radicalized to the idea that, like, well, trans people just are inherently less people-y than normal people, right? Like, conservatives in particular seem to have really bought into this idea that trans women, trans men, non-binary folks, we're not really people who deserve the same rights and liberties as other types of people. Instead, we're sleeper agents that must be denied bathroom access. Otherwise, we will somehow aid China in its secret takeover of the United States. Right? And yeah, they frame it as like normal people deserve rights and trans people ain't normal. Right? That's their reasoning. And I think like a good example of this thinking at work here is this particular incident that occurred a couple days ago at Cedar Point in Ohio. Man arrested for pulling down trans woman's skirt in front of children at Ohio amusement park. Police say the 18-year-old approached the woman from behind and exposed her body to onlookers, including children at Cedar Point. Because, again, they don't really see us as people. They see us as like carnival attractions or like standard bearers for some kind of ideological movement that they disagree with, right? Because this 18-year-old doesn't just exist in a vacuum, right? It isn't like an 18-year-old man doesn't just decide to sexually assault a random stranger in the broad daylight at an amusement park surrounded by witnesses, right? Like that doesn't just happen in a vacuum. Something has to go on to convince that 18-year-old man that that's the correct thing to do, right? And I guess this story in particular, which for the record, they did arrest that person. Like they arrested him. They're charging him with several different crimes. And it just got me thinking, like, what has to have gone wrong? What has to have been like a component of radicalizing these people? And if you guys are familiar with my content, you guys know that I've talked a lot about anti-trans commentators and folks who talk about trans people. And I wanted to take a look at one content creator in particular that I haven't talked about before. And this guy goes under the name Ken LaCourte. Some of you might remember him if you've been paying attention to politics, especially over like the last 8 or so years. And
trans folks, people or props for bigots to harass? These questions and more answered now only on riverboat.gg.
It's true. It's true. It's true. Only us. We're the only ones answering it. Yes, we are going to be talking about the YouTube channel Elephants in Rooms. Because Ken LaCourte has a channel called Elephants in Rooms, where the basic premise is he, as a real hard-nosed journalist type, goes deep onto issues that other people are too afraid to talk about, right? And one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this particular video is because Ken LaCourt, in this video, basically lays out what killed the transgender movement. Like, that's the name of the video, right? And it has 2.1 million views. It was uploaded about a year ago. And I thought to myself, that's a lot of views. You know, this is clearly resonating with somebody. And I also just want to start out by taking a quick look at who is Ken LaCourt exactly? Right? Who is he? Because I don't know Ken LaCourt from a hole in the ground. Well, Ken LaCourt got his start at Fox News. And he wound up being an executive at Fox News, in fact. And if you are familiar with the events of the last several years at all, then you'll note that he was pretty pivotal in a couple of fairly large happenings and goings on. In particular, he's the executive who made the call to try and kill the Stormy Daniels story over at Fox. Falzone and LaCourt argued that Fox News should lift the NDA so the full story could come out. Rather, yeah, here we go. Nick Ritchie, who claimed to be one of the sources for the Falzone story, called LaCourt's account complete bullshit, adding, "Fox News was culpable. I voted for Trump and I like Fox, but they did their own catch and kill on the story to protect him." And, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. In 2022, LaCourt defended his decision, saying that Daniels and Falzone were not interested in publishing the scandal, but were using the media to extort Trump. So he helped try and kill the story at Fox to prevent the Stormy Daniels story from being a thing, right? So that's back in 2019, right? Or that this comes out. Then you also have this bit of his history where in 2019, the New York Times caught LaCourt using Macedonian troll farms in order to juice his different independent news initiatives, specifically with conservative edition news and liberal edition news. So basically, he was in connection with these Macedonian troll farms in order to massively inflate the numbers of his different news outlets. Which is pretty interesting, of course, as well. And it got so bad that Facebook shut down the pages for these different outlets. And also, he was one of the first guys to publish the Hunter Biden laptop story. Because of course he was. And also, we get to this part, which I think is fascinating. In 2025, Rolling Stone reported that Rumen Naumovsky, a Macedonian citizen who had never visited the United States, had previously worked for LaCourt. Naumovsky operates the X accounts Defiant L's and Resist the Mainstream, which together have more than 2 million followers and have been amplified by figures including Elon Musk, Nancy Mace, Mike Lee, Ron Watkins, and Eli Crane. Both accounts focus on American politics, frequently alleging corruption and election fraud by Democrats. LaCourt has publicly described Naumovsky as a close friend and written about Naumovsky's attempts to emigrate. So, this is a former employee of LaCourt's who is now a close personal friend. And this guy previously has dealings with Macedonian troll farms, and this guy just happens to be a Macedonian citizen. Let's take a look. What are these accounts posting? Just as an FYI, you know, we can go take a look at Resist the Mainstream, and it's Elon Musk is great. He's so amazing. President Trump confirms there are no troops going to Beirut. You've got, RJ Scaringe predicts the vast majority of drives can be and should be autonomous within the next 5 years. Yeah, it's just AI slop. Oh, look. Fox News host announces major personal update. Comments emerge on case involving Jill Biden's ex-husband. Like, it's just kind of conservo slop, right? But what about Defiant L's? What is this? Oh, the media's pathetic. Want to slow climate change, stop having babies. Only immigrants can reverse America's baby bust. Trump was right. Germany was wrong. First on NATO, now on trade. Germany versus sanity. Oh, look, Abdul Al-Sayed, who is a Muslim, celebrates Pride. This is the first day of Pride, a celebration of rights. I got to sit with the first same-sex couple, Glenna and Marcia, ever to be married under our state. Imagine believing this. Or, you got some interesting stuff here. Just a lot of slop. I mean, like, for God's sakes, you're posting Bill O'Reilly in 2026. It's weird, man. It is weird out here. There was a post that I was going to show, but appears to have been taken down, of the account being horrified that gay people are singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Maybe it's not. Oh no, here it is. Is this what insanity looks like? Boston celebrates Pride Month, singing and raising an LGBTQ flag. Oh no. Insanity. Grr. I'm just so mad. I'm so mad at all of these ladies singing the Wizard of Oz song. Grr. I have strong feelings about musical theater. Grr. Very bizarre. Right? But not really unexpected. And we kind of have all of this happening, right? Like, oh, okay, so where does that leave us with elephants in rooms? Well, let's take a look. Now that we know kind of where Ken LaCourte is coming from, let's take a look. Let's jump in. What killed the transgender movement?
In just 10 years, we've seen one of the fastest social changes in American history. Among young people calling themselves transgender, it exploded from barely measurable numbers to 3%, with another 2% who aren't sure. That's millions of young people. But this isn't...
Whoa. Exploded to 3% of the American population calling themselves transgender. Let's just take a quick look at that exactly. Where exactly are you getting this? Like, where are you getting this particular information, right? Let's take a look.
Was that Jammy Dodger?
I mean, maybe. I have no idea. I don't know what Jamie Dodger looks like. All right. Let's take a look at the UCLA School of Law Williams Institute. How many adults and youth identify as transgender in the United States? Let's see. 3/4 of people aged 13 and older who identify as transgender are under 35. 1/4 of individuals who identify as transgender are between 13 and 17. Among transgender adults, roughly 1/3 identify as trans women, 1/3 identify as trans men, and 1/3 identify as non-binary. 2.8 million people aged 13 plus identify as transgender in the United States, which, I just want to point out that's... let's take a look. Wait a minute. So when we're talking about 3.3%, we're talking about 3.3% of the youth are thinking they might be transgender. which is fine. But that 3% number is not the number for the entire country overall, because the entirety of the adult population in the United States is less than 1% of the population. So already we're in a weird territory of half-truths.
Just about numbers. It's about how a movement gained unprecedented power quickly. It reshaped America, from medical practice to language, even how society views basic concepts like gender. The elephant in the room is how this movement gained so much power.
Also, basic concepts like gender is doing a lot of intellectual legwork that it doesn't really deserve. Because gender isn't a basic concept. It's actually a very complicated concept, right? And one would know that if they looked at any kind of history about different gender ideas about gender, right? If you start, for example, looking at the history even of medieval Europe, you find different ideas based upon different cultures, different, political entities. You find differences in the idea of how gender functions, what gender is, what different gender roles allow you to do or not do, and that changes over time as you track different societies, right?
So quickly, and why it's now heading downhill. I'm Ken LaCourte. I dig into uncomfortable topics and give you as fair and straightforward answers as I can, especially when they challenge the mainstream narrative. In the next few minutes, we'll look at the movement's dramatic rise, especially among females, how a perfect storm of forces.
Okay, so whenever I hear the caveat, especially among females, that indicates to me that we're going to get some irreversible damage mentions, and I just want to point out before I have not watched this. Okay, I'm going into this blind. Irreversible damage is written by a lawyer who knows nothing about trans issues, knows nothing about trans biology, and is just kind of going off of her internal assumptions about what trans people are and how trans people function.
Created that rise, and how activists went too far, and why 2024 became its turning point. Historically, transgenders were a tiny fraction of the population.
Yeah, we're almost certainly going to hear about like social contagion, like I've mentioned this in a couple of recent videos, but social contagion is this idea that is talked about a lot when it comes to trans people in particular, but it's just recycled rhetoric that comes directly out of the eugenicist movement. It was adopted by the Nazis predominantly. It's part of what led to the disabled being killed during the Holocaust. It's part of what led to LGBTQ people being either killed or sent to re-education to make them straight, or at least straight passable, or got them sent directly to the front to be used as cannon fodder. And this idea was that gay people, trans people, people who were incapable of reproducing or whose reproduction would harm the gene pool in the eyes of eugenicists, they were considered people to be purged because if they were allowed to exist, they could pollute future generations or spread their social disease of being gay or trans, right? That was a direct response, especially within Nazi Germany, to the ideas of like the Institute for Sexology in the Weimar Republic, right? These ideas that were challenging traditional gendered ideology, they were considered too radical, and if they were allowed to exist, they would infect other people across Germany and destroy German civilization. And if all of that sounds very similar to how Republicans talk about trans people today, you would be correct, because much of Republican rhetoric in 2026 is simply recycled from fascist authoritarian regimes. It's not a spurious accusation to just say, well, the Trump administration talks about this like the Nazis. it's like a direct one-to-one parallel. And I could go on about that, but we need to get back to this video.
In fact, before 2010, most medical literature estimated that gender dysphoria affected about 1 in 10,000 biological males, and even fewer females. These numbers held steady for decades, and medical and psychological transitions were viewed as last resorts.
Okay. They're still considered last resorts. Medical and psychological transitions. One, okay, let's just take a... Let's actually slow it down even further.
For decades. And
gender dysphoria affected about 1 in every 10,000 biological males and even fewer females. That claim is based off of old and faulty data. That's the problem. We got newer information and we're then able to update like the kind of predictive models we had. Right? Like that's what happened. We had shoddy information, we got better information, and we updated like best practices as a result. It's not a conspiracy, it's not difficult to understand, it's not difficult to follow. That's just how medical science works.
Medical and psychological transition.
Okay. Now this one, medical and psychological transitions were viewed as last resorts. They're still viewed that way. There's a reason you have to go to the doctor in order to get a medical, like the means to medically transition. But also, what does it mean to say psychological transitions were viewed as last resorts? Because historically, those have always been the first resort. Because when you are a trans person, you have control over your own mind. You are able to say, well, I'm going to consider myself this. I'm going to adopt a new name. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. What they mean by psychological transition is just socially transitioning. Like changing your name or trying out a nickname. Or like that's it. That's all it means. It means trying out using different pronouns. You know, and I know that even mentioning pronouns will cause some people to go into a blind rage.
Fucking pronouns!
But all that a psychological transition is just recognizing that you might be trans and experimenting with what that might mean by adopting a new name or a new presentation or what have you. You know, short of any kind of direct medical intervention in the form of medication or surgeries, for example.
Were viewed as last resorts. Then the numbers just exploded. But it wasn't just those numbers that changed. It was the very nature of who identified as transgender. Historically, the vast majority of transgenders were biological males going to female.
Also, just as an FYI, if you're conservative and you somehow stumbled onto this, right? If you ever hear someone refer to transgender people as transgenders, that's a massive red flag. Because transgender, I mean, let me put it this way. It would be like if somebody was making a video about the intricacies of like race relations in America and started calling black people the blacks. You know, it's a big red flag that indicates the person who's speaking is not somebody who should be taken very seriously for their intellectual rigor.
And now that pattern has completely reversed. There are more women seeking to become men, and among teens, biological females dominate the numbers. This isn't just in America. Similar patterns emerged across the entire Western...
By the way, the images that just flashed on screen are of a trans boy who's accepted by his Republican parents. And I remember this because I covered this story multiple years ago, and it was covered on Fox News. It was actually like kind of some heartwarming coverage about like an accepting family despite like their politics. And just kind of goes to show that like the current Republican Party of today, like wants to kill the Republican Party of like 2 or 3 years ago, Anything that isn't obsequiously kowtowing to Trump must be purged.
World, especially in countries with strong social media usage. Sweden saw 1,500% in teen girls trying to get medical treatments for transgenderism. And in the UK, referrals to gender clinics rose 4,400% over a decade. A fundamental debate is why. Were these transgenders always there but finally free to be themselves?
Were these transgenders always there but finally free to be themselves? I mean, it certainly helps to be yourself if by, being yourself, you aren't like murdered when you go out in public. Like that helps, like, which is kind of what would happen to you in the past, right? Like, there is now a, hey, don't murder trans people policy in the United States, at least for now. And that generally helps trans people to like come out and exist.
Or was there something else going on driving this growth? This transformation, especially among young people, it didn't happen by accident. It was a perfect storm of forces that came together. It started with the success of the gay rights movement. After winning the battle for marriage and legal equality, many of these same activists and organizations shifted their focus to transgender rights. And with them, they brought proven tactics and an infrastructure for social change. It also coincided with the anti-bullying movement in America. When I was in school in the 70s...
Oh my God! Oh my God! It's because we stopped bullying the queers, and now they're not afraid anymore, and they're becoming adults who are openly gay. That's what has caused all of the transes. I can't believe it.
And 80s, it was all about don't do drugs. In my children's years, it was all about fighting bullies and being tolerant to all. First up was the battle over words, because winning the language war was crucial. All activists understand that. They know that by controlling the conversation, they can control the debate itself. The transgender world successfully shifted the conversation by redefining words like men and women to center on gender identity, not biological sex. Even basic language was rewritten, with terms like ladies and gentlemen being called exclusionary and being swapped out. They replaced...
Can I just say, I love, like, the level of fear-mongering in this. You can't say ladies and gentlemen anymore. It's exclusionary. And it's just like, it's not difficult to just say something else. Like, number one, people still say ladies and gentlemen. Like, you can still say that. You can also say ladies, gentlemen, and gentle thems. Like, it's not difficult to just be slightly more considerate. The reason the guidelines exist is to make people aware that there are ways that they could change their language in order to make more people feel welcome. That's not difficult. Yeah, you could also say ladies, gentlemen, and other distinguished guests. Absolutely. Like, this is just social niceties. It's not the collapse of Western civilization. Like, the thing that gets me is that conservatives will throw a shit fit for over a decade about being asked one time to, like, use slightly more inclusive language. Not even that there's, like, a law that they have to, just, like, being asked. Just the ask itself invades their minds, takes it over, and makes them feel like, you want to take away my freedom! You want to take away my freedom! Like, that's crazy. No one's trying to take away your freedom. You have the right to be exclude people if you want to. But if the goal is to build, like, a loving, careful environment that actually shows deference to people like children, being more inclusive in your language is nice. It's helpful, you know? Inclusion is pretty important. Can you show your tits? If you Venmo me $10,000 right now, I might consider it. Not legally binding.
Replace clinical sounding terms like sex change with gender affirming healthcare, obscuring the medical reality of surgeries and hormone treatments. I mean, think about it.
Obscuring the medical reality. No one is obscuring the I've been through this process, okay? I went through this process in the easiest way that you can go through this process, right? Through like essentially informed consent, where you go into a clinic, you say, I would like HRT because I am trans and I'd like to transition. And like a doctor asks you several different questions and then is able to say, well, we'll do your blood work and see if you're all good on the blood work, then we'll write you a prescription, right? That isn't terribly difficult to get as an adult. But the doctor still does sit down with you multiple times in order to basically go over, here is what these pills will do. Here's what these injections will do. Here is how you will be affected by this. Here is how, here's like kind of the timeline of changes. Here's what you can expect. If you want surgery, here are several of the prominent surgeries that many trans people get. And that's how that goes. There's no obscuring going on. It's not like the doctors are sitting there going, ha ha, yes, we've got another one. Going through the trans production pipeline. Like, they don't benefit from that. They don't get anything out of that. They just want you to be as informed as you can be so that you make the correct decision for yourself. And the controls and information that are given to trans youth are exponentially more than that because it is a multiple years long process in order to get like basic medications. And that's a whole other can of worms. You got to go jump through a lot of hoops for that on an ongoing basis. So there's no obscuring going on here.
What kind of a decent person would be against gender-affirming care? It sounds great. And the most important factor in reaching young people was the ultimate tool, social media. The information flow to kids wasn't just parents, teachers, and friends anymore. Social media algorithms created powerful echo chambers which amplified transgender messaging to kids. Studies show that about half of transgenders cited YouTube videos as influential in their decisions. For young people questioning their identity, these digital spaces became powerful influence centers.
That's so interesting. So, how exactly did this influence take place? Like, the idea here is that, I mean, at least so far, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is going to take a definitive turn in a different direction. But what this sounds like to me is that young people got on social media and saw that trans people exist and became aware for the first time that different gender identities exist. And as many young people do, they decided that they would experiment with different identities, which anyone should know if you've ever known a teenager or been a teenager. Teenagers do. Like, some teenagers go through a goth phase, or an emo phase, or a film phase, or a gamer phase, or like they try out different identities, different presentations, different like ideas. They try them out because that they're in the process of building who they want to be. And for some people, they try on like different labels. Maybe they try out being like a, trans girl or like a trans boy, or they try out being non-binary. And then they ultimately are like, no, this isn't for me. But some people try it out and it turns out, well, it is for them. And like, that's okay. The same way it's okay if someone tries out being goth and realizes they really like the goth aesthetic and they just continue to wear goth shit for the rest of their lives. That's okay. You can do that. It's your life.
The social dynamic was especially important among teenage girls. And
I don't know. What's interesting to me here as I look at this, right? I can't help but compare it to my own experience growing up, which is that I didn't see trans people at all, right? There were like 3 places on television in the media that I saw trans people. The Maury Povich show, and Jerry Springer, and maybe like there's probably another one, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. Like maybe Dr. Phil or something. But like, that's where I saw trans people. I didn't know that you could just be a quote unquote normal person and be trans, because my interaction and knowledge base of trans people living in a fundamentalist conservative household was, oh, they're like brought on to be gawked at on like daytime television, and like that was it. Like that was the extent of where you saw trans people. And so this is different because now we have an entire generation of people who grow up seeing that being a normal ass trans person, being like just a trans person who's going to go out, live your life and not be made into like a reality TV media spectacle, like is totally like an option you have. You can just be happy. You can just exist. Yeah, and Jerry Springer paid people to be there, of course. Maury Povich paid people to be there too. But the issue is, like, that was the only idea that people had of what trans could be. Yeah, they were desperate people to exploit.
Their friendship groups. They place high value on social cohesion and fear rejection, making them particularly susceptible to what experts call social contagion effects.
Ah! We got it. We got it, everybody. Social contagion. Your girl called it. Right? Now, what's interesting to me about this video is that I'm not seeing a whole lot of citations like presented on screen. It's just experts say. Which experts? Are we talking about Lisa Littman? Which studies? We talking about the rapid onset gender dysphoria from the hilariously discredited Brown study? Like, what are we talking about here? Are we gonna start hearing about rapid onset gender dysphoria? I bet we are, because he talked earlier about how this happened all very quickly. I think he's going to reference the Brown study.
When one member of a friend group identified as trans, often others followed. Some clinics reported entire friend groups showing up for treatment. Then, as the movement gained power,
some friend groups report some clinics reported entire friend groups showing up for treatment. That's not how, like, the assumption that we're being asked to make here is that one trans person then trans the rest of their friends, rather than what is very clearly more the case, which is that a bunch of like gay kids found each other and then realized that they weren't just gay, they were all trans. Which is something that happens, right? Like, the shared experience of alienation for being trans does tend to bring different trans people together. Right? Like, there is that joke that, like, all trans people know each other, and part of it is, like, because we kinda gravitate towards each other. It's the social ostracization that we experience, like, brings us together, and it's not because, like, there's an infection traveling between the friend group that's transing everybody. It's not the trans amoeba in the drinking water.
Institutions fell in line one after another. Schools adopted new policies, often keeping parents in the dark. Medical associations rewrote.
Schools adopted new policies, often keeping parents in the dark. What's again incredible that there is no citations in this. The new policies that he's referencing, and I can't know for sure unless he's more specific, but my understanding is that these policies where schools don't report, you know, whether a kid is gay or trans to parents, those predate like this upswing in like transgender acceptance that has allowed more kids to come out or experiment with their identities, etc. And one of the reasons schools have this policy is because historically, when schools don't have policies against outing trans students, what winds up happening is parents get told, and then the students either get abused or kicked out of their homes. They get disowned, right? Because conservatives, and you know, you'll actually see oftentimes conservatives come into my chat during these segments, especially on in the YouTube chat, come in and say like, "Oh man, if my kid was gay, I wouldn't like, oh man, I wouldn't just kick them out of my house. I'd give them a whooping." You know, like it's they talk about like beating their kids. They talk in some cases they talk about killing their kids. They like a lot of conservatives would rather have a dead child than a living trans child. And they don't make that a secret. They will openly state it. Right? So that's one of the reasons schools started adopting policies to not out students. And many schools have had these policies in place since like the 90s.
Their guidelines, making it easier for young people to start treatments and surgery. Corporations rushed to cash in on things, as they always do. I mean,
medical associations rewrote their guidelines, making it easier for young people to start treatments and surgery. Citation needed, because it takes multiple years of going to see experts in given psychological fields in order to pave the way to get medical treatment and especially to get surgery. You need to get like second or third opinions for surgeries if you're a trans youth. Oh, Emerald Dirge over in Riverboat Chat. My friend's dad would joke about killing their own kid if they came out. Yeah, I'm not like this isn't hyperbole. This was a lived reality for many queer children growing up. And corporations rush to cash in on things, as they always do. Ah, yes. The copious amounts of money to be made by exploiting the impoverished trans folks of America.
Even Donald Trump, running in 2016, when pressed, said transgender people should be able to use whatever bathroom they feel is appropriate, and he had no interest in turning it into a campaign issue. And the movement's demands grew larger. It wasn't enough to accept transgender individuals.
Donald Trump kicked trans people out of the military the first time around, too. Like, what are you talking? Even Donald Trump kowtowed to the trans lobby. I mean, he was, yeah, when he was trying to moderate, and then when he got into office, what did he do to trans people?
Had to fully embrace their ideology or be branded transphobic. The notion that biological sex itself was a social...
Wait, I'm sorry, okay. You had to fully embrace their ideology or be labeled as transphobic. Yeah, because if you're saying you don't have the right to be trans, or like your identity isn't valid, you are being transphobic, right? And like, sure, maybe you don't care if you're being transphobic. Many people on the internet don't. But like, that doesn't make you not a bigot against trans people. Like, if somebody is like, well, I'm not a bigot against trans people. I just think they're mentally ill and need to be given different legal rights than other kinds of people. Like that, you're a bigot. Like, you might not like the fact that you're labeled as a bigot. You might not like the consequences of your actions, but that's what you are. You have an irrational hatred or disgust towards trans people.
Ideology or be branded transphobic. The notion that biological sex itself was a social construct became mainstream in many circles.
Biological sex, to an extent, is socially constructed. We are the ones who make the categories of biological sex. We created those categories. There are other types of people, other cultures of people who might, under the same circumstances, based on like their cultural understanding of sex, have created different categories for it. Goodness. I'm gay telling you this. Listen up. If you have the privilege to do all this, you need to reconsider. You need to redirect your tactic. It's obnoxious. Redirect my tactic towards whom? Stop acting like we don't need straight people. When have I ever said that we don't need straight people? Yeah, like, stop. I don't know. Stop shadowboxing and engage with what I actually say. like I don't know. Also, I do have to say, if you think this guy stands for all straight people, man, what a low opinion you have of straight people, you know? You want all straight people to be punished? No, I don't. Engage with what I'm actually saying. Engage with what I actually say, and if you are, in fact, in good faith, I want you to actually respond to the things that I say. If the next thing out of you in this chat is something completely unrelated to something is completely unrelated to what we're talking about, you're just going to be banned because you're schizo posting. You're responding to me. No, you're not. Collect your fucking thoughts and respond in a coherent manner.
The phrase trans women are women became an unquestionable mantra.
Excellent. They're collected. Ask me. You're the one coming here. Make a collected point in response to the things I've said. My thoughts are collected. They are pure. You were going to ask me a question. I wasn't. The thing I was saying to you was, make sure your comments are related to something I've said. Because the things you came in here saying, that I want all straight people punished, are not indicative of what I actually believe or anything I have ever said on this channel. So, the next thing I see from you in chat should be something related to something I actually said. And that should then continue throughout our exchange.
Can't do hair, can't do fashion, can't create art, can't dance.
That's true. Straight people need to learn how to do hair, fashion, art, and dancing. And then finally we can have a final Armageddon to settle all this. One with fabulous dance moves. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
This created a growing divide.
Also, trans women are women.
Between activists and medical professionals. Many doctors and researchers
created
a growing divide between activists and medical professionals.
Activists and medical professionals. We have a random Twitter account and J.K. Rowling. Excellent medical professionals to cite.
Many doctors and researchers had concerns as transition became less about treating gender dysphoria.
Many doctors and researchers had concerns. But, you know, all the major medical institutions, all the major medical groups, all universally agreed that gender-affirming care was good and necessary and helpful because of a huge amount of data out there that shows that, like, for example, having one gender-affirming parent supporting a trans kid reduces their suicidality by 16 times and brings it back down to the same level of suicidality, the same rate of suicidality as cisgender kids. Well done, Nindreen. And what data is that? Oh, I would love to jump into that. Let me bring that up. Let's see here. Let's see. There we go. Boing. Here's a study from 2023. Association of gender identity acceptance with fewer suicide attempts among transgender and non-binary youth. Using data from a 2018 cross-sectional survey of LGBTQ youth, the current study examined the association of gender identity acceptance from others with suicide attempts among 8,218 transgender non-binary youth. Youth reported gender identity acceptance levels from parents, other relatives, school professionals, healthcare professionals, friends, and classmates to whom they were out. Let's see. Results. Each category of adult and peer gender identity acceptance was associated with lower odds of past year suicide attempt, with the strongest associations within each individual category being acceptance from parents. The transgender non-binary youth who reported gender identity acceptance from at least one adult had 1/3 lower odds of reporting a past year suicide attempt, and acceptance from at least one peer was also associated with lower odds of a past year suicide attempt. Peer acceptance was particularly impactful for transgender youth, and the relationship between adult and peer acceptance remained significant after controlling for the association of each form, suggesting unique relationships for each on transgender non-binary youth suicide attempts. Acceptance was more impactful for transgender non-binary youth assigned male at birth compared with transgender non-binary youth assigned female at birth. Let's take a look at even more here. Overall, 29% of transgender non-binary youth in the sample reported at least one suicide attempt in the past 12 months. When examined across levels of acceptance, TGNB youth who felt extremely accepted reported on average half the rate of past year suicide attempts across all categories compared with youth who felt not at all accepted. After dichotomization, the proportion of TGNB youth reporting a suicide attempt in the past year was significantly lower among those who reported having gender identity acceptance compared with those who were not accepted for all individual categories of peers and adults. In both bivariate and multivariate models, the strongest association was found to be that acceptance from parents. So, yeah, there you go. Here's a link to the study. And that's just one study. There are multiple studies that confirm this, talk about it, etc. The Trevor Project, in particular, has a study here because the Trevor Project also has researchers. Anti-transgender laws cause up to 72% increase in suicide attempts among transgender and non-binary youth, according to this study from 2024. Yeah. So what he's talking about here is, it'd be interesting if he provided any data to back himself up.
And more about affirming any claim of gender identity, but it was becoming harder to resist. Two competing narratives emerged. Activists insisted these transgender youth were always there. They were just finally free to be themselves. Critics, pointing to the unprecedented speed of the change and the complete...
Boy howdy, did I fucking call this too. Look at that, Abigail Schreier. The speed of the change. Are we about to also get a rapid onset gender dysphoria? Oh god, I hope so. The Littman study is one of my favorite things to tear into. God.
Reversal in gender ratios, they saw evidence of a social contagion. But that perfect storm had gathered strong, and the movement...
They saw evidence of a social contagion. You know. Because they were recycling Nazi rhetoric.
Movement seemed unstoppable. But as history shows time and time again, rapid gains in political power often lead to overreach. And that's exactly what happened next. Hey, real quick, if I make any substantive mistake in this video, let me know and I'll address it in a pinned comment below. Okay, so when a movement gains power...
Well, the problem is, if I made any mistakes, let me know and I'll address it in a pinned comment below. You aren't actually providing any citations for your claims. Let's see that pinned comment. There aren't any pinned comments.
Or quickly, overreach almost always follows. What started as a push for basic rights and dignity morphed into something more extreme, and the pushback...
Wait, okay, sorry. Vertical chat's being silly. Alphabet people depend on normal straight folk to make more alphabet people. Have you never heard of bisexual people? Or pansexual people? Have you never heard of, like, gay people who have sex with other gay people and are still able to procreate? That's crazy. Like, goodness. Like there are like I don't know. We need a better quality of troll.
Was going to be inevitable. Here's where the movement began to erode public support and turn allies into skeptics. The first was their use of censorship. What began as respect turned into forced compliance.
Okay, wait, these are where things are going too far. Okay. So what began as respect turned into forced compliance.
Hey Jack.
Okay.
Loving the hair, red heart emoji.
Thank you.
Happy Pride Month. Keep up the awesome work. Smiling face with hearts emoji, and loving your takedown of this bald idiot, smiley face emoji.
Christians Against Dinosaurs, thank you for the €5. Very much appreciated, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. What began as respect turned into forced compliance. Okay, so let's just walk through this, right? So, if you respect someone, or respect a group of people, does somebody coming to you and saying, hey, here's a way you can, like, be more respectful, does that set you off and come across as forced compliance? Like, if you found out that a group of people you respected were actually being, like, disrespected by the language you were using, would you not simply go, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry," and adopt different language that is more inclusive? Because that's the normal reaction when there's actual respect, right? Now, the other component there is forced compliance. What was the mechanism exactly for forced compliance? Was it just your coworkers were uncomfortable working with you when they found out that you were posting like God hates T-slurs on your Twitter account every day? Was it like, because this has literally happened. There was a guy who got into my DMs years ago, and in order to tell me that as a trans person, he wanted to burn me alive and rape me, right? And I found his mom and had a nice talk with her about that. But like, that's not really forced compliance, is it? Like, if that guy had lost his job as a result of his actions, that's not really forced compliance. That's him suffering the consequences of like his coworkers knowing he's a hateful piece of trash, right? And like, wild stuff going on with that, by the way. His mom told me some things. That was one of the weirdest conversations of my life. All right? But that's not really censorship if you get fired from your job because in your off time you're just a hateful piece of shit to others online. Yeah, freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. Exactly, Dirt.
It was less about acceptance and more about enforcement. Dissent wasn't just discouraged, it was silenced. Criticism of any kind, even mild or well-meaning, it became transphobia, and those who voiced it got slammed.
It became transphobia. Yeah, you know, those people with concerns, they were all just so well-meaning. You know, all just so well-meaning when they described trans people existing as irreversible damage to the psyches and bodies of people. That's just a subtle disagreement. It's not, you know, a long-term project to deny the humanity of trans people. Definitely not. No, sir.
Social media platforms became ground zero. As the transgender movement gained traction, those...
Can we like, okay, I know I'm being a real pause champ in this video, but can we take a moment to really like, social media platforms became ground zero. Ground zero? Like 9/11? Like are we talking about like trans people advocating that we should be extended basic respect is now being like directly compared to like a fucking atomic bomb explosion or one of the biggest acts of terrorism against the United States? Like, man. Yeah, Hiroshima level gender bending. That's gonna come up in the new Avatar series, by the way. I'm calling it now.
Platforms implemented policies aimed at curbing what they called hate speech.
Yeah, I bet you guys all knew that while jet fuel... I bet none of you guys knew that while jet fuel can't melt steel beams, gender identity can.
Gendering or dead naming. In practice, this meant...
I know what ground zero means. I was making a joke because like the entirety of this video is scary, be scared and worried music over this man making a colossal amount of claims without actually providing any evidence. I'm having a little fun with semantics.
Punishing users for sometimes stating basic biological facts or expressing concerns about the movement's successes. Women were banned from Twitter for referring to biological males as a he.
Wait a minute, just real quick. Just out of curiosity here, what exactly is the What exactly is this? The Family Policy Alliance. Our key issues. Protecting girls' sports, parental rights, uh, protecting Roe. Let's actually zoom out a little bit. Help, not harm. Learn how we are protecting children from dangerous trans surgeries or drugs that have irreversible effects. You know, they're just they're just a bunch of well-meaning, godly folks. All right? Like, definitely not like a conservative think tank meant to specifically advocate against trans people. Like, you know what? Let's take a look here. Just to go to Google Family Policy Alliance Transgender. Here, what do we got? Oh, hey, look, they have an entire section of their website on. Oddly enough, when you do the drop-down menu here, it gives you the option for life, parental rights, help not harm, and save girls' sports, but it doesn't give transgender an option. That's interesting. God created mankind male and female in his image and likeness, which cannot be changed. Oh. Like, okay, so they're just religiously against trans people existing. Oh, that's different. Let's see. Men and women are fundamentally different from each other and yet complementary to each other. People are born genetically with clear male or female chromosomes, and a vast majority with clearly identifiable biological characteristics that indicate male or female. Indeed, sexual identity is written into the DNA of every cell in our bodies. As such, our biological sex is intricately interwoven with how we live in society and relate to others. As men and women made in the image of God, transgender identifying individuals deserve our respect, compassion, and care as neighbors, oddly in quotations there, whom we should love as ourselves. As an outflowing of this care for our neighbors, Family Policy Alliance supports public policy that affirms the unique and complementary roles both men and women play in society and for the family. We oppose efforts that would bring further harm, physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual, to those struggling with their identity in this way, and attempts to normalize this behavior in society, especially amongst impressionable children. Again, when a group like this says they are against normalizing transgender people in society, what they mean is they want to remove trans people's ability to exist publicly. Right? That's what they're doing. Right? All of this is very carefully corporatized conservo speak in order to basically try and make the argument that man and woman are biological terms rather than gender terms. And biology and gender, two very different things. Two very, very different things. And that's pretty interesting, right? Like, sexual identity is written into the DNA of every cell in our bodies. Like, that can be true, but also the chromosomes and sexual identity that might be written into any given part of your body at any given time might be different than what you think it is. Right? Like, there are, for example, people with chimerism, right? This is fascinating. There are people who have different parts of their body that have chromosomes that are female or male. Isn't that fascinating? Like, some people might have like a leg or a set of organs that has like female chromosomal markers, while other, and maybe the majority of their body, has male chromosomal markers, because biology isn't as straightforward as, well, male and female, duh. Like, that's not how that works, actually, in reality. Reality is much more complicated. And that's just like one example of how that can be different. And it is one of the things that, like, a lot of this is an effort to simplify everything down to the point of, like, non-existence, right? Where, like, basically the argument being made just in this page alone is that, well, if somebody has that chimerism, whichever makes up more than 50% of their body, that's what their real sex identity is. And, like, your biological sex and your gender identity have nothing to do with one another. Yeah, I mean, like, it's literally setting up a situation where someone could have a male chromosomal brain and a female chromosomal heart. But either way, it doesn't matter because that's irrelevant to what your identity is. But it's fascinating stuff. The science is really cool. There are a few types of chimerism. Not all result in intersex, but think reverse twins. That's a common one and happens far more often than people think. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, you can only make these arguments because people live in ignorance of the diversity of their biological experience, right? This simplification is something that actually robs people of being able to see the nuance in the world. Like, it's way more interesting when you recognize gender is a social construct, and that's very clear when you look at, like, how gender has functioned in different societies throughout history, right? The common one I defer to here is that India has a recognized third gender in their society, the Hijra. And they have a history in India going back, and not just India, but Pakistan and Tibet, going back thousands of years. You can find it in, like, the Kama Sutra. You can find Hijra mentioned in the Kama Sutra. They have held prestigious roles in Indian society. And, like, they are the most populous country on earth, India. And so when we actually look at this, gender is a complicated thing and it changes from society to society. And when you look at something like this where it's like, well, it's just men and women, that is counter to the majority of the human experience on this planet. But I'm sure whoever's behind this account, censorship alert, Twitter banned Focus Citizen from their platform. The crime, a tweet which identified Assistant Health Secretary pick Rachel Levine as a biological male. If stating the facts gets you banned, none of us belong here. At Twitter, we're wondering, hashtag are we next? RT to speak out. Like, I don't know. If the worst thing that happened to you to censor your ideas is that you got banned off of Twitter, I think you'll live. I think you'll be okay. And I think your bigotry will continue to be spread.
Academics who questioned gender identity lost positions. Even comedians found their jokes subject to the language police. Take Megan Murphy, a Canadian...
Even comedians found their jokes subject to the language police. Yeah, when has a comedian ever gotten in hot water for, being rude and bigoted? That's never happened before. It's unique to the trans people. Those mean transes. Man, don't look up the history of comedy in America.
Feminist banned from Twitter for tweeting, "Men aren't women." Her account was permanently suspended, at least until Elon came along, in a legal battle that set precedent for silencing even factual, biologically grounded statements. Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling, who criticized gender ideology while affirming trans rights, became the target of widespread boycotts.
While affirming trans rights. Except, you know, like basic rights like being able to use the bathroom. She didn't affirm those rights.
Death threats.
Yeah, which, by the way, you can look at what the new laws in the UK revolving around how trans people get to use the bathroom. And effectively, it's trans people can't. If you're trans, you can't. Get fucked.
You'll never be a real man, Jack.
No! How could you be so confining, Sake? No! But thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And I guess you're right. I will never be a man.
And being labeled a bigot. These weren't just fringe cases. They reflect.
She literally put together like a podcast series about how trans people were invalid. She has written extensively. She's put like hundreds of millions of dollars into campaigning against trans people having basic rights, like being able to piss and shit in public washrooms.
Did the movement's broader intolerance for dissent, and censorship went beyond individuals. Social media algorithms began suppressing certain content, making sure that alternative viewpoints wouldn't reach a broader audience.
Whoa.
Platforms like YouTube demonetize creators who discuss transitioners or raise concerns about medical intervention on minors. Reddit banned entire communities. Academia and medicine weren't immune.
Real quick, social media. Let's just take a quick look here. Do. Let me see. Trying to find a specific study here. CR Rent, thank you for the $20
I
super
was gonna
chat.
say, when we ask them to be respectful like normal fucking human beings, they scream about the First Amendment as if government and social expectations are the same thing.
Not a peep when her inability to write came out. Nothing after book 4, or even the garbage stage play,
Yeah, also, it feels like it'd be worth noting at this particular moment in time in this video Elephants in the Room is making that J.K. Rowling literally wrote a book with like a trans like serial killer as like the antagonist. Like it seems somewhat relevant, I would imagine. Let's take a look here. Wanted to take a look at this. Was this the one? Feed algorithms are widely suspected to influence political attitudes. However, previous evidence from switching off the algorithm on meta platforms found no political effects. Here we present results from a 2023 field experiment on Elon Musk's platform X. Shedding light on this puzzle, we assigned active US-based users randomly to either an algorithmic or chronological feed for 7 weeks, measuring political attitudes and online behavior. Switching from a chronological to an algorithmic feed increased engagement and shifted political opinion towards more conservative positions, particularly regarding policy priorities, perceptions of criminal investigations into Donald Trump, and views on the war in Ukraine. In contrast, switching from the algorithmic to the chronological feed had no comparable effects. Neither switching the algorithm nor switching it off significantly affected effective polarization of self-reported partisanship.
Happy Pride Month, Jack and all.
CR Rent, thank you so much for being a member, and happy Pride Month to you as well. Yeah, so this study in Nature from earlier this year actually shows, right, that using the algorithm provided by X does in fact push more conservative media content and radicalizes users' politics towards conservative ideas.
Off topic but going to bed, so no good time to ask. How discreet is the shipping for the lingerie? My package room is very much an open space.
It's just it is a pink package. But otherwise it's just, it says, you know, where it shipped from. And it will say like your name or whatever name you want it shipped to. But apart from that, it's a pink like plastic shipping thing. It's cute. But I wouldn't say it draws a ton of attention. Also, thank you for the $5 dono. No problem, Shadow Angel. All right.
Either. Researchers who cautioned against fast-tracking transitions for minors faced career-ending repercussions. Dr. Lisa Lippman, who published a...
My package room is mostly open space feels like the tagline for non-tucking.
Hey! True. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, can I just say, I fucking called it. We got Lisa Lippman. We got rapid onset gender dysphoria. Let's go. Fucking called it.
Study on rapid onset gender dysphoria,
Hell
a phenomenon
yeah.
suggesting social contagion among teens, was vilified in a work discredited by activists despite being grounded in some solid empirical research.
Despite being grounded in some solid empirical research, huh? You know what? Let's take a look at this solid empirical research. I'm loving this. Let's go take a look. Lisa Lippman, Brown University, rapid onset gender dysphoria. Let's take a quick look at this, because this is maybe one of my all-time favorite studies for transphobes to cite. And let's take a look here. Let me pull this out. Need to find the actual study. Is it this one? Yes, this is the 2018 one. Okay. So here is the study. It was published in 2018. Parent reports of adolescents and young adults perceived to show signs of a rapid onset of gender dysphoria. Now, let's take a quick look, because this is also not the original title of the study, but we'll get to that. Right? So, alright, purpose. In online forums, parents have reported that their children seem to experience a sudden or rapid onset of gender dysphoria. Let me take a look here. I did want to take a look at the notes from Brown. Yeah. Here we go. Corrections. So what was actually corrected in this? Just to start off. After the publication of this article, questions were raised that prompted the journal to conduct a post-publication reassessment of the article, involving senior members of the journal's editorial team, 2 academic editors, a statistics reviewer, and an external expert reviewer. The post-publication review identified issues that needed to be addressed to ensure the article meets PLOS 1's publication criteria. Given the nature of the issues in this case, the PLOS 1 editors decided to republish the article, replacing the original version of record with a revised version in which the author has updated the title, abstract, introduction, discussion, and conclusion sections to address the concerns raised in the editorial reassessment. The materials and methods section was updated to include new information and more detailed descriptions about recruitment sites, and to remove 2 figures due to copyright restrictions. So, what exactly is this, right? Emphasis that this is a study of parent observations which serves to develop hypotheses. Because I'm going to go over this. What Lisa Littman originally alleged was that teenagers were suddenly transitioning. There was a rapid onset of gender dysphoria that then resulted in very sudden transitions that came out of nowhere, right? And that this was a concerning trend that needed to be looked into. And what was obfuscated in her original study and merited several different rounds of corrections was essentially that this was not a study of self-reports from the trans kids themselves. This was, in fact, a study based on the parents' perceptions of their children. Because it wasn't based on what the kids were actually undergoing. It was based on what the parents saw happening. And you might think to yourselves, well, it is still weird that the parents only became aware that their kids were experiencing gender dysphoria in a very relatively quick time frame. Well, that's because Lisa Littman also recruited the parent responders from anti-trans websites. Very specifically, websites that are notorious for hating trans kids and trans people. So you recruit, it's not just now a study on the parent perceptions, it's a study on bigoted parent perceptions of their own kids. And then it suddenly makes sense that, yeah, their kids wouldn't be telling them and communicating to them about the fact that they have these trans ideas and trans thoughts because their parents are bigots. And the kids are well aware that their parents are bigots. So they're not openly communicating how they're feeling with the parents that are going to be bigoted towards them. It's not difficult to figure out. So suddenly, the idea of rapid onset gender dysphoria in this particular case is wildly insane, because it's very easily explained away by the mere fact that you recruited people who are objectively biased against trans people to report on their perception of the timeline of their children's transition. It's very bizarre. Is this the study from Only Transphobe Parents? You nailed it, Fodzig. Yep. Yep. Like, look at how many I wanna really hammer home here. Look at how many corrections. Emphasis that this is all the things that needed to be added for it to be republished. Emphasis that this is a study of parental observations which serves to develop hypotheses. Questions on whether the article describes adolescent onset gender dysphoria or if it describes something new. Expanded discussion of qualitative analyses. Clarification of study design methods and related limitations. Updated information about recruitment. Concerns were raised that this study only posted links to the recruitment information on selected sites that were viewed as being unsupportive of transition. However, announcements about the study included requests to distribute the recruitment information and link, and because information about where the participants encountered the announcement was not collected, it is not known which populations were ultimately reached, which is one of the most charitable things I could ever imagine saying. Well, sure, you posted your calls for respondents on only bigoted websites,
But we didn't you didn't track who actually responded and where they heard about it from. So maybe it was from other websites. We don't know. Like, that's crazy. Absolutely nuts. Parental approaches to gender dysphoria and views on medical interventions. To oversimplify parental approaches as simply accepting or rejecting misrepresents the range of responses and complexity of approaches that parents take when addressing the needs of their gender dysphoric children. Parental approaches are complex and cover many variables. For example, one parental approach might be to affirm the child as a person, support gender nonconformity, support gender exploration, support mental health evaluation and treatment as needed, support the exploration of additional underlying causes for the gender dysphoria while expressing caution about medical interventions. Another approach might be to affirm the child's newly declared gender identity, support gender nonconformity, support a liberal approach to medical intervention while expressing caution about mental health evaluation and caution about the exploration of potential underlying causes of the dysphoria. To categorize the former as rejecting and the latter as accepting would be inaccurate. The study recruited participants based on whether participants thought their child exhibited a sudden or rapid onset of gender dysphoria beginning during or after puberty, and did not recruit based on parental beliefs about what types of approaches towards gender dysphoric ayas are best. Which, again, holy shit, the charitability. Yeah, look, we can't say for sure whether or not the respondents to this survey were racist or not racist, because racism has a broad range of ways it could manifest. And given the fact that you did post your recruitment on Stormfront forums, we can't be sure that everyone who responded was racist. But we'll let you republish anyway. It's genuinely insane. Like, Brown University had to put out a statement on this study in particular. 7 months after the academic journal PLOS One indicated plans to seek further expert assessment on a study focused on rapid onset gender dysphoria, the journal has republished the research with a series of corrections and updates by the study's author to address concerns raised in the journal's reassessment. Let's see. Previous statements. Brown University published a news story detailing a research article in the journal PLOS One. On the morning of August 27th, PLOS One issued a comment on the study, and Brown responded by removing the news story from the news distribution the same day. The university issued the statement below regarding the decision to remove the article due to inaccurate reporting about the nature of events. Brown, on September 5th, issued an expanded statement regarding its decision. Yeah. As a general practice, university news offices often make determinations about publishing faculty research based on its publication in established peer-reviewed journals, considered to be in good standing. The journal PLOS One, on the morning of August 27th, published its comment on the research study by Lisa Littman, who holds the position of assistant professor to the practice of behavioral and social sciences at Brown, indicating that the journal will seek further expert assessment on the study's methodology and analyses. Below is the comment posted on the study in the journal PLOS One. PLOS One is aware of the reader concerns raised by the study's content methodology. We take all concerns raised about publications in the journal very seriously. We're following up as per our policy and COPE guidelines, literally COPE guidelines. It's crazy. Expanded statement. After the research paper was published in the journal PLOS One, concerns were raised about the paper's research design and methodology by leading academics in the field. These concerns were serious enough that PLOS One announced that it would conduct a post-publication re-review of the article to seek further expert assessment of the study's methodology and analyses. Given the concerns about research and design methods, not the controversial nature of the subject, the university decided to stop featuring the news story on its news site. However, the research article is still available on the journal's website and the author's researchers at Brown page. The university does not know how long the re-review of the paper will take, or what, if any, actions the journal will take. This is not about academic freedom. This is about academic standards. Academic freedom and inclusion are not mutually exclusive. At the same time, we've confirmed our long-standing support for members of the trans community. Brown is proud to be among the first universities to include medical care for gender reassignment in its student health plan, and that our medical school is a leader in education on care of for transgender individuals. Academic freedom and support for the trans community or any other group are not mutually exclusive. These values can and indeed must coexist. So just as an FYI, the research that he is trying to say, right? The research that he is trying to say undergirds the existence of rapid onset gender dysphoria is not about actual people experiencing rapid onset gender dysphoria. It's about parents seeing their children suddenly develop a desire that is vocalized to transition. But interestingly enough, he's not going into that.
Mass media played its role too. By presenting one-sided narratives, outlets often framed any opposition as bigotry. Critics weren't debating, they were portrayed as enemies of progress. The result was an environment where one side of the debate could dominate unchecked, and they dominated. And it also made genuine concerns taboo to say. And the two biggest concerns people had were related to—
Hey, River by Jack, what happened to that user with the bad faith argument of taking what you said the other way? They weren't responding to anything I was actually saying, and instead just devolved into, being transphobic. So, They got banned.
Kids and women's spaces. The movement's focus on children became its most contentious battleground early on. For many, this wasn't just about respect or inclusion. It felt like an attack on childhood innocence.
I'm sorry, it felt like an attack on childhood innocence? What is the attack on childhood innocence here?
Not just about respect or inclusion.
Like a drag class for your kids. Okay. What do you think they're going to teach kids how to do? Oh no, children are going to learn how to dress up in funny, silly outfits? The horror. Why, you're practically sending them to a drama camp. What next? Are they going to put on a production of King Lear? Are they going to do a Romeo and Juliet?
It felt like an attack on childhood innocence. From explicit materials in schools to controversial medical treatments, activists pushed boundaries that left even moderate supporters questioning their methods.
Like?
One flashpoint was graphic, sexualized material in children's libraries. When parents—
Oh no! Graphic sexual material in children's libraries? You mean like the Bible? You mean like Catcher in the Rye? You do know that Shakespeare is full of fucking dick jokes, right? The Bible literally has the Songs of Solomon. For fuck's sake, the guy who flees Sodom and Gomorrah gets raped by his own daughters. But that's okay? I don't know. This is weird. Oh, but a graphic novel geared towards children who've had sex ed classes, that's the problem. That's the real problem.
Rejected, they were labeled as bigots or censors themselves, but most people agree with the concept of age-appropriate material for kids. Then came Drag Queen Story Hour that exploded across the country.
Well, also the idea being that, see, this is what I mean, right? The idea here is look at this poor innocent girl. This poor innocent girl will be in a school with a library that has genderqueer in it. The book Genderqueer. You all know Genderqueer, right? It will rob her of her innocence. And it's like, one, that girl's not going to read Genderqueer. Two, that book is written for teenagers. And teenagers should already know what sex is. just as a matter of keeping themselves safe.
And drag events billed as inclusive, family-friendly entertainment. But on social media, videos came out showing men in drag gyrating on kids, or family shows where people were singing about eating dicks. Accounts like Libs of TikTok posted over-the-top material every day. And schools didn't just...
Yeah, you know, you're right. This sexualization has gone too far. I'm convinced. You know, I've always thought that there is something about adults making media for children that's been a bit sussy. You know? I think we need just a total and complete shutdown of any media made for children until we figure out what the hell is going on. Right? I mean, I can't help but remember that scene from Osmosis Jones. You all know the one. The one with the song written by Kid Rock. Osmosis Jones, by the way, movie from the 90s? Early 2000s? I think early 2000s. That has the lyrics. Let me just see here. Let's see. Yes. Now some people say my mind's blown. I'm coolin' like a snow cone. On my cell phone, I'm paid. Gee, can't call me, just page me. Young ladies, I like 'em underage, see? Some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory. Thanks, Kid Rock, best friend of Donald Trump, the current president of the United States. But weirdly enough, a lot of people don't seem to have an issue with Kid Rock performing in front of children. That seems weird. But when you find examples of drag shows that parents brought their kids to, suddenly that's all a huge problem. What about the parents who brought their kids to go see Osmosis Jones? What about those parents? Yeah, that's right. That's right. But let's continue.
Host events, but integrated activism deep in their curriculum. Some districts kept parents in the dark about their kids.
Yeah, also, how dare kids support LGBTQ people? It's not like kids wind up growing up to be LGBTQ. God, what's next? Are schools gonna start teaching about the civil rights movement and be advocating for the basic human dignity of other people in society? Disgusting. They should be learning how to run a business and pay taxes.
Gender identity at school, and teachers were trained to affirm any child questioning their gender without telling their parents.
Yeah, because if you tell their parents, sometimes they get beat, killed, or disowned.
Amber Levine of Newcastle is suing the school. Last December, Levine said she found a chest binder used to flatten someone's breasts in her 13-year-old child's room. Levine says the school either provided it or helped obtain it.
And maybe these people were just having a good time with their chance, but it wasn't funny to a lot of other people.
Also, it's not hard to get a chest binder. You can just go buy one at a store. Like, can we Here, how about we get an update on that story? How about we do that real quick?
The United States Supreme Court has denied the appeal of a mother from Maine.
Yeah, she was suing a school for not telling her about her child's attempted gender transition. Amber Levine claimed a school counselor at Great Salt Bay Community School in Damariscotta secretly encouraged her child to begin a gender transition. The school also allegedly gave that child a chest binder and allowed the child to use a different name and different pronouns and didn't tell Levine.
What?
Fucking pronouns!
You mean schools have to report nicknames? So when like a kid starts getting like called by his friends like I don't know, Beefums, and that's just his name in the friend group, that needs to be reported to parents? Come on.
So she sued, saying her 14th Amendment rights had been violated, but a federal judge dismissed that case back in 2024. An appeals court also dismissed the suit last July. The panel of judges said that Levine had not provided enough evidence of the district having a custom or a policy of withholding information.
I just paid $3.
Yeah, so this case was dismissed by 3 different courts, including the Supreme Court. I mean, I guess technically not dismissed by the Supreme Court. They refused to hear it because it had been dismissed twice. Like, I don't know. She spent multiple years of her life trying to sue her kid's school district for, like, helping her kid. That's crazy.
The medical side was even more polarizing. Between 2007...
Wait a minute. I remember this. Wait, 1 second. Also, it's interesting to me that, like, all of these are sourced to, like, 2023. Like, New York City kicked off last weekend of Pride Month with its annual drag march on Friday. Hundreds of drag performers marched through Manhattan's East Village in elaborate costumes on their way to the iconic Stonewall Inn, chanting, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children." Oh, shared on Twitter by Timcast News. That's right. Others can be heard saying in the clip, "We're here, we're queer, we're not going shopping." Yeah, okay. Yeah. However, others said the chant was mocking conservatives. They are mocking the fucking weirdos who think they are coming for their children. Evil predators who are coming for your children. Don't chant about it in public, one Twitter user wrote. The reality here is, yes, it's a chant designed to mock people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who think that, like, gay people are coming to, like, indoctrinate kids. Jack, I'm sorry I can't get over Beefums. Look, Beefums grew up to be a great investment banker, okay? He's still friends with some of the old gang.
17 and 21, nearly 18,000 minors in the U.S. started puberty blockers or hormone treatments, and the numbers were rising each year. These drugs, often creating irreversible changes, carried...
No, they don't create irreversible changes. Like, I can't believe I have to keep saying this. Most puberty blockers are given to cisgender children. And we have decades upon decades of research on cisgender children about the effects of puberty blockers. And what we know is that puberty blockers delay puberty, and once you stop taking the puberty blockers, you go through puberty. These are not permanent changes. You are not just permanently pre-pubertal. You just take the puberty blockers until you either stop taking them and go through your normal puberty, or you start taking HRT and transition. Like, that's how that works. And the puberty blockers are literally there to buy more time for children to make more informed choices about who they want to be. Beefums is irreversible change. I regret my words.
Significant risks. Yet they were given to children as young as 10. And
yeah, we have a shit ton of research on what those drugs do to children 10 and under, because they're primarily given to children 10 and under in order to stop early onset puberty.
By 2021, over 5,700 minors underwent surgeries like double mastectomies to align with their gender identities.
Hey, guess what? What's crazy to me, right? Anytime this gets brought up, anytime like, oh man, surgery on kids? No. The overwhelming majority of mastectomies on children are done by cis boys who are dealing with gynecomastia, which is breast growth on cisgender boys. That's who gets the overwhelming majority. And when we take a look at the other majority, it's cisgender girls who are getting breast reductions. Notice how it just switched to minors and not a specific age as well? Yeah, because that includes like 15 and 16-year-olds. I had a 15-year-old classmate, 15-year-old girl in my school, in my high school, right? Who got breast reduction surgery as a teenager because her breasts were too large and were causing her body discomfort. This happens all the time, and no conservatives give a single fuck about it. It's only when it becomes a cudgel used against trans kids that they give a fuck about it. Like, suddenly, when it's the same treatment that cis children overwhelmingly get, that a trans kid might get, suddenly, it's a huge existential problem.
Proponents argued these interventions save lives by preventing suicides, but the evidence...
They do. They also do that.
On that was pretty shaky. Many critics pointed out that mental health conditions like anxiety and depressions often went untreated in favor of rushing into gender transitions. And
no, they don't often go untreated, because when you are a trans kid, getting your actual medical treatment requires you to talk to multiple medical professionals and psychological professionals. You're literally talking to multiple experts in child psychology in order to access this care.
These excesses didn't alienate just conservatives, but many of the movement's original supporters. And if targeting kids was one misstep, the transgender movement's collision with women's rights was the other. Despite what some activists claim, it's abundantly...
Oh God, Leah Thomas. I should have called this. I should have called that Leah Thomas was going to come up at some point in here.
I had 2 friends in high school who underwent breast reduction. Unfortunately, one had the last name Tittleman.
Oh no. That's unfortunate. And I'm sure they got a lot of shit for that in high school, because high schoolers can be mean. But thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Also, God, I can't believe I also have to talk about Leah Thomas again. Good thing I did a bunch of deep dives into this years ago.
Clear that in any activity that requires strength and speed, men just have a massive advantage over women. I'm not even going to go through those statistics. Leah.
Oh, how convenient for you. Now, what's interesting to let's let him talk about Leah Thomas, then I'll jump into this.
Thomas was one early example. He was a mediocre male swimmer who, after transitioning,
I'm sorry, was that a misgender I heard?
An early example. He was a mediocre...
Ah, yes, it is a misgender. I see it's not exactly about respect anymore, is it? It's so interesting. I guess the transgender movement went too far, and now Ken LaCourte just doesn't feel the need to respect trans people. That of course.
Male swimmer who, after transitioning, dominated women's competitions. Thomas went from ranking 462nd as a male to breaking women's records and winning NCAA championships.
Now, this is pretty interesting because the only way you could possibly frame Leah Thomas's sports achievements in this way is if you are incredibly intellectually dishonest. Now, why am I saying that? Let's take a look here. Let's just take a quick look here. An excellent source, the Leah Thomas Wikipedia page. Let's take a quick look here. Swimming career. That might be an excellent place to start. Thomas began swimming on the men's team at the University of Pennsylvania in 2017. During her freshman year, Thomas recorded a time of 8 minutes and 57.55 seconds in the 1,000-yard freestyle.
Dominating for tying 5th. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll get there, Sake. Thank you for the 531 subs. That ranked as the 6th fastest national men's time, and also recorded 500-yard freestyle and 1,650-yard freestyle times that ranked within the national top 100. On the men's swim team in 2018 to 2019, Thomas finished in the men's 500, 1,000, and 1,650-yard freestyle at the Ivy League Championships as a sophomore, or finished second, rather, in the men's 500, 1,000, and 1,650-yard freestyle in 2019. In the 2018 to 2019 season, Thomas recorded the top UPenn men's team times in the 500 free, the 1,000 free, and the 1,650 free, but was the 6th best among UPenn's men's team members in the 200 free. So just to be very clear here, Leah Thomas in the 2018 to 2019 season was literally one of the top swimmers for her college and one of the top Ivy League swimmers in the country. Okay? But oddly enough, something really odd happened after the 2018 to 2019 season. What might that be? Oh, Thomas began transitioning using hormone therapy in May of 2019 and came out as a trans woman during her junior year to her coach's friends and the women's and men's swim teams at the University of Pennsylvania. She was required to swim for the men's team in the 2019 to 2020 academic year as a junior while undergoing hormone therapy, and then swam on the women's team in the 2021 to 2022 year after taking a year off to maintain her eligibility.
Happy Pride, Jack and Friends, heart emoji, orange heart emoji,
Why,
yellow
Nano,
heart
thank
emoji,
you for the $5
green
super
heart
chat.
emoji, blue heart emoji, purple heart emoji.
So what exactly happened here? Well, all of the data that conservatives cite about how Leah Thomas was the 462nd ranking swimmer when she competed in the men's division, that's from when she was on HRT. That's from when her muscle mass started significantly declining, because that's what happens when trans women go on HRT. And then she took a year off. So by the time she was competing in the women's division, she had had 2 years on HRT. right? So all of this like it's just very obvious that the reason she was a good swimmer after she transitioned is because she was a good swimmer before she transitioned. But the reduction in muscle mass, the reduction in like muscle power led to her being comparable and competitive in the women's division. Like that's the story there. It's not that she went from being the like one of the worst swimmers at UPenn to like one of the best in the women's division. That's not what happened.
UPenn is a top 50 program nationally in swimming. They don't have any mediocre swimmers. Thomas was a good swimmer before transition too, just in different events.
Yeah, exactly. Like she's always been a good swimmer. So this is just a blatantly dishonest way to portray this if you bothered to do any kind of background research on your points at all.
Here at the end of this race, Thomas starting to pull away.
Female athletes who trained their entire lives suddenly found themselves losing races, scholarships, and opportunities. A recent UN study showed that more than 600 biological female athletes lost over 890 medals to transgendered opponents in 29 different sports. Other
transgendered opponents. It's just transgender opponents. Like it's just transgender. Like I don't know, like the terminology being wrong is very weird.
Suffered injuries competing against biologically stronger opponents. These weren't
yeah. Because women never get injured doing sports against other women. That's never happened before. You know, when women do MMA against each other, they never get hurt.
With the bells being rung for final lap at swimming, I now want to see a mall Santa swimming race in full costume.
I mean, I've never wanted to see that before. I've never been able to articulate that thought in my head before, but I think that'd be a great spectacle event.
Theoretical concerns. They were happening on track.
Also, let's get a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer at the track. Let's do it.
And in pools and on playing fields across the world. The problems went beyond competitions. A Vermont high school banned its entire girls' volleyball team from their locker rooms. Their crime? It was objecting to a biological man changing with them. Women's prisons became another flashpoint. Male inmates began declaring themselves transgender, then being sent to female facilities. Some people called that a government-sanctioned rape. In California,
what is fascinating about that to me is that we have the data when it comes to the safety of transgender women in men's prisons. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, results from the Vera Institute of Justice and Black and Pink National's survey of currently incarcerated transgender people reveal their policy recommendations around housing, healthcare, safety, dignity behind bars across diverse experiences in state prisons. Let's take a look. Nearly 90% of respondents had spent time in solitary confinement, and 1 in 5 sent in a survey from solitary confinement, which many reported to be the only option for separation from people who threaten harm. More than half, 53% of respondents, reported experiencing a non-consensual sexual encounter during their current sentence. 31% named harassment, threats, and attacks by other incarcerated people as the top reason they felt unsafe behind bars. Of respondents who sought medication to support gender transition in prison, 53% were unable to access it due to obstacles such as blanket bans, diagnosis requirements, or discrimination by medical or prison staff. And, yeah. So, again, there is a disproportionate threat of sexual violence towards trans people in prison. Also, you know what? Don't even take my word for it. Let's take a look at what the US government says. Right? Here, this was submitted to, into the record. Survey, transgender inmates more likely to be victims of sexual assault. In a first-of-its-kind survey of the federal and state inmate population in America, data shows that transgender individuals are 9 times more likely than other inmates to encounter sexual harassment or assault within 12 months of admission. The National Inmate Survey administered by the Bureau of Justice Statistics found 35% of transgender inmates held in prisons and 34% held in jails experienced one or more incidents of sexual assault at the hands of facility staff or other inmates within a 1-year period.
A third of the biological men seeking to be housed with women had been convicted of a sex crime. In Wisconsin, it was over half. To many, the pattern became clear. Women's rights, hard won over decades, were being sacrificed.
Also, just to be clear, women in women's prisons, some of them have also done sex crimes. Like, even assuming this is true, women in women's prisons did sex crimes sometimes. Like, God damn.
Sacrificed on the altar of gender ideology. Spaces once reserved for biological females, from locker rooms to prison cells, no longer offered protection. All of these overreaches helped combine to fuel a backlash that they'd never seen. It started in Europe, where countries like Sweden, Finland, and the UK changed their policy on medical transitioning. These nations had been early adopter of gender-affirming care, but reversed course after data revealed it was a serious risk to minors. The detransition movement gained steam too.
It's so crazy for him to keep saying the data shows and then not provide any citations whatsoever. That's crazy. You wrote this. You could just like include the citations you used when you wrote the script for this. I'm reacting on the fly.
Tina Peters, like many women in prison, did sex crimes.
That is technically correct. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and the constant zingers. I appreciate them.
More young people, especially girls, started speaking out about rushing into transitions they later regretted.
I used to believe that I was born in the wrong body, and the adults in my life whom I trusted affirmed my belief in this cause.
Man, it's so weird that this is supposedly a really widespread phenomenon of detransitioning, but they can only find like the same 3 detransitioners to talk about how they were forcibly transitioned by the trans movement. That's really weird and strange.
Caused me lifelong, irreversible harm.
Among those starting hormone treatments, only 64% of biological females continued. And that suggested that many young women might be misidentifying normal teen struggles as gender dysphoria. Public opinion shifted hard as well. By 2024, 55% of Americans believe support for transgender rights had gone too far, including a quarter of Democratic voters. In sports, the numbers were even more dramatic. 69% believe transgender athletes should compete only on teams matching their birth gender.
What's really interesting about this, by the way, is that there's a complete abdication of any of the origins of this debate, right? As if like the American public is just responding to new information in a rational way, which is not what's happening. The entire debate, for example, over trans athletes is entirely fabricated as a wedge issue by Chris Rufo, who's been for years one of the people in the conservative movement that has found these wedge issues to try and drum up culture wars. Right? He's the guy who did critical race theory and mainstreamed and popularized that idea in conservative circles. He's the guy who did trans girls in sports. And he is currently trying to workshop new stuff for the conservative movement. Like, all of this is a conservative project funded by billionaires. You know? Like, that's what's happening here. It's just a distraction to like keep conservatives from remembering that billionaires are just wantonly stealing their hard-earned dollary dues. That's it.
For the first time ever, it made a difference in political campaigns. In the 2022 election, Republicans had tried to make it an issue, but it fell flat. In 2024, that changed big time. Internal polling showed the transgender issue resonating negatively with voters in key swing states, particularly among Hispanic, Black, and working class voters, and Republicans bet big on it. During Donald Trump's debate with Kamala Harris, he mentioned that she supported transgender surgeries for inmates. It sounded like something he made.
Okay, but also, there's no evidence that trans issues were what moved the election. Right? Like, as far as the data coming out of the elections, within the top 10 issues, trans people weren't one of them. Like, when you ask conservative voters, you know, do you like to rank what they care about, they don't rank trans issues up there. They don't really give a fuck unless they're reminded that we exist. Right? And so when we're actually looking at, you know, did trans issues swing the 2024 election? No. Obviously, conservatives want that impression to be the case, so they keep making videos like this. Because anything other than talking about the actual problems that are affecting society. Am I right? And like, the issue here is like, you know, you'll get people who say like what Larry Snuts says in chat, just stay away from the kids and the women's sports and y'all are okay with us. But like, what is that? Like, stay away from the kids. Can trans people not go to malls because kids might be there and might see a trans person? What does that mean? Does it mean like we don't want trans people talking to our kids? What if your kid has like a trans uncle? Well, we don't want them trying to like sexually indoctrinate children. That's great. We don't want that either. We don't want anybody to be sexualizing children. But the idea that you think trans people are trying to do that is a huge problem that doesn't comport with reality. God. Kids means existing at all. I mean, that's the correct thing, right? Like, that's what they mean. Also, there are trans kids. That is true. You know, trans adults were once trans kids.
made up, as he kind of does sometimes, but it turned out he had the receipts, and his campaign put out 2 commercials similar to this one.
Kamala was the first to help pay for a prisoner's sex change.
The power that I had, I used it in a way that was about pushing for the movement, frankly, and the agenda.
Kamala's agenda is they, them, not you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Research showed those commercials moved voters more than any other in the election, and it was one of the most persuasive ads in years.
Everyone
Republicans
should
spent over
understand that for the GOP, this is about thought control. If they can eliminate trans existence from media, they can do to other things.
I mean, that's true. Right? Like, that is true. I will also say, right, that there is, like, he's correct about that particular ad in that particular context. But the reason it moved a lot of people was because they weren't thinking about trans issues unless there was an ad reminding them about trans issues. Because for the vast majority of people, when they are making a political decision like who to vote for, they aren't thinking to themselves, that one likes trans people and that one doesn't. What they're thinking about is, who's going to be able to make sure that my kid has their medical bills paid? Which candidate is going to make it easier for me to make sure my kid can go to the hospital? Which candidate is going to make it easier for me to stay in my house? Which candidate is going to make it easier for me to get a job? You know? Then why the drag queen story hour in schools? Because people come into schools to read books to children all the time. Like, people, like grandmas will dress up as, like, princesses or queens to, like, go in and read stories to children. There's a long and storied tradition, pardon the pun, of people dressing up in silly outfits to read to kids, because kids like silly outfits. Like, it's not a complicated idea. Yeah, it's just dressing up in an outfit. Like, I don't know, like, I'm sure you've seen, like, a dad who has, like, a daughter, and, like, the daughter wants to play castle, and, like, is like, daddy, like, you're a princess now, tee-hee, and, like, poorly does, like, the dad's makeup, and, like, has them put on, like, a dress or something. Like, that happens just in the course of children playing because they like seeing adults dressed up silly. That's it. That's it. That's blatantly untrue. Those ads had little to no impact. The real problem. Well, Drew Pruitt, I agree with you that the reason, but I will tweak that a little bit. The reason those ads were able to be effective was specifically because Kamala Harris did not talk about trans issues at all during her campaign. At all. She didn't say the word transgender once during the 2024 election. Not once. And by avoiding that issue, by not engaging with it, what wound up happening was she left ideological real estate available for Republicans to take advantage of. Instead of being a bold fighter, she allowed herself to be bulldozed. And then they could literally say whatever they wanted. It didn't matter if it was true. And their voters would believe it because they weren't hearing anything else.
$200 million on anti-transgender advertising in 2024, the most ever spent on a social issues ads in a presidential race. Post-election, Democratic politicians began openly criticizing the party's alignment with far-left positions on transgender issues for the first time ever. Massachusetts Congressman Seth Moulton summed it up this way: "I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete."
Yeah, and Seth Moulton is now facing the music on that one.
But as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. They weren't afraid anymore, and neither are corporations, and that backlash has started there. Companies that had previously embraced anything gender ideology scaled back their...
Man, can we just like take a moment here?
There. Companies that had
previously embraced gender ideology. Bud Light gave her one sponsorship for one video on Instagram that you never would have seen unless like it was boosted to all of you, and like you guys shit your pants over it. That's not embracing ideology. This was an attempt to market to queer people, and you guys fucking lost it.
Previously embraced anything gender ideology scaled back their messaging after boycotts and public criticism. Hollywood recognized this too, and they're scaling back with transgender topics that they integrated into so many movies. The pendulum is swinging back.
What? Hollywood is scaling back on transgender people that they integrated into so many different projects? I'm sorry, did I miss the golden age of like trans people in movies? Every movie had trans people? What are you talking about? I'm baffled. Absolutely baffled. Now, let's actually take a look at the data that came out right. Let's see. This was October 9th. So right before the election. Here, economy most important issue for the 2024 presidential vote. This is from Gallup polling, pretty respectable. Here they take a look at the different issues. You have the economy, democracy in the U.S., terrorism and national security, Supreme Court justices, immigration, education, healthcare, gun policy, abortion, taxes, crime, distribution of income and wealth, federal budget deficit, foreign affairs, situation in the Middle East between Israelis and Palestinians, energy policy, Russia relations, race relations, China relations, trade with other nations, climate change, and transgender rights. And literally the issue that the fewest number of people listed as important is transgender rights. In terms of what is motivating people politically in America, it's not this. Now, what are the top issues according to party? Maybe Republicans have a different set of priorities here. Republicans and Republican-leaning independent voters. Most important issue is the economy, 66%. Immigration, 63%. Terrorism and national security, 60%. Crime, 52%. Taxes, 46%. The, like, trans rights or rolling them back is not even in, like, their top range of concerns. It's wild. Like, let's take a quick look here. When it comes to what issues conservatives care the least about and find the least important, right? You can take a look at how it stacks up. We have Republicans. There is only one issue that Republicans care less about than trans rights, at least regarding the 2024 elections. And that was climate change. Only climate change was something that Republicans cared less about than trans rights. The narrative that this fueled Donald Trump's election and supercharged it, it's just not accurate to the data we have on what was happening to the Republican electorate in 2024. It was a very convenient narrative for DC consultants to spin, which to explain away Kamala Harris's loss. Oh, she was just too woke. But that was not the reason she lost. Kamala Harris didn't lose because she was too woke. Kamala Harris lost because she was taking economic policy from an Uber executive. Kamala Harris lost because she was cowardly. Kamala Harris lost because, like, she frankly could not live up to the moment and could not mobilize the highly invested forces of the left in order to go to bat for her, because she was also playing defense for a genocide. So, like, That's too many things that were gotten wrong. But I want you all to know, this guy's just full of horse shit.
Now, that doesn't mean everything will reverse, but the transgender community is on the defense, and it will be for the next few years. You know, another movement that also lost some of its power in the past couple years was the Me Too movement, which took down a whole lot of men. Now, many of them were completely justified, bad guys who abused their power and got what they deserved. But in hindsight, other cases, like the one against Louis C.K., they're not nearly as clear-cut. In fact,
what? Okay, I could never in a million years have predicted where that was gonna go. Louis C.K. literally would just masturbate at fellow comedians when they came into his room. Like it genuinely awful shit. I think a lot of people forget how awful Louis C.K. was. Like, here, do we take a look at this real quick? Yeah, Louis C.K. is accused by 5 women of sexual misconduct. In 2002, a Chicago comedy duo, Dana Min Goodman and Julia Wolof, landed their big break, a chance to perform at the U.S. Comedy Arts Festival in Aspen, Colorado. When Louis C.K. invited them to hang out in his hotel room for a nightcap after the late-night show, they did not think twice. The bars were closed. They wanted to celebrate. He was a comedian they admired. The women would be together. His intentions seemed collegial. As soon as they sat down in his room, still wrapped in their winter jackets and hats, Louis C.K. asked if he could take out his penis, the women said. They thought it was a joke and laughed it off, and then he really did it. He proceeded to take all his clothes off and get completely naked and start masturbating. In 2003, Abby Schachner called Louis C.K. to invite him to one of her shows. During the phone conversation, she said she could hear him masturbating as they spoke. Another comedian, Rebecca Corey, said that while she was appearing with Louis C.K. on a television pilot in 2005, he asked if he could masturbate in front of her, and she declined. Now, years after unsubstantiated rumors about Louis C.K. masturbating in front of associates, women are coming forward to describe what they experienced. Even amid the current burst of sexual misconduct allegations against powerful men, the stories about Louis C.K. stand out because he has so few equals in comedy. In the years since the incidents the women describe, he has sold out Madison Square Garden 8 times, created Emmy, Let's see. Miss Corey, a comedian and writer and actress, has long felt haunted by a run-in with Louis C.K. In 2005, she was working as a performer and producer on a television pilot, a big step up in her career. When Louis C.K., a guest star, approached her as she was walking to the set, he leaned close to my face and said, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "Yes." Miss Corey said in a written statement to the New York Times, "He asked if we could go to my dressing room so he could masturbate in front of me." Stunned and angry, Miss Corey said she declined and pointed out that he had a daughter and a pregnant wife. His face got red, she recalled, and he told me he had issues. Word quickly reached the show's executive producers, Courtney Cox and David Arquette, who both confirmed the incident. "What happened to Rebecca on that set was awful," Ms. Cox said in an email, adding that she felt outrage and shock. My concern, things were going well for me, Miss Corey said in the statement, and I had no interest in being the person who shut down a production. A fifth woman who spoke on condition of anonymity to protect her family's privacy because she had not been publicly linked to the incident with Louis C.K. also has disturbing stories about an incident with the comedian. In the late 90s, she was working in production on the Chris Rock show when Louis C.K., a writer and producer there, repeatedly asked her to watch him masturbate, she said. She was in her early 20s and went along with his request, but later questioned his behavior. "It was something that I knew was wrong," said the woman, who described sitting in Louis C.K.'s office while he masturbated in his desk chair during a workday, other colleagues just outside the door. "I think the big piece of why I said yes was because of the culture. He abused his power. A coworker at the Chris Rock show who wished to remain anonymous confirmed that the woman told him about the experience soon after it happened. But, you know, nothing happened. Nothing happened. And just to finish reading up this one, Miss Shatner, a writer, illustrator, and performer, admired Louis C.K.'s work. They had met in the comedy scene. Miss Shatner's former boyfriend was a comedy writer who had worked with Louis C.K. In 2003, when she called Louis C.K. with an invitation to her show, he said he was at work in an office as a writer on the series Cedric the Entertainer Presents, she recalled. Their conversation quickly moved from the personal. Louis C.K. had seen photos of her on her boyfriend's desk, he said, and told her he thought she was cute, to unprofessional and inappropriate, Miss Shatner said. She said she heard the blinds coming down. Then he slowly started telling her his sexual fantasies, breathing heavily and talking softly. She realized he was masturbating and was dumbfounded. The call went on for several minutes, even though Miss Shatner said, "I definitely wasn't encouraging it." But she didn't know how to end it either. "You want to believe it's not happening," she said. A friend, Stuart Harris, confirmed that Miss Shatner had described the call to him in 2003. So, yeah. The idea here that, like, well, he didn't really do anything. He didn't really do anything. Also, can we just talk for a second?
Cases, like the one against Louis C.K., they're not nearly as clear-cut. In fact,
yeah, it's not clear-cut at all. It's just, you know, a rich, powerful man trying to hold women in thrall while he masturbates in front of them like a fucking creep. It's not that clear-cut. I want men who think like this. And I know this is maybe cringe, but imagine if a man forced your daughter to watch him masturbate. Would you consider that not clear cut? Would you consider that like a really nebulous situation? I don't know. I don't think it's really that difficult to untangle. Also, maybe the least surprising thing I could have expected at the end of this video, why were the Nazis so fashionable? Like, of course this guy stands for Nazi uniforms. Of course.
You could make a good argument that he was actually a victim of Me Too. I learned a lot in producing that video and looking at the specifics. Hey, thanks for watching. I'm active in the comments below, and if you're not being a jerk, I'd love to chat. And if you enjoyed this, subscribe to see more.
Man, I hope you guys appreciated me wading through this. I did not expect us to take a bajillion minutes to cover a 15-minute video, but like, I think, like, well, I didn't learn anything, right? He certainly didn't learn anything. It seems like his jam is just kind of making up bullshit. Exactly. But like, I hope you guys learned stuff. I hope this was valuable to you guys, the viewers. The U was directed at him. I see. Because what was that guy's name? Ken LaCourte. That video is Elephants in Rooms. That's the name of his channel. So, yeah, I god damn, that was a lot.
I just defended a man openly exposing himself to employees and coworkers. Subscribe to see more.
God. It's just I'm actually kind of flabbergasted at how bad this video was. You know? And it's one of the most viewed things from the past couple years about trans people on YouTube. Which was interesting to say the least. This guy has almost 800,000 subscribers on YouTube. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. I'm genuinely curious what your guys' takeaways are gonna be on this guy. I haven't covered him before, but maybe I need to pay more attention to some of these folks. We'll see. We'll see. And folks, remember, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved with PV, Progressive Victory. We got a link to them down below as well. If you need help getting involved with your local Dems and your local DSA, reach out on Discord and reach out to GamerG for DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for your local Dems. We want to get you plugged in to the political ecosystem that is available to each and every one of you. And these 3 orgs are available to each and every one of you to get involved, both with organizing folks in labor, organizing folks in your local political party, and also organizing folks to take concrete electoral action across the United States. It is some good stuff. I highly encourage you guys to check out 1 or 2 or all 3 and to get involved today. Last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Go check it out. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie, and there's a link down in the description, so check it out. It's non-tucking. Let's keep on going. Ken LaCourt is a media executive, among other things. That's an excellent connection, A. Ferris. He was at Fox News as an executive probably around the time that, like, Megyn Kelly was coming out against, like, Roger Ailes. And like, several other prominent Fox figures were targeted by Me Too. That would make a lot of sense. All right. Well, folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours. Unbelievably. 4.5 hours. Got anything out of this? Hit the like button, subscribe, and click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Win B! Hell yeah! Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the Max Danger! Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Hell yeah. You passed your state contractor's licensing test today. Can I please get a "the people are aroused"? Of course.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Hell yeah. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. And Sake Tanuki, I forgot if I thanked you, but I'm going to thank you again. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, let me just say, I have to go use the bathroom. So I'm going to go do that. And when I get back, we're going to cover more content. We're going to do more content. Can't stop the signal. You started your laser last week? Congratulations, Winby. You're doing great. Also, it's okay to sometimes feel overwhelmed by laser treatment and cry. I'm just gonna say that from experience. It is okay to feel sorry for yourself and cry a little bit after getting zapped. More Seggies? Hell yeah. Yep, you're right. More content heading your way to your content holes.
I do not fillet
Nazis.
It's true. That was the wrong button to press. But that's fine.
You have a God-shaped hole.
There we go. I am the misbehave. His Dark Angel with the Firefly reference. Appreciate you. We do be goofing. It's true. We do be goofing. BRB.
understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. That Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke gay empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
Beep boop. I'm back. I'm back, bitches. Hello. How we doing, folks? This is the sound of silence. Bum 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 ba da da. We're saved. Hell yeah. I'm staying in the race. Indeed. Let's take a quick gander here at the votes for the California primary results. Ooh, that's not looking good. Wait a minute. Let's refresh that. All right. So we are currently looking at the goal. The goal here is to be in the top two, right? The goal here is to be in the top two. And what I am kind of seeing, obviously, from this is that Tom Steyer is still lagging quite a bit. Now, granted, only 58% of the vote is in. And apparently a lot of the late vote, from what I'm seeing, from the wonks, right? A lot of the late votes from mail-in ballots are trending towards Steyer in particular. And what he needs is to just, like, statistically get enough votes from those mail-in ballots to edge out Steve Hilton. I think the goal here, if we're looking at the data breakdown from the primaries, from this primary, is specifically for Tom Steyer to make up the amount of votes from mail-ins that already favor him in order to edge out Steve Hilton. That's the goal. We'll see if it's if that it actually comes to pass. But like that's kind of the that's the hope now. That's the hopium. No, Mr. Steyer, don't edge Steve Hilton. Let's see. All right. Are you guys ready to jump into just some additional content? You guys ready to rumble? Yeah. All right. Let's do it. We are going to next talk about Iran. And then we are going to be talking about Talarico. That's that's kind of the order of events, and we'll see how much time we got, how much gas we got in the tank, in order to in order to do the thing. How the fuck is Steve still at first place? My understanding is because the current tallies favor people who voted the day of. Y'all ready? Talarico's my goat, and I'm on the other side of the country. Hell yeah, Aurora. Okay. Here we go. Bloop. Also, just as a reminder, do hit the like button on the stream if you haven't yet. And let's jump into it. We're only 5 hours into the stream. Let's make it a nice 7. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we have to, as many days lately we have had to do, talk about Iran. Specifically, what's going on? What's happening with Iran? You know, the current president of the United States, Donald Trump, that doesn't sound right, but it's correct, is just kind of shitting the bed. There's no other way of really putting it. There have been these messagings from the White House that like, oh, well, you know, we're close to a deal. It's 95% done. All we have left to do is talk about the nuclear stuff, yada, yada, yada. They've been talking about this for weeks now. And I think at this point, it's pretty safe to say these are just lies. Because part of what had been discussed in previous deals that, you know, have been floated to the press are essentially like ideas like, oh, well, we'll free up Iranian money like the JCPOA did. But no, trust us, bro. We'll do it in a completely different way. It'll be nothing like the JCPOA giving Iran back its own money. It'll be completely different, but we'll be giving Iran back its own money. And also like, oh, we're going to drop sanctions on Iran. That all seems to be lies, according to Marco Rubio, who went in front of the Senate earlier today, uh, in 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 order to basically, or the Senate, the House. Wait, yeah, he testified in front of Congress. Yes, the Senate. He testified in front of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Now, this is the first of 4 different hearings that he is going to be having in front of them. And he said, to quote, "Right now, everything that's been discussed with them, Iran, is that any sanctions relief is condition-based, which means that it will be in return for the reason why those sanctions were put in place in the first place, which is their nuclear program." So, sanctions relief isn't, as has been told to the press in the past, contingent on them opening the Strait of Hormuz. Now, sanctions relief is contingent on them abandoning any kind of nuclear program whatsoever. That seems to be like a non-starter for the Iranians for several different reasons, right? Essentially, what you have is just a classic Peanuts cartoon. You got Lucy with the football, and then whoop, taking the football away. And it's very interesting to see it happen time and time again, because it seems to work on the stock markets. And it really does seem like all of the lies have been particularly aimed at manipulating stock markets. And this is all complicated by the fact that in the negotiations with Iran up until this point, the supreme leader, or the new supreme leader, has largely been absent due to, I believe, injury in the early attacks on Iran. However, he's on the mend, and he is now getting involved more and more in the negotiations. And yeah, let's take a look here. I think there are indications out there that he's increasingly engaging at some level, although all of his communications have been in writing and through intermediaries, according to Marco Rubio. And Trump insists Iran talks happening continuously. They're just happening all the time. Why, there's no way the Iran talks would ever come to an end. Now, all of this talk about like trying to cajole Iran into making some kind of agreement is happening, well, in the background. We've talked about this a bit. Israel is continuing to escalate its war against Lebanon. They have pushed further into Lebanon, seized more territory than I think at any point since they ended their occupation of southern Lebanon in 2000. And there are some reports, obviously this got a lot of traction in conservative media. This, "Are you fucking crazy?" or "You're fucking crazy." Trump fumes at Netanyahu and called on Lebanon. Essentially, this Axios piece discusses in depth this idea that like Donald Trump is yelling and denigrating Netanyahu behind the scenes to try and bring Israel to heel and to stop them from doing their dirty deeds in Lebanon. And all of this is happening, by the way, as Israel and Lebanon are meeting to have peace talks. It's all a mess. But basically, what it seems like Donald Trump is trying very ineffectively to do is to get Israel to stop pulling shit in Lebanon, because that is making it harder to get a deal in Iran. Except Israel has no incentive to stop invading Lebanon. They're getting everything they want right now. Benjamin Netanyahu is getting everything he wants. Like, none of this, like just saying, "Don't you do that, Netanyahu," that's not going to stop him. Right? And so, when we take a look at what's going on, I think it's pretty obvious also that Donald Trump is a crazy person, because I read this Truth Social post from him like over a week ago for a completely different story about Iran and the Iran negotiations. I'm going to read it out loud again. I'm not going to do his voice. But if Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and the Air Force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender and admits their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent USA, the failing New York Times, the China Wall Street Journal, WSJ, corrupted now irrelevant CNN, and all other members of the fake news media will headline that Iran had a masterful and brilliant victory over the United States of America. It wasn't even close. The Democrats and media have totally lost their way. They've gone absolutely crazy. President DJT. I read this to you guys, right? And I want you guys to understand, this is a new post he put up today, or rather yesterday. He thought this post was so good that he wrote, or someone on his staff wrote, over a week ago, that this isn't re-truthed. They just copied and pasted it again, right? And like, it's a sign that mentally he's deeply unwell. He's deeply, deeply unwell. But it gets worse because Iran fires missiles and U.S. strikes Iran facility after reports of faltering peace talks. So this happened earlier today, and basically the entire region has erupted into apparent conflict. There's not really any other way of saying it. Basically, Iranians earlier today cut off all diplomatic talks and to the United States, just completely said, nope, this isn't going to happen. We are not talking to you anymore. Specifically because, in part, they cite that the United States is not actually negotiating. They are saying, the Iranians are saying that the United States is simply yanking their chain as a pretext to try and like quell oil prices in the United States domestically. Like, and that seems to me actually to be a fairly reasonable position or read of what is happening, because none of this negotiation seems to actually be going anywhere, and it's always just 2 weeks away from clinching the deal. You know, it's wild stuff. And yeah, the ceasefire is seemingly breaking down in real time. Here's Donald Trump responding shortly after Iran cut off talks. Fake news reports that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the USA stopped speaking a few days ago are false and erroneous.
Shoop the whoop.
You know, we're getting really close to shoop the whoop, as it's said.
Call me daddy.
Shoop the whoop. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. And yeah, basically Donald Trump is over here saying it's all lies, and yeah, we've got multiple attacks now confirmed across the Middle East. In particular, Iran carried out a drone strike on Kuwait, specifically their international airport, hitting a terminal, injuring civilians, and shutting down the airport. So essentially, it seems like we just have a resumption of hostilities, and this is not going to suddenly get any better. And as we start looking at this, you know, worth noting that earlier in the day, an Iranian officer apparently said that a renewed war with the United States seems inevitable because, well, to be very frank with you, the incoming supreme leader, who is apparently recovering enough to issue orders, is more of a hardliner than his predecessor, right? And the idea here that only the United States has war hawks is deeply misguided, because there are also war hawks in Iran. There are Iranian war hawks who want attacks to resume so that they can build their regional power and build their regional capacity, because they have so far been incredibly successful in establishing international deterrence by holding the Strait of Hormuz. The United States is not able to open it by force. It's why we've been trying to negotiate it to be open. And so, I mean, it's been pretty clear that the talks have been breaking down because the United States has been doing self-defense strikes and love taps, as Donald Trump said, in Iran for the past week or so. And there's really no way for Donald Trump to extract himself from this situation without taking a big fat L, without making something that resembles the JCPOA but worse, or without completely admitting defeat and slinking away. And that's part of what's scary about what's happening right now. You know?
Cue Pam from The Office meme, 2 weeks till infrastructure, 2 weeks till treaty? They're the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's genuinely it. You know? Also, it's worth noting that there's no, the blockade isn't doing anything to hurt Iran, really, at this point. Iran is capable of shifting their oil and gas production into internal use, so they can just keep producing and also lower prices for people in their country, which would counteract any of the economic damage caused by the US blockade. So there's additionally they can ship overland. They're not without options here, and
Why
it's
would Trump
very
take a
strange.
big fat L when he clearly prefers Bubba's big fat D?
Well, sometimes, Sake.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
That's the thing. That's the thing. All right. He and Bubba were real. And all of this is all of this is happening, right? And the negotiations have seemingly broken down at this point. But all of this is happening on a timeline, whether or not Donald Trump likes it, that is going to force him to make some kind of decision. And that decision is, I'm scared. I'm scared of what that decision is going to be. Because when you look at oil prices, they're not going to get better. Right now, the prices have been going up and down based on the whims of whatever Donald Trump says. But that's not going to last forever. And eventually, what is happening is that there is a very real amount of oil that is not moving from point A to point B. And when that oil doesn't move, then prices are going to respond in a more real and sustained way to that lack of movement than by anything that Donald Trump says. Right? And that's a big problem because the oil that we're looking at is deeply integral to the operations of countries around the world, right? Japan imports almost all of its oil, although the effects on prices of petrol and other products have been relatively contained by the release of the nation's reserves so far. Crude shortages have already forced refiners across Asia and Europe to aggressively reduce runs. The result is that the squeeze is no longer confined to crude inventories. It is spreading into the fuels that actually power economies: gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, LPG, and naphtha. And when it starts hitting jet fuel in particular, and I know like the UK, for example, is really struggling with jet fuel prices at the moment, this is going to absolutely turn into like some kind of international incident. And I don't know exactly what that looks like when you've basically united out of necessity like a geopolitical bloc against the United States. My guess is there's going to be a lot of applications of soft power. You know, we've already seen that to an extent with the dumping of US bonds. Well, the shortages are going to happen for sure. That's almost inevitably baked in at this point. And yeah, the shipping of anything by truck or plane or boat is going to become astronomically more expensive if this problem is not resolved soon. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, it's all on a timeline. If Donald Trump doesn't resolve this soon, suddenly an avalanche of terrible things begin happening because this is a meaningful obstruction of oil. And so right now, a lot of people have seen an uptick in gas prices. The kind of uptick we're talking about, like, people don't have necessarily a schema for it. At least, you know, maybe in the United States we'll be relatively protected from these kinds of massive upticks, though everything will begin to cost more. But places around the world are going to start feeling an absolute gut punch over this. And you know, I'm going on going out on a limb. That's bad. It's bad, and it's going to hurt basically everybody. In some cases, different companies in the United States might not survive. And internationally, it's going to make the United States incredibly reviled. So, I don't know. It seems to me like this is just an ongoing, unfolding disaster every single time I look at, hey, what's going on with Iran today? So, I don't know. Just seems like something maybe we should care about and organize to put a stop to. So if you're interested in organizing, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, make your Dems more progressive and effective, make your DSA more effective. And also consider joining Progressive Victory. They're an excellent org dedicated to connecting you to local, state, and national electoral drives in the name of progressive social change. And if you need help getting started with your Dems or your local DSA, we have people in our community who will help you sign up. So, folks, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. We need people to make their Dems way more effective and progressive and actually work for the working people of this country. We need people to make their DSAs more effective, more organizing towards the working people of this country. That, I think, is the future of any kind of hope we have for this country. And Progressive Victory offers you a third online space to organize in and hang out in, and also offers you opportunities to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, you name it. We got a bunch of different opportunities lined up. Just join Progressive Victory. We got a link down in the description on that. If you got anything out of this video, hit the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think, where you think this is all going. And also hit the subscribe button if you feel inclined. Last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. It is sexy, comfortable underwear that is non-tucking. Go check it out. Link down in the description. There we go. Do you believe in God? I don't think so. Another Saggy, let's go! How we doing, folks? How we doing? How we living? We are at 168 subs. And we're making good progress. Ugh, it's so hot in here. It's disgusting. It's what I get for not having good ventilation. Tired but still driving? Hell yeah. We are going to take a look here. We're going to jump into the Talarico conversation. And oh, god damn it. Wait a minute. Note to my editor, could you please edit this segment into our transgender segment from earlier? Because I forgot. I got so sidetracked and blindsided by the Louis C.K. thing at the end of that godforsaken elephant in the room video that I forgot to play what we actually need from elected politicians and officials. It's not difficult to defend trans people. We need to demand better from our elected politicians than what Kamala Harris gave trans people in the 2024 election, which was absolutely nothing. And that is what allowed any anti-trans messaging from the Trump campaign to flourish, okay? We need to demand better. And, you know, frankly, I have a lot of problems with Ed Markey running. I think he's old as dirt. But if Ed Markey, someone who is old as dirt, can actually nail pro-trans rhetoric, any Democrat can do it.
Massachusetts deserves better than a senator who scapegoats trans kids to secure political points. Massachusetts deserves better than a senator who cashes in and who trades stocks in companies with businesses before the very congressional committees he serves on. Massachusetts deserves better than a senator who says universal health care is too much to ask for and that taxing billionaires is class warfare against the rich. I don't trade stocks. I don't take corporate PAC donations. I don't take money from fossil fuel companies. Massachusetts.
Like, this is how you do a progressive campaign that's also pro-trans. It's not difficult. It is not difficult. And I'm not dragging Ed Markey. Like, if he's the progressive in the race, you should vote for Ed Markey, right? But like, damn, I wish he was like 20 years younger, you know? But that being said, other candidates are able to like marshal this too. It is not impossible. It isn't like this pie in the sky idea where like, oh, what you want politicians to like stand up for their constituents who are marginalized? Well, next you're going to be saying you want a rocket ship full of ponies. Like, it's not difficult. It's not an unreachable like bar to have for elected politicians.
On Instagram.
Like, here, I want to play this. This is with Tom Steyer here. Many of you probably saw this. But it's not difficult to get these issues correct.
Reels, I saw you guys were talking about me and the support that I had despite all the social media drama. So I found it pretty interesting that you're set on just basically a set choice on where you stand with trans athletes.
I am.
It was nice to just have a straight decision on who you support.
Well, you know, what I always say, and I think I said this to your mom, most people support you 90% of the time, just not the 10% you need them for. If we're going to be on side, then we're on side 100% of the time.
I've been outed like so many times over and over, you know, docs where I go to school. So I feel like more safety aspect and not just supporting, but
protecting.
Protection.
I totally agree. Look, I was saying in this, town hall. It's the job of the governor to stand between danger and Californians. And I mean it. And to make sure that people are safe and to protect them from all the malign influences in this world. And I take that super, super, super seriously for you, just so you know. And I'm so proud of you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
So proud of you for succeeding, so proud of you for competing. That's really the point. And I'm gonna hope like heck that you don't just make state, but you do really well there.
Thank you.
Deal?
Deal.
Deal. Congratulations on what you've done as a mom, and congratulations on what you've done as an athlete.
Thank you.
Way to go.
Bunch of winners. Thank you both.
Congratulations. You guys are special.
On Instagram Reels, I saw
Like, that's how you do it. It's not hard. It is not hard to support trans people or to support trans youth. It's not difficult. And to the trans people out there who are watching, you are not difficult to love. All right? You are not difficult to love.
I miss Vermin Supreme. Can you get him on the stream, Jack? He's the hero we need now.
No, I can't. Maybe I could, but I have no connection to Vermin Supreme whatsoever. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah. Like Tom Steyer is one of the few politicians I have seen, along with Ed Markey, some of the handful of politicians I've seen who are actually willing to stand up and say with their full chest that they support trans people, trans rights, and like trans competitors. And it's not a difficult ask. It's not difficult. Like, I don't know. I just... That's a trans kid asking for support, asking for protection, asking for anything, any shred of decency. And Tom Steyer says with his whole chest, we are here to keep you safe. And I take that seriously. I'm going to do whatever I can. So I hope that he wins, gets through the primary process in California tonight. I wish him the best. I know that there is some promising, like the numbers right now where it stands, not looking great, but there are some promising mail-in ballot results that could swing things in his favor to get him through the primary. We'll have to see. But I hope that he makes it. So we'll have to see. Editor, please splice that in somewhere. That makes sense within the original clip, because goddamn, I fucked that up. I've done like multiple segments now between that. All right. Anyway, nailed it. Did it. I have a few friends who are gay and who are transgender. Hell yeah. It's always great to have gay and transgender friends. Some people are difficult to love regardless. Yeah, but it's not like they aren't difficult to love because they're trans. You know, some people are just assholes. Trans people have suffered a lot politically. I've made trans friends in the military and higher up politics, and it's just ridiculous. It is just ridiculous. The amount of hoops that trans people have to jump through just to fucking live. It's wild. Good night, Ransom Ballard. Oh yeah, Coder Joe, the California election is absolutely a fucking clown car race right now. It's absolutely silly. But Steyer is not out of the race yet, folks. Like, there are millions of votes left to be counted across California. Most of them late mail-in ballots. So Ski Butter Bobby, you're not gonna see me in heaven. You fucking think you're getting into heaven? Bro, nah. Like, come on. You're a sack of shit who like trolls through like YouTube to like try and make people like me feel bad. Think you're getting into heaven? That is incredibly optimistic of you, my friend. Wish you the best though. But something tells me you would not enjoy seeing me in the same heaven as you. God. All right, great content tonight? I hope so. I hope so. All right. I have we're going to do the Talarico segment and we'll see if we got gas left over. I actually have like 3 more segments planned if we manage to have gas for additional movement, you know? Are you going to do any of the Dave Rubin Jubilee? I think we'll probably save that for tomorrow. And along with some Mina the Hollower. If you're looking for me doing Mina the Hollower content, I will be doing some of that tomorrow during the daytime. And we'll also do some Dave Rubin stuff during the evening tomorrow. Part of the issue is that the Dave Rubin, it's the stupidity is just so dense. It takes forever to get through, a significant portion of it. So we will finish Dave Rubin. We will also finish the Sam Cedar, Jillian Michaels. We finished a part 1. We never finished part 2 of that. So, am I on Takis this week? I'm on Takis next week. This week I had something going on Thursday that I couldn't move. We crave the Dave barbecue buffet. A lot of people said they were noping out when the Dave Rubin segment came on. I don't know. It was delicious junk food to me. Nom 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 nom. I was watching it on 2 times speed and I still kept pausing to yell at the screen. Dave do be like that. What is Takis? Takis, the Transatlantic Call-In Show. TACIS. It's a show that I co-host over on The Line, where people can call in and ask or debate about trans issues. So, hell yeah. Yeah! Also, Lady Raincloud, I didn't know about Legends of Advantris. I didn't know about them until I saw that Kickstarter. And I have really been enjoying their root-based D&D game. It's been really, really fun.
They say it's the transatlantic call-in show, but almost every week all participants are on the same side of the Atlantic.
I know. Apparently, we're working on getting a Brit on the show, some kind of someone based in the UK. We'll see if it actually happens. They're all hilarious. Did you back it all? I did back Neon Odyssey because it just looks fucking fun. Like I want to play a silly fun space opera RPG, you know? Ugh. No, Sake Tanuki, it's the accent. Ah, yes. You see, why aren't people calling in to the Transatlantic Calling Show? Can we play it on stream? Maybe if I have time to like read it and like see what's going on with it, because it does look really fucking cool. But also, I've been trying to slowly work through. Okay. Also, Superfluke, thank you for being a member. I've been trying to slowly work through this, the Tingleverse official Chuck Tingle role-playing game. And in order to be able to run a game on stream someday, and it's genuinely a delight. It's a fucking delight. Can I just want to read you some of the beginning of this. The Tingleverse game takes place on a timeline very similar to the one you're currently on. It is a modern society with a few key differences that someone from our timeline might not be used to. The first thing to know about the Tingleverse game timeline is the various species have integrated themselves with our human society. While these beings certainly share some common characteristics, they have thoughts, feelings, and personalities that are entirely their own. They are individuals, and throughout your experience with the Tingleverse game, you should attempt to treat them as such. These species are big feet, dinosaurs, unicorns, and living objects. With the exception of living objects, all of these creatures are semi-humanoid in appearance.
Do you like Dungeons and Daddies? Their current season is a space opera.
I haven't listened to it. Full disclosure, I've only ever listened to the Adventure Zone. I haven't partaken. I don't have a ton of time to like listen or watch things as much as I would like, but I've heard good things about Dungeons and Daddies. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is maybe one of the most important parts. The Tingleverse game is designed to give players a massive amount of freedom when exploring this world. In fact, as the game progresses, enjoy experimenting by taking your character to other timelines, places where the rules of reality have changed in new and unexpected ways. The TM should feel free to challenge expectations in this way, as there are infinite timelines to explore, and the only limit is your imagination. Despite all this, the Tingleverse game will almost always start characters off in the same location: Billings, Montana, United States of America. Billings is a relatively small city compared to the other major metropolises, but it is the largest in the state of Montana, boasting a population of 120,000 people. The seasons of Billings give it a considerable amount of weather variety, from warm, dry summers to icy cold winters. Of course, the Billings of the Tingleverse game timeline is slightly different than the one you will find on a map of your own. There are some places, like the frozen lake, that have been cold for decades, while nothing but open plains and warm desert lie to the south. Included here are some important landmarks in and about Billings that will help you build your adventure. I fucking love this. One of the locations, right? The new Billings Public Library. This recently built trove of information is a beauty to behold, with slick modern design and friendly staff of wizards. In a world without the internet, the public library is an incredible source of information and should be a frequent stop for adventurers when preparing their quests. Unfortunately, the new library is so large that one can easily find themselves getting lost in the stacks of books. While sticking to the common areas of the library's entrance can be safe, it's said that some of the deeper hallways evolve into secret corridors that are unexplored by even the librarians themselves. With most libraries, this would not be a problem, but the new Billings Public Library used magical automation for construction, hoping to meet a strict deadline. This erection was a success, but it's rumored some of the spells have kept on building indefinitely, creating a feedback loop of library rooms and passageways. Who knows what could be lurking down these corridors when the layers between timelines becomes thin. Yeah, I fucking love the Tingleverse RPG. It's so cool. It's not, this ain't your mama's Billings, Montana. Girthlord, thank you. Be nice in Billings, Montana? Yeah. Yeah, Chuck Tingle, author of the renowned Tingler Harriet Porber Trans Wizard. Yeah. What is the Tingleverse? How do I even begin to answer that question?
When I lived in D.C., I asked the genuine question on the Washington Monument tour: when was the monument erected?
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Saket Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. God. So, I know we are very sidetracked right now. Yes, the Tingle Master is the TM. What is the Tingleverse? The Tingleverse...
The Tingleverse is where every 34-year-old man wants to be a fairy.
Kind of. Like, more or less. The Tingleverse is the universe inhabited by Chuck Tingle's various fictional works. They're all connected in a relative timeline of sorts, and Chuck Tingle is known for writing his Tinglers, which are basically erotic works of fiction in which various creatures or objects pound the protagonist in the butt. And, for example, let me just pull this up. You just pull this up here. Here is one of his renowned Tinglers, pounded in the butt by my own butt. I will not elaborate on this, other than to say that there are a lot there are a lot of Chuck Tingle books that are incredible. Absolutely incredible. Like, for example, Nice Guy Dinosaur doesn't pound me in the butt because I'm not interested, and he's not actually nice. He's just annoying and creepy and doesn't respect my boundaries when I tell him we're not on a date. Is it romantasy? Kind of? Kind of. I guess. Like, here are some other Chuck Tingle books. Pounded in the butt by my handsome sentient library card who seems otherworldly, but in reality is just a natural part of the priceless resources of our library system provides. S-Tomp? No, I haven't. I haven't heard of that. Let's see, some other works by Chuck Tingle. These are real. You can buy them on Amazon. Pounded lovingly by my lack of motivation after realizing that slowing down is actually an important part of emotional regulation and it's okay to feel unmotivated sometimes. Or yeah, Harriet Trans Wizard Harriet Porber and the Bad Boy Parasaurolophus, an adult romance novel. There's actually a series of Harriet Porber books, by the way. There's a sequel titled Trans Wizard Harriet Porber and the Theater of Love, an adult romance novel. He also writes, like, actual books. Like, well, I mean, of course he writes actual books. The Tinglers are actual books. The Harriet Porter books are actually good. Like, I want you all to understand, he's actually a very good writer, and he wrote a book called Bury Your Gays, which is genuinely a great book. I recommend to you guys. And Chuck Tingle also writes the silly books, but when he combines the silly and his writing skills, he's still a very good writer. So, like, Harriet Porter is actually a book I would recommend you guys read. It has a thought out magic system for some reason, and it's kind of great. The guy I'm thinking of isn't Chuck Tingle, it's Quan Mills, but it's the same sort of thing. Saw it on Reddit like a month or so ago. One's called I Accidentally Choked on a Popeye's Biscuit and Reincarnated as a Power Bottom Pastor with a BBL. Oh, God, that's great. Wonderful. Okay. We're jumping into the Talarico segment. All right, we're doing that. We're doing that thing. All right. Space Raptor Butt Invasion is great. Everyone should read Space Raptor Butt Invasion. Here we go. You guys ready? You guys ready for another segment? Texas time, baby. Okay. Just take a look at one thing and then we'll get right on it. Cool. Let's do it. I bet none of you could identify who that was from the half split second of sound. Back into the trenches I go. If you guys do get overwhelmed in vertical chat, let me know. I'll put up the shields. All right? All right. Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about James Talarico, or as conservatives are saying in an especially cutting way, James Talafrico, which, gotta be honest, deploying that name during Pride Month just makes it sound like he's really cool. And they maybe should have workshopped that a little bit better. Yeah, exactly. Ayo, sounds kind of hot, which is weird because, like, I do not look at James Talarico and think that's a slab of man meat. Like, they are making him actively cooler, and I don't know why. But you know what? I noticed that a man named Glenn Beck apparently still has a YouTube channel. And he's taken a break from training his AI George Washington in order to talk about James Talarico. And you know what? Glenn Beck has discovered that maybe James Talarico is a little bit more radical than he lets on. Let's take a look.
From anywhere else. To Talarico, the abortion debate is not about what you think it is. Because here's what he said later in that, and I'm quoting, sermon.
The disagreement about the legality of...
I mean, he is a pastor. Like he's like a actual preacher. He does give sermons as his job.
Of abortion is not a disagreement about life. It's a disagreement about personhood. No one disagrees that an embryo is biologically alive. We each have trillions of living organisms inside of us right now as we sit and talk in this sanctuary. So the question is an embryo a legal person whose rights trump those of a woman? I don't know many people who would seriously answer yes to that question. Legal personhood evolves with life, and life is change without clear or definite boundaries. But the only way we can allow the rights of an embryo to trump the rights of a woman is if we believe a woman is not a full person. And let me remind you that that has been the default belief throughout most of human history.
Man, you kind of let him spit here, Glenn. Maybe this wasn't a great idea.
Being Christian
spitting
and being pro-choice are absolutely consistent because Christianity is a feminist religion.
Oh my gosh. I don't know. Ow. Again, this is the moderate. Texas, this is the moderate that they're trying to sell you. Okay. Where do I even begin on that one? Okay. So we have a ton of living organisms.
Like the reason Glenn Beck is freaking out here, right, is in particular because James Talarico is a pastor and is somebody who talks about his relationship with Jesus Christ. It genuinely defangs, and this is what I've been saying the entire time about James Talarico, it defangs like the entire conservative attack on his politics. Because conservative attacks on other politicians typically are like, well, they're degenerate, ungodly, like they're not in tune with the word of God. But like James Talarico talks about his belief a lot and is a pastor and like integrates his politics with, you know, his particular flavor of Christianity here, while maintaining a belief that religion has no place, or no one religion at any rate has any place establishing supremacy in the United States. And I think that that's correct. That's the correct view to have. But it's very difficult when you're the one pushing Christian nationalism to then attack him for this without looking like a terrible asshole. And that, like if all of conservative politics is vibes, which it is right now, it makes it really like James Talarico's vibes are really difficult to cancel out with conservative vibes.
In us, is that like we might have a tapeworm? So like the baby could turn into a tapeworm? I'm not really sure where to.
I mean, his argument wasn't that difficult to understand, Glenn. Like, you have trillions of like microbes living in your gut. Like throughout your stomach and small intestine and large intestine, you have trillions of microbes. You have all kinds of different living cells that are independently doing their own things within your body right now. You know, your white blood cells, your red blood cells, they're all alive individually. You know, but they're part of your like internal system. Does a red blood cell from your body deserve the same personhood as like a fully grown human being? That's the point he's trying to make.
Go with that one. That organism.
Also, just as an FYI, interestingly, I have gone down a rabbit hole lately about like gut biomes. It's very interesting. And yeah, apparently you should be eating more resistant starches. I don't know. I'm figuring this out as I go. But be warned, they will make you gassy. That is a problem. But it is apparently very good for your gut biomes to have resistant starches, because it's essentially a type of compound your body can't digest, but the microbes can digest. And then they ferment that and turn it into useful things that actually help you in a lot of variety of different ways we're only beginning to understand. Very cool. Very interesting. Much gas.
that's living inside of you, it is a baby. It's a baby. It might not look like a baby at the beginning, but it turns into a baby. The tapeworm stays a tapeworm.
He's not talking about a tapeworm. He's talking about like the cells in your body that are yours, that are biologically human, that are, for all intents and purposes, human cells, are not afforded the same legal rights as a fully grown and formed human being. That's the point he's making, Glenn.
So I want you to understand, yes, abortions do kill humans, just not necessarily full humans. Well, now let's just get into that. Let's just get into that. As a dad with a child of special needs, let's just get into, can you define what a full human is? What is a full human?
Let's just take a quick look. You know, what is a full human? Well, let's take a quick look here over at Cornell Law. 1 U.S. Code, Section 8. Person, human being, child, and individual as including born alive infant. In determining the meaning of any act of Congress or of any ruling, regulation, or interpretation of the various administrative bureaus and agencies of the United States, the words person, human being, child, and individual shall include every infant member of the species Homo sapiens who is born alive at any stage of development. As used in this section, the term born alive with respect to a member of the species Homo sapiens means the complete expulsion or extraction from his or her mother of that member at any stage of development who, after such expulsion or extraction, breathes or has a beating heart, pulsation of the umbilical cord, or definite movement of voluntary muscles, regardless of whether the umbilical cord has been cut, and regardless of whether the expulsion or extraction occurs as a result of natural or induced labor, cesarean section, or induced abortion. That's what it means, Glenn. In case you were unfamiliar.
Is a full human somebody who has a fully functioning body? Arms, legs, brain, eyes, ears, nose?
Who's to say, except the U.S. legal system, which is explicitly what he talked about in the clip you played.
Mouth. What is a full human? Because once you get into, well, that's not really human, well, that's not really life, then you get into, well, that's not a life worth living, and then you could just kill anybody. Jawohl. So denying women the right to elective abortions is akin.
What is a full human? A human whose hole has been filled to completion.
It's true. And we know a lot about holes, okay? You know?
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
You have a God-shaped hole.
Into enslaving women. And Jesus, who was, quote...
Wait, well, yeah. Because effectively you're using the power of the state to forcibly coerce women into giving birth. Right? Like, you're using the violent power, compulsory power of the state to force women to give birth. Like, yeah. You have effectively hijacked their bodily autonomy, which in our society is considered practically sacrosanct. Like, if someone says, I don't want my organs to be donated to someone dying that would otherwise save their life, your organs, even after you're dead, aren't going to be taken from you because we so highly value bodily autonomy. But women don't get to have bodily autonomy. You can, as like a man, say, I don't want my organs to save the lives of a dozen people after I die. Because that's your right when you exercise your bodily autonomy. But a living woman is denied that same right.
A radical feminist empowered women to kill their own babies whenever they wanted to. I guess because screw the patriarchy. What? What? By the way, it is not in line with Christianity. It used to be called the quickening. It wasn't called abortions. Look it up. Look it up. It wasn't called an abortion. They didn't know. They didn't know when they were pregnant. They didn't have a pregnancy test. They didn't sit, cop a squat, and look at the.
Yeah, they didn't have that, but they did have like the ability to feel whether or not the fetus was moving, which is the quickening. But also, it's partly why historically a baby has only ever been considered born and alive and a person after it takes its first breath, which is something, by the way, that the US legal code that I read out earlier explicitly says too. That's one of the key components for legal personhood in the United States.
Color and is it a plus sign? Is it pink? Is it blue? What is it? They didn't do that. They didn't have any of that. They only knew.
Women can also refuse organ donations. The point that I'm saying here is that if you as an individual in our society say, I don't want my organs to be used against my will after I die, our society and legal system respects that. But if a woman says, I'm alive right now and I don't want my organs to be used this way right now, women are denied that agency. They are denied the same level of bodily autonomy that is readily given to people in other circumstances, even in other circumstances where their like overriding of their bodily autonomy might save not just one life, but several lives. Really, after it takes its first breath? That's horrible. Are you sure? Yes, I read the legal code on stream like a minute or two ago.
Knew they were pregnant when it was called the quickening, when something happened inside of them and the woman could feel it. Then you throw yourself down the stairs, you're going into colonial jail because you're intentionally.
Those aren't comparable and you know it. They're absolutely comparable. Like, I'm sorry, if you are dying and you say, I don't want my organs to be used in a way that I'm uncomfortable with, we respect that. When a woman says, I don't want my organs used in a way I'm uncomfortable with to support this this clump of cells in me, that's not respected by folks in this country, and I think that's really sick.
Trying to kill a baby is in there. Hello? So what's going on here? Does he actually believe all this stuff? And there's a lot more. The answer is very clear once you learn where this guy learned this. Okay? Because in that same sermon, Talarico gave his testimony, not for his decision to follow Christ, but why he became a radical feminist. And it actually starts with a tragedy, a real tragedy. And I want to share that so you can understand him and when he's lying and when he's not. When he's saying, oh, no, I'm really just like you. Look at my Texas flag shirt. No, we didn't have all the experiences that you had, James. And I feel badly that you had these, you were horribly, horribly misled. And I can understand.
You're a clump of cells. I don't see the point of dehumanizing children. Because they're not children until after they're born. Like, legally, under the US legal system, they aren't considered persons the same way you and I are considered persons. Like, you can say, like, you're a clump of cells. Yes, I am. But I'm also an independent clump of cells. able to operate and exist independent of another living, breathing human being. And the point being, if you are an independent person, you have the bodily autonomy to say, I don't want my organs to be used to keep another person alive. Even if it means that when I say I don't want them used that way, that other person dies. And that's even assuming full personhood to another, to like the other entity, which is not the case when we're talking about fetuses. What I mean to say is, I guess we can thank our moms for not avoiding us, but seriously,
I
yeah,
am an
exactly.
independent clump of cells that don't need no uterus.
Google debunkers.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Who cares if the government says they aren't human? Science says they are. Yeah, but science also says sperm are human. Like, are you going to seriously fight right now for the individual rights of every fucking sperm? Are you gonna be doing the fucking Monty Python bit? Every sperm is sacred. Every time a man masturbates, it's suddenly a genocide of billions. No, like get real. Get your head out of your ass.
Understand how it happened, but the rest of America, and certainly the rest of Texas, needs to know this story. Why is it important to know our country's history? Why is it important to know our country's history? It is really important to know.
Time become death, Coomer of worlds.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Oh, God.
Our country's history, because if you don't know how you got here.
Sperm isn't, if it hasn't been fertilized, that's basic biology. It's human. It has human DNA in it. Your blood cells have human DNA in them. Your skin cells have human DNA in them. Do your skin cells deserve human rights? Like when you shed a cup, like when you rub your arm and you're shedding skin cells. Are you killing off the human society? Are those skin cells human persons to you? God.
You will never know where you're going, right? Okay, who are you? How did you arrive to this?
Like, the reason, who the fuck cares if the government says they're human, science says they are. Science says a lot of different types of cells are human. Science does not say when a person becomes human. That is a legal distinction.
It's one thing for us to say, oh, he's just a radical progressive. Well, why? How did he get here? Why is he different? Does he actually believe these things? Well, I can say absolutely positively, he's lying to you when he says he doesn't believe these things, because it will betray everything he was raised to believe and everything he believes about his mother.
One thing I find fascinating about this is that this is heavily reliant from Glenn Beck on one particular idea of what Christianity can be, when in reality, Christianity can be a lot of different things. There are more progressive branches of Christianity. There are more conservative branches of it. Obviously, there are even, like, it goes beyond that in either direction. But, like, this idea that, like, someone can't be a Christian with progressive views, a lot of Christians in America do hold progressive views. Those progressive views are in, like, the Christian church are what, like, motivated a lot of civil rights era organizers. Like,
bruh.
What is this?
Do you truly, in your heart of hearts,
yes,
truly believe that this is a human being? This.
Oh man, we can't. I'm gonna get so DMCA'd for this. It's fine.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yes. This is a dolphin fetus.
Hell yeah. That was such a great moment. Bruh. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki.
His mother, and this is a really tragic story, so there's no judgment really of him on how he got there. It's just, you need to understand. His mom was a victim of real nasty domestic abuse.
Your skin cells aren't a separate human. Neither is a fetus. A fetus isn't a separate human. That's the entire premise of what we're talking about. What makes them suddenly human when they come out of the womb and vice versa? They're independent and able to sustain their own life. Like, this is why historically human societies haven't considered a person to be a person until after they take their first breath. This is one of the reasons why the Bible, for example, talks a lot about the breath of life. That's the first breath that human beings take. That's why it's talked about extensively in ancient literature. That was the moment at which human societies historically have considered someone born and alive. It's a literal growing human. So, like, I'm sorry, but like, so are all of your other cells. They are all clumps of human tissue growing or shrinking at any given moment in time. What matters is, are those cells a person? I'm a person. You're a person, presumably. But a fetus isn't a person legally in our society until they exit the womb and take their first breath. You might think that that's wrong or whatever, but that's a moral position that you are taking. It is not dependent on the science, and it's not dependent on the law. You might think that science and the law are morally wrong in this regard. And you're entitled to that opinion, I suppose. But your arguments aren't based on science or on the law. They're based on whatever your own individual morality and belief system is. And so, like, stop pretending like your disagreement is scientific when you haven't even stood by your own scientific definition. And stop pretending like it's protected by any kind of law when you've already said the law doesn't matter. The science is what matters. And then you immediately retreated from that position too.
She escaped, saved her son from having to suffer, and raised him away from all of that. Good for her. But because of that, she developed what kind of sounds like a deep hatred for men, and she passed that on to her son. So in this sermon that he gave, Talarico told the congregation that his mother, quote, was now seeing firsthand how men and systems designed by men hurt women every single day. Well, that's not true. Some of them do, some of them don't. That's why I'm a conservative. Conservative, you are to look at everything and go, this one is good, this policy is bad. Get rid of that one.
Yeah. That's what it means to be conservative. You choose only good things and reject bad things. That's what conservatives are. I guess I'm a conservative now. Thanks, Glenn Beck. You converted me.
Keep this one. You don't just throw everything out. He said, and I quote,
again, what does the law matter? The law matters because it's what we collectively as a society agree upon as like the legal distinction of what is a person. That's why it matters. Anything I said hasn't contradicted science? Yes, it has. Because you're trying to establish when personhood happens. That's not a scientific question. That's a legal distinction. Personhood is a legal status. So when you say the science backs up personhood at such and such a time, no, it doesn't.
Quote, that experience radicalized my mother, and it led her to become a leftist activist for women's rights.
On the contrary, the Bible states that life starts at conception, or at least heavily implies that. They had no idea what conception was. Like, I can't stress this enough. Historically, people had no idea what the fuck was going on with pregnancies until like maybe 100 years ago. Let me just take a look. Here we go. Here's a great article about it from Atlas Obscura. A little bit longer than 100 years ago. Why it took scientists so long to figure out where babies come from. Human conception was still basically a total mystery as recently as 1875. Until 1875, no one in the world knew where babies come from. Ordinary people didn't know, and neither did the scientists who helped shape the modern world. Leonardo da Vinci didn't know, Galileo didn't know, Isaac Newton didn't know. They knew, that is, that men and women have sex and as a result, sometimes babies, but they did not know how those babies were created. They did not know that women produce eggs. When they finally discovered sperm
The
cells...
church really missed a great opportunity. Jesus brand condoms. The immaculate contraception.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
That was some weird shit.
Socket the Nuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. They did not know that women produce eggs, and when they finally discovered sperm cells, they did not know that those wriggly tadpoles had anything to do with babies and pregnancy. The leading theory was that they were parasites, perhaps related to the newly discovered mini creatures that swam in drops of pond water. This was Newton's view. Why? Why did it take the greatest minds of the scientific revolution, the same individuals who successfully calculated the weight of the Earth and traced the path of comets that cut the sky only once in a lifetime, more than 2 centuries to resolve a mystery that every 4th grader today could explain? Because everything to do with anatomy was difficult and uncertain for starters. Studying the human body required buying corpses from grave robbers or bribing hangmen to turn over bodies fresh from the gallows. You might be stopped by your disgust, Leonardo da Vinci wrote, no matter how strong your curiosity. And if that did not hinder you, then perhaps by the fear of spending the night hours in the company of those dead bodies, quartered and flayed and terrifying to behold. Yeah. Yeah, Da Vinci's transparent woman pictured below has design oddities of her own. For a start, she lacks ovaries. As if to make up for that oversight, she has a mysterious tube running from uterus to nipple. That pathway does not exist except in Da Vinci's imagination, but the idea was that mother's milk was made from refined, transformed menstrual blood. This theory, dreamed up by the Greeks, was an attempt to explain why pregnant women and new mothers do not menstruate. Especially in anatomy's early years before microscopes, sexual riddles were almost beyond reach. Sperm and egg, even if you had known to look for them, were hidden and elusive. The human egg, though it is the largest cell in the body, is only the size of the period at the end of this sentence. Sperm cells, by contrast, are the smallest, far too little to see with the naked eye. Human egg outweighs the sperm cell that fertilizes it by 1,000,000 to 1, the difference between a Thanksgiving turkey and a housefly. Religious faith made matters all the more perplexing. In the early years of the modern age, science and religion were not rivals, but allies. All the titans of the scientific revolution were devout. All of them took for granted that by studying God's work, they were exalting his creation. But then came trouble. For God was not simply the creator who shaped the stars and planets and made man in his own image. He was the only being with the power to create life. How could it be then that an ordinary couple huffing and puffing in the dark could create a new being? Thus was born the now bizarre-seeming doctrine that eminent scientists espoused for more than a century, the idea that parents do not create their children. God created every living being, and he had done so in one swoop at the beginning of time. That meant he must have stashed away every person who would ever live, all those destined to be born in the year 100, or in the 1200s, or the 1500s, or some centuries still to come. They waited like a series of ever smaller Russian nesting dolls, one inside the other, in Adam's testicles or Eve's ovaries. When the time came, each one would have its turn on the stage. All through the late 1600s and 1700s and well into the 1800s, this strange theory of conception prevailed. The theory's very strangeness, in fact, counted in its favor, much as we today pay homage to the grandeur and reach of the theory of everything so beloved of modern physicists. In the 18th century, the scientific debate turned not on whether the theory made sense, but on a battle between spermists, as they were called, and ovists. So, I just want you to know, when we're talking about, like, well, they had the idea of conception, they did not have the idea of conception. They had no idea what conception was. They, like, this idea that, like, oh, it begins when the sperm meets the egg. They had no fucking idea that human beings had sperm or eggs. In 1694, a scientist named Nikolaus Hartsocker drew a picture destined for notoriety. It showed a big-headed person inside a sperm cell, hands clutching knees as if he had been told to brace for a crash. But contrary to legend, Hartsoker did not claim he had seen this tiny figure, only that someone might see such a thing when microscopes grew more powerful. Because the debate between the spermists and the ovists was whether or not the person was inside sperm or inside of eggs. Also, this is where maybe one of my most favorite images from historical work. This is an illustration from 1847, a book titled The Silent Friend, and it's a picture depicting what they believe to be a habitual masturbator. That, my friends, is the original Gooner. And they believed that masturbation was bad, by the way, because starting in the 1700s, one acclaimed physician produced a best-selling tome warning of the ravages of masturbation. He described one of his patients, a 17-year-old watchmaker. His self-indulgence had left him bedridden and almost unable to move, pale, emaciated, and, quote, more like a corpse than a human being.
I'm going to look like a podling who's been fully drained.
The unfortunate young man had lost his memory almost completely, though he retained just enough strength to acknowledge the vile habit believed to have brought him to this pass. Quote, a pale, bloody discharge issued from his nose. He foamed at his mouth, was affected with diarrhea, and voided his feces involuntarily. There was a constant discharge of seminal fluid. Within a few more weeks, he was dead. And in the eyes of the contemporary time, his masturbation was discharging his spinal fluid. Because that's what they thought. That's what they thought like cum was. They thought it was your spinal fluid, and that if you kept coming, you would lose the ability to think. That's what they thought in the 1700s. And that's what then leads you all the way into the more modern era where you have people like trying to do wheat-based enemas and inventing graham crackers to prevent people from like masturbating. It's because they thought literally that when people masturbated, that was their brain fluid coming out. Literal, unironic cum brain. Link, please. This is a fantastic and incredible article. So here you go. Go check that out. Yeah, the cornflake enemas of Kellogg's. There you go. Anyway, the idea that people had any idea how pregnancy worked, they had no fucking idea.
She volunteered at Planned Parenthood and took him to the office of Planned Parenthood and to the Texas Abortion Rights Action League, TARAL, and that's where he learned all of this. One night, driving home from the offices, she told him, quote, women will never be free until they belong to themselves. Okay.
That's true, though? Like his mom would have grown up in a time where she wasn't allowed to wear pants in the South because she was a woman. Like, she grew up in a time where she wasn't able to get a bank account unless her husband signed for it. Like, she's correct. Like, until until you have autonomy over yourself and your life, you are not free. His mom was correct.
Slavery, that women are slaves as long as they can't choose to abort. And that's why he believes that the pro-life movement is the patriarchy way of keeping women enslaved. So when he says that, he means it. It's also why he believes that Jesus and Christianity were meant to end the patriarchal oppression system. It's 100% true that Jesus treated women radically different from the culture of the time, both good and bad. But this is not the first century. True freedom is not the sexual revolution of just doing whatever you want and killing the consequences, because that's what the vast majority of abortions really are. Both pro-life and pro-choice research groups agree 95% of abortions are elective.
You know, like this is like saying if you break your leg, going to the doctor is elective. Like, I guess technically that's true. You know, like if you break your leg, you could just set it yourself. You don't need a doctor. You know? Like if you just make the claim that no one needs to get care for a specific condition or injury, then like when you really think about it, most visits to the hospital are elective. But like that's stupid. Like, that's just a stupid way of thinking about how hospitals work, what is necessary, what is not necessary. Like, just go get the care you need. Oh, the abortion is elective. I mean, what Glenn is describing here is essentially that the problem is that women aren't suffering the consequences of their actions. And again, this to me just sounds like someone saying, well, if you break your leg, you should suffer the consequences of your actions instead of getting medical care. That doesn't make sense to me when it's made about someone having a broken leg. It doesn't make sense to me when it's someone who has something in them that they don't want in them anymore that could potentially lead to life-threatening conditions. I hate how conservatives are so vague and slippery. As long as they keep moving the narrative the way they want, they say anything. Yeah. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he's absolutely, like, just mangling anything that Talarico said.
Less than 1% are rape, incest, or life of the mother. Less than 1%.
Yeah. Just assuming that's true, it's also why, just worth pointing out every time we have this conversation, that the exceptions in the case of rape, incest, or threat to the life of the mother, these are bullshit. Never, ever, when they have these exceptions, do they ever actually come into play? Because how long does it take to prosecute a rape case? How long does it take to prosecute an incest case? And who is willing to be financially and professionally liable and potentially criminally liable for determining when the life of the mother is at risk enough to do an abortion? Right? Like, some of these states want to prosecute doctors who do abortions as murderers. What doctor is going to take on the risk of potentially being exposed to that kind of litigation in a state, even if there are such exceptions passed? Like, it takes far longer than 9 months to prosecute a rape case. Hell, there are rape kits sitting in like police stations right now that have been there for like 5, 6, 7 years. Some of them have dust on them because of how long they've been sitting. Just don't think that this gets high priority. You know?
Now, that also doesn't mean that men should be able to do whatever they want. But if you want to quote Paul, he said in Ephesians that wives should submit to their husbands. Oh my gosh, did I just say that? Yes, but
don't know how to break this to you, Glenn. Not every woman who's had sex is having sex with their husband.
Why is allowing a get out of consequences for having sex option bad? Your circumstances over 9 months can massively change and you should have that option.
Exactly. Like, not everyone is financially positioned to, like, take care of a child. Not everyone is, like, logistically positioned to have a child. Like, not everyone is ready to bring a life into the world. That is a huge responsibility, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. It shouldn't be taken as like a, well, you had sex, and so you need to be punished. It shouldn't be taken as a, oh, well, huh. You know, looks like you just shouldn't have been a slut. It should be a considered and deliberate act to bring a child into the world. And not just a whoopsie doodle. Especially, like, again, because denying the get out of a consequence option is frankly done for no reason. It's done for no reason. And it's worth pointing out Christians did not historically align themselves against abortion until after the South lost when it came to civil rights and integration was forced to happen. The reason abortion got politicized in the United States was because there was a deliberate effort on the part of the evangelical Christian movement to radicalize politically.
Also, it weirdly fetishizes virginity. What other profession or skill do we say we value in experience?
Well, it fetishizes virginity, and like I think it has led to a whole host of deeply gross problems. You know, the celebrity countdowns to when like Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen turned 18, that was really deeply gross and disturbing. And they're far from the only ones that happened to, you know? And like it is genuinely something that I think about a lot because there are constant stories. Yeah, like Emma Watson turning 18. The jailbait subreddit was one of the biggest Reddits to ever exist. And it was just grown adult men fetishizing like teenagers. It was deeply gross. And virginity fetishizes like youth in a way that is deeply creepy. You know, and the way I grew up in fundamentalist Christianity, the way they talk about women who have sex is deeply gross. You know, the idea that like, well, if a woman has sex, they're chewed gum. They're worthless. You know, you don't chew somebody else's gum. You don't find a piece of gum on the sidewalk and pop it in your mouth. Or women are like tape. You know, if a woman has sex, it's like sticking tape to something, and it's stickiest the first time. But if you keep putting tape down, it gets less and less sticky, and then pretty soon it's worthless. And like it's just like the analogies are so fucking gross.
He also said husbands should love their wives as much as their own bodies, and that the way that Christ loved the church and gave himself for it. Here's the deal. The solution isn't more killing, more arguing, more abortion. It's more...
The solution is more marriages. Am I right, Glenn?
Love.
Damn it. I thought he was going to say marriage.
But it's not just Talarico. I want to show you what his church. Now, this is a guy who's, remember, so I'm telling you, he believes these things because of his mother in his childhood. And look at the...
I love the psychoanalyzing from Glenn Beck instead of just like, I don't know, listening to Talarico talk about his past. Instead, it's just, let me armchair analyze him
church that he goes to. He's a member of St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Austin, Texas. Remember, we all said the church that Barack Obama goes to doesn't matter, and we found out, yes, it does. If you go to this church's website, the first thing you'll see is the commandment, love thy neighbor, and a bunch of logos, including LGBTQ, feminism, and transgenderism. You scroll.
Yeah, you're commanded to love even the people you disagree with. That, like, the Bible genuinely doesn't, like, make a big secret about these parts. Like, that's kind of the radical part of the Bible. Love your enemies.
Scroll down. There's an image of a cross draped in the super mega pride flag, okay? The one that includes intersex.
Oh no, not the super mega pride flag. Happy Pride, everybody.
Below that, you'll also see a sign that says no human is illegal with border imagery. So it's pretty clear what the church he attends believes.
Oh no, a church being open and honest about what they believe, and their belief system is really open and inclusive and doesn't seek to alienate anybody, and instead seeks to, like, show a radical form of love and service toward to the world and the people who inhabit it. Oh no. What next, Glenn? Are you going to tell me that the people, that the pastors at this church, like, they wash the feet of people coming into the establishment? They show acts of service and love and show a neighborly compassion to those in their areas?
And if you even need more proof, just go to their About Us page. The church proudly proclaims that it is Presbyterian and progressive. It's a believer in the 5 points of progressive Christianity. Look those up. Also, proud.
Okay, I will, Glenn. The 5 points of progressive Christianity. Let's just take a look here. Actually, you know what? Let's just take a look at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church. Is this it? No, I don't think it's this one. Talarico. Okay, St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Austin. Let's take a look at that one. There we go. Found it. All right. Welcome. Can we find the About Us? Is that where he's looking? Yeah, the 5 points of progressive Christianity. There we go. The core values of progressive Christianity. 1. Believe that following the way and teachings of Jesus can lead to experiencing sacredness, wholeness, and unity of all life, even as we recognize that the Spirit moves in beneficial ways in many faith traditions. 2. Seek community that is inclusive of all people, honoring differences in theological perspective, age, race, sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, class, or ability. 3. Strive for peace and justice among all people, knowing that behaving with compassion and selfless love towards one another is the fullest expression of what we believe. 4. Embrace the insights of contemporary science and strive to protect the earth and ensure its integrity and sustainability. And 5. Commit to a path of lifelong learning, believing there is more value in questioning than in absolutes. Oh no! Oh no, the horror! It's hell on earth! No! That sounds like communism.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
Oh no, Glenn, no!
Reproductive Justice Congregation, a proud affiliate of More Light Presbyterians and an LGBTQ IA plus advocacy group, okay? It has a whole page dedicated to inclusive language. The church doesn't use gendered language to refer to God, or, quote, what they say is feudal language, meaning they don't ever call him the King of Kings or the Lord of Lords, because that's associated with the feudal system. That's how crazy this place is, okay? Now, given how Talarico was raised.
Okay, but like this is stupid. This would be stupid to me even if I was still inside of conservative fundamentalist Christianity. In particular, because like God transcends feudal institutions, right? Like if you're in the Christian mindset, like God is greater than any kingdom. God is greater than any kind of station conceivable by human beings. And like this idea that like, what, you're not going to call God a king of kings or a lord of lords? Oh, what, but how, what? It's like, you can't think of any other way to like exalt like some kind of deity. I don't know, man. Open up a fucking thesaurus.
The church he's a member of and the claims he has made. I don't.
Conservatives were the biggest factor in pushing me to become a Marxist. Ah, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I think those are cringy comments taken out of context. He's a radical.
He's the president of presidents.
Leftist through and through. And if you need more proof, here's a clip went viral over the weekend. Here's Talarico back in 2021 telling then Fox News host Pete Hegseth what he thinks about voter ID. Listen.
Are you okay with voter ID?
So voter ID is currently required in the state of Texas. I opposed having to
How about for mail-in ballots? How about having to send your ballot in? Should you have to prove who you are? Because that's what Democrats are opposing.
Pete, I just said I oppose voter ID. Currently, it's a law in Texas, but I oppose that law because I think you don't need
an ID. Voter ID? You don't think the most sacred obligation of our republic, you should have to prove who you are in order to vote?
That's not the most sacred obligation of our republic. The most sacred obligation of our public is to, like, community organizing. It's literally the basis of our entire country. We overthrew a fucking monarchy.
There are a lot of Texans, actually hundreds of thousands, who don't have a driver's license.
They don't have a driver's license. Really? Hundreds of thousands. Okay.
Yeah, Texas is a big place.
Driver's license, first of all, that's not the only way to prove your identity. There are plenty of options out there. You know, pass a simple voter ID law, state-issued non-driver photo ID.
Yeah, that requires passing another law that Texas hasn't passed yet. There, like, if we're just in pass a new law five-head territory, you could just pass a law that doesn't require ID at all. You could just do that because we have the data. There is not rampant voter fraud in this country. And we know that because Donald Trump, the first time around, tried desperately to prove that there was voter fraud on a mass scale. He put Chris Kobach in charge of his voter fraud commission. Chris Kobach being one of the original people courted by ALEC, the American Legislative Executive Council, which is a lobbying group made up of various different corporations, including the private prison industry that heavily was involved in drafting the call for voter ID. And turns out, Chris Kobach, even with all that sweet, sweet lobbyist money, even though he spent so much money, he actually got sued by the state of Kansas for trying to find voter fraud and wasting so much of the taxpayer money that he had to shut down his voter fraud commission and slink away into the shadows because he couldn't find enough voter fraud to justify the kind of policy crackdowns that the Trump administration was looking for back in the first administration. And like, the fact is, if they had actually found voter fraud, you would be hearing about it 24/7, 7 days a week. They would be pointing towards Chris Kobach's voter fraud commission to the end of time. Instead, it had to like slink into the shadows, tail between its legs. And weirdly enough, Donald Trump stopped talking about voter fraud for a while after that. It was only when it became more advantageous to him to claim that everything was rigged against him that came up again. I'm from Kansas. This is true. Yeah. You can look it up. Plenty of stories about the failure of Chris Kobach's voter fraud commission. Right? This isn't a secret. It's just that Republicans don't pay attention to when other Republicans actually try to investigate to prove their accusations and then find, oops, all lies.
Military ID, student ID, government employee ID, passport, any kind of ID. You need an ID to open a bank account. You need an ID to buy alcohol, apply for government benefits, a whole bunch of stuff. I gave the list. It's like a 10-minute list, and I read it quickly. If you can't.
And I'm just going to throw it out there. The issue is you have a constitutional right to be able to vote. So when we're talking about, accessing government benefits, opening a bank account, etc., you do need ways to prove your identity in those cases, but the government actually has the responsibility to verify your identity based on the voter rolls. And the voter roll system works pretty well. We do not have rampant voter fraud in this country. And it is unconstitutional to put limitations and barriers between voters and their ability to vote. That's the whole problem here. Like, you're describing things that are nice to have, like a bank account. We're describing constitutionally mandated processes.
Can't find the time to get any form of ID, maybe you should refrain from voting. Just a thought, just a thought. By the way, 80% of Americans support voter ID. So why doesn't Talarico? Ask him. One more thing, just because it's being tossed around everywhere. Is Talarico a vegan? Well, here's what he told CBS News about the controversy.
The other one they keep harping on, and it's perhaps the most curious of all, they say you're a vegan.
I'm not a vegan. I'm an 8th generation Texan. I've been eating barbecue since before Ken Paxton's first indictment. And this campaign basically runs on Texas barbecue. If all they have is lying about me being a vegan, I feel pretty good about our chances this November.
Okay. It's true that Talarico has never claimed to be a vegan or dislike meat or anything else, no matter how awkwardly he eats a turkey leg. But what's really telling...
I'm sorry, that's not an awkward way to eat a turkey leg. That's just how you eat a turkey leg. Turkey legs are awkward to eat. Also, in case anyone is wondering or wants to know more about what I'm talking about with the American Legislative Executive Council, ALEC, and voter ID laws, here is an article from the American Bar Association, ALEC Exposed, from back in 2014. Few know that ALEC was instrumental in thwarting divestment during the Reagan administration. 3-strike laws, mandatory minimums, truth in sentencing, and more jail for shoplifting were pushed by ALEC. ALEC has also backed numerous bills limiting the civil rights to a trial by jury in cases where a corporation's products or practices have injured Americans. They are also instrumental, by the way, in what has been done when it comes to voter ID laws. So interesting, isn't it? And yet, you don't really hear about ALEC that much, despite its relatively huge influence.
Is that neither Talarico nor CBS News mentioned that during the interview. The controversy came from a commitment that he made in a 2022 campaign. Pay very close attention to what his argument against meat actually is. Listen.
But also, it's, as all of you know...
Oh, also, sorry, here's the part of the article I wanted to talk about. Oh, God. Okay. Whoop. Here we go. Bills that make it harder for Americans to vote through voter ID restrictions were also spawned by ALEC after it made that measure a priority following Barack Obama's historic election in 2008 with high turnout among college students and the elderly, and in cities with significant populations of African Americans. Some courts have found that ALEC-inspired voter restrictions have a disproportionate impact on those constituencies, an estimated 11% of whom do not have the IDs required, and that the rationale that such restrictions are needed to prevent voter fraud is statistically baseless. That model bill was voted on by corporate lobbyists and legislators at an ALEC task force co-chaired by the National Rifle Association without the press or public present. ALEC has tried to distance itself from that bill, but it has done nothing to undo the damage. After the last midterm elections, ALEC even arranged for its state legislators to get special advice on redistricting from the RNC, former counsel, hardly a nonpartisan approach to elections and the idea of one person, one vote. Literally, the idea being pushed by Glenn Beck here was spawned by fucking lobbyists. Everyone pushing the voter idea horse shit is pushing stuff that was concocted almost 20 years ago by lobbyists trying to figure out how to manipulate Republicans into doing things that support the private prison industry. There you go. I'm going to link this this article in chat. You guys can look at it for yourselves. Also, who cares if he's a vegan? I don't care. I don't care what any member of Congress eats.
Necessary to fight climate change. It is now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption and that we try to respect animals in all aspects of society. And so I am proud to say that our campaign has officially become a non-meat campaign. So we are only buying vegan products from our local vegan businesses. Some of you may know Big Nona's. They were little Nona's, and then they opened up a brick and mortar, so now they're Big Nona's. But we just got our pizza from there today. And so the point is that I think all of us, not just policymakers, but everyone has to take personal responsibility in this effort.
Okay, so is he hypocrite? Is he saying that we have to do these things because it's existential? We're all going to die from global warming unless we stop eating meat.
That's not what he said, though. Like, I don't know if conservatives are just incapable of actually hearing the words that people they disagree with politically say or not, but he said we need to reduce our meat consumption. We need to reduce it, not end it completely, reduce it. And to that end, you know, having a campaign commit to going vegan for a few months, that does reduce it. And like, if you go forward more mindfully, like, you can continue to reduce your your meat intake. Because it turns out there are a lot of really delicious ways to cook things. Pro tip: put some red lentils in your taco meat. Thickens it up, makes double the taco meat, and it's delicious. And you get to eat more beans, more fiber. It's great.
So I've made my whole campaign about that. We're not even buying pizzas from a place that isn't vegan. Everything is vegan, not meatless.
But also, that was 4 years ago, Glenn. Who gives a fuck?
Vegan. But then I'm eating all the meat I want because this is all about Texas barbecue. That doesn't make any sense. So you're either a liar or a hypocrite. Which one is it? Which one is it? By the way,
it's neither. You just have poor listening comprehension.
He sounds an awful lot like.
Don't forget the cottage cheese. That's only for cheesy taco meat. Not every taco meat is cheesy. But for real, make your taco meat in cottage cheese if you want cheesy taco meat. It's delicious.
Like the people that are running up in Oregon. Did you hear about what's happening in Oregon? They want to ban all hunting, ban all butcher shops, everything. You won't be able to hunt or cut meat up. You won't be able to kill an animal for food. Any animal. That's Oregon, okay? Oh, and by the way, where else have we heard this? the World Economic Forum, it's a bugs. If the Democrats take control again, they will bring all of this back. If this guy is elected senator, he will fully support it. He'll do it while he's campaigning at, barbecue shops wearing a Texas flag shirt. But that's not what makes a conservative a conservative. They think we are so dumb that if they just dress like you, that we're like, oh, okay, he's just like me. He's not like you. He's not a moderate. He's not even close to a moderate.
Man, that might be the most insulting thing he's said about James Talarico, that James Talarico dresses like a conservative. Like, that is honestly the most devastating thing Glenn Beck could have said in this segment, and we're like 10 seconds away from the end. Just a unintentional zinger from Glenn Beck.
Moderate.
Oh God, we did finish it. Okay, cool. Now, of course, all of these attacks that Glenn Beck have levied, these are like the mainstream attacks on Talarico. But if you look at Ken Paxton's campaign, Ken Paxton has been running essentially on not on Talarico is, degenerate who wants to make your abortions legal, but instead Ken Paxton has been running on Talarico's gay. That's just it. Like, that's the one and only platform that Ken Paxton seems to have in this race. He's basically just saying James Talarico is a soy boy. James Talarico is vegan. James Talafrico, he's gay. And that means he can't be elected. Magar, thank you for being a member. I wonder how there are people old and crotchety enough to listen to Beck, but not old and crotchety enough to see the repeated lies. No kidding, right? A lot of people just kind of shut their brains off. But you got basically the Talarico is gay campaign, which is heavily undermined by the fact that a horrible, inconvenient fact emerged, a couple days ago, courtesy of the New York Post. Dem Senate candidate James Talarico's mysterious girlfriend revealed, and she's vegan. And there they are at Coachella. Like, uh-oh. He's not gay. And in fact, I do have to say, devastating attack from Glenn Beck actually lands. Talarico does dress like a conservative. Like a very painfully heterosexual, cisgender conservative. All right? I don't know what we need to do as a community chat, but we need to get some gays on Talarico's team to riz up his wardrobe. Because my God, he's dressed like a golden retriever that's about to go out on the best hike of its life. And I mean that in a derogatory way. Like he's I mean, good for him. He pulled a baddie. He could still be bi, and that's okay. I mean, no bisexual man is dressing like that. All right. So I'm sorry. As a bisexual / pansexual, I do have to point out, he's not. I don't think he's one of us. All right. Hassan has said he wants to help James get his style game up. Hassan might be an honorary bisexual. I trust Hassan on fashion. Hassan should help riz up James. That being said, okay, we got some good stuff coming out here, because it is worth keeping in mind that conservatives are the biggest crybabies you could ever possibly imagine. I mean, you guys just watched Glenn Beck like absolutely shit himself over the fact that James Talarico is a progressive and a Christian and might be vegan. And you know, it really does show the weakness at the heart of the Republican Party. I mean, the recent scandal over like the past week has been that a Democratic staffer told Stephen Miller to shut the fuck up because he's ugly. Or shut the fuck up, you ugly bitch, I believe was the was the phrasing. And you know, they're really upset. They're big mad that this staffer said that mean thing to Stephen Miller. An entire Gestapo in a suit, right? I did want to share this with you guys just because I thought it was funny. I didn't really know where to put this in terms of our segments, but I thought I'd throw it in here as a treat.
Let's bring in Paulina Magabutt, content and creative director at the DNC. So Katie Miller has been posting about you. She went on Fox and she's been talking about you.
Also, it is very funny to see people attacking like this lady, and like there's nothing more devastating, absolutely nothing more devastating for a conservative than to be both insulted and then mocked by someone on the left. And you know what? I do have to say, Paulina pulled it off.
And she's made it very personal about you, Paulina. So I want to give you the opportunity right now to respond to Katie Miller. If she's watching this, what do you want Katie Miller to know?
I want Katie Miller to know that her husband is an ugly fuck. Stephen Miller is one of the most powerful men in the country right now. He is a White House official who is taking to Twitter to hurl these absolutely false and transphobic attacks against an amazing candidate in Texas, James Talarico. We simply called him ugly, and I think that what he has been doing is ugly. He is celebrating when ICE shoots down Americans in the street. He thinks that it's cool when families are separated, and it's just absolutely disgusting. And so, yeah, I stand by calling him an ugly fuck.
Let's bring in Paulina Mag.
Bravery. And honestly, I do mean this sincerely. Is Talarico trans? No. But I do mean this sincerely. Democrats genuinely need so much more of that energy. Democrats need to like stop giving a fuck about social norms and need to stop like attacking these people. They need to start attacking like Republican campaigns like more intensely with their verbiage. There needs to be an unapologetic transition from politics as usual to street fight mode, because the politics of the past got us to where we are. We need Democrats who are willing to like be like, yeah, these fascist fucks in the street need to go the fuck home and wait until we prosecute them for their crimes against their countrymen. Like, that's what we need. We need the kind of energy that's just like, yeah, they're ugly. They are ugly as fuck. They have broken the law. We will prosecute them. They are disgusting. They are un-American. They're unpatriotic. And they are destroying our country. And we need to set them aside, put things to right, and if that means prosecuting the ones that have broken the law, we need to do that to the fullest extent possible. Remember how much they were melting down just from Tim Walz calling them weird? Yeah, we need to like quintuple down on they're weird discourse, because Stephen Miller is not just an ugly fuck. He's not just weird. He's a vile, evil, like, fucker. You know? Like, he's playing defense for the biggest child rapist in American history, who's currently the president of the United States. He plays defense for him while salivating about doing ethnic cleansings. These people are the most vile scum in modern US history. Yeah, they're crusty, ugly ass men. They need to go the fuck home. Anyway, how's Talarico doing in the polls? Let's take a look here, all right? So far, we got Talarico leading by about 3 percentage points, about 7% undecided in the race. And I gotta be honest with you, I think Talarico is going to widen this gap. Because basically Ken Paxton has met his, like, growth height. I don't think Ken Paxton is, like, one of the most reviled men in Texas politics. I don't think he is going to attract more support. But I do think Talarico has the potential to attract more support. So if you're in Texas, if you are around the country and able, I do want to say, if you're in Texas, get involved with your local Democratic Party. And get involved with Progressive Victory. Okay? Those are two vectors that can get you directly plugged in to door knocking, phone banking, text banking efforts for Talarico, right? If you're elsewhere in the country, you can engage in phone banking for Talarico, regardless of where you're at. All right? If you need help getting involved with that, by the way, join Progressive Victory. They can get you hooked up. Okay? And more than that, like, some of the indicators here are really positive. Here's local news coverage of James Talarico doing a political mogging of Ken Paxton by going to Collin County, Ken Paxton's home area, and having like a record rally, right? They're afraid of this movement that we're building, Talarico said. They're afraid of this crowd in Plano, Texas. Paxton, the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate, has long called Collin County home. The county's voters elected him into the House and Texas Senate. The county is known for being a Republican stronghold, launching the political careers of Representative Jeff Leach, Representative Keith Self, and Texas Republican Party Chair Abraham George. So, the fact that Talarico might actually flip Collin County is a huge, huge indicator of the direct threat posed by Talarico to Ken Paxton. You know? And also worth noting that, and this is maybe additional good news here. Talarico currently leads Ken Paxton when it comes to independent voters with 64% of independent votes in Texas compared to Paxton's 21%. And I think that he's going to capture more independent voters in the lead up to the election. Okay? Like, it is pretty bad. A lot of, like, the polling coming out is devastating for Paxton, specifically because a lot of Republicans who were going to vote for Cornyn are not going to mobilize to vote for Paxton. And the polling data on this is pretty clear. Texas Public Opinion Research did a overview of this, and it's pretty comprehensive. But what's interesting to me is the final few pages here of open-ended responses. Let's take a look at a couple of these. Right? In your own words, please explain why you're supporting James Talarico and not Ken Paxton. Paxton does not have good morals. He's been involved in too many scandals. Ken Paxton is another corrupt politician. Paxton is a crook impeached by Republicans, spared by the Senate Boys Club. He lies with the ease we all exhale. Corrupt, disgusting individual. I know nothing of Talarico, but I like him better than Pax to represent me. He might be a good candidate. Paxton is a crooked criminal. Ken Paxton is a crooked scumbag like the entire Republican Party. Paxton is morally corrupt politician in person. He used his office to enrich himself and his rich friends. He has not enforced the rule of law, as evidenced by his support of Adam Hoffman. Paxton is a slimeball. He has zero moral compass. Paxton is a crook. Paxton is a crook. He's horrible. Paxton lacks personal integrity and character. He's not fit to hold any office. Ken Paxton is an admitted criminal. Ken Paxton has shown himself to be corrupt. I cannot support my Republican Party as long as it promotes the despotic trampling of our Constitution. Find us a decent candidate. Ken Paxton is not an honorable man. I don't support crooks. Corruption. Ken Paxton is corrupt and a typical Trump politician. The whole bunch of them are crooked and will sell our country to the highest bidder. These, by the way, are Republicans. These are Republicans talking about why they will not vote for Ken Paxton and plan to vote for Talarico. I want to hammer that home. Like, many of the people who are saying this are Republicans. Say what? Yeah. So this is some really devastating news. And I do want to say, bouncing off of the Glenn Beck segment where he played a clip of Talarico saying, if all they got is lying about me being vegan, then I think we're going to win this election. And that's not the only thing that they have. Okay? It's not the only thing. Here's Donald Trump on Truth Social. This weak on crime, open borders Democrat can never be allowed to represent the great people of Texas. His values are the exact opposite. President DJT. So that's the other devastating attack that they have. It's that Talarico looks kind of like the Mad Magazine kid, I guess. Talarico, he's a vegan, he's gay, but not actually. And he looks like the Mad Magazine kid. These are not good lines of attacks. If this is all they got on Talarico, they are truly fucked. Anyway, I did want to play one last clip because there have been some people saying oh, Talarico is moderating. He's moving away from his pro-trans positions. Let's take a look at the clip that a lot of people have been referring to, but we're going to watch the whole thing and see how he comes across. Let's do that real quick. And that's how we'll wrap up this segment.
Political earthquake in Texas Tuesday night. Attorney General Ken Paxton easily defeated four-term Republican Senator John Cornyn to win the party's nomination for Senate in November. The results set the stage for what is likely to be an expensive and high-stakes race for Senate in the fall. Joining us now for more on the race is the Democratic candidate for Senate, Texas State Representative James Talarico. James, thanks for being on with us. I'm curious, were you surprised by last night's results?
Well, I think we should all step back and appreciate the gravity of what happened last night. The most corrupt politician in America became the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate in Texas. Ken Paxton was impeached by his own party 3 years ago today for using his public office, his position of public trust, to enrich himself and his donors at the expense of the people of Texas. That kind of corruption is the rot at the core of the broken system that we're running against. Ken Paxton embodies everything that's wrong with our politics. And it's why you're seeing Democrats, independents, and Republicans coming together to stop the most corrupt politician in America from becoming our next U.S. Senator.
James, Democrats have claimed they could turn Texas blue in the past, but have fallen short. Why should voters believe that this race is any different?
Well, the first...
Because I'm built different. Pew, 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 pew. And then he roller skates out of the interview.
Words out of my mouth when I launched this campaign were that the real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top.
Yes, nostalgic bard comma. To touch on the point you made about Stephen Miller quoting Mr. Kendrick Lamar Duckworth, freaky asses need to stay they ass inside. True.
versus bottom. Whether you're a little more conservative, a little more progressive, whether you're rural, suburban, urban, whether you're black, white, brown, we're all getting screwed by this broken system, by the people at the top, the billionaire mega donors and their puppet politicians like Ken Paxton. So this is not your typical political campaign. We're not just running a campaign for the blue team. We are running a campaign that is bigger.
Oh, you don't I don't understand Texas at all. Their state legislature is deeply conservative, is my understanding. So like the reason like a lot of fuckery happens at the state level is that a lot of Republicans like manage to convince people that like, oh, well, you might not like the National Republican Party, but I'm built different. You can vote for me. I'm good at small government. And like a lot of people get taken in by that bullshit. And that's how you get like Texas flipping on weed and all that stuff. It's pronounced Kube. Appreciate you.
Than any party. It's bigger than partisanship. It's about all of us coming together across these divisions in our politics to take power back for working people in our state.
So Donald Trump still won Texas pretty comfortably. So who are the voters Democrats haven't been able to win in Texas that you think you can?
Well, you know, a lot of the people in my family who voted for the president in 2024, the friends that I grew up with who voted for Donald Trump in 2024, they all voted for him because they thought he was going to lower costs. They thought he was going to drain the swamp. They thought he was going to end the forever wars, and they thought he was going to release the Epstein files. But a little over a year into this administration, and they've seen this administration do the exact opposite. They've seen these.
Yeah, it's almost like people who've been paying attention have seen a fucking liar and a fraud at work. Wish they'd noticed it the first time around.
Crazy tariffs jack up prices at the grocery store. They've seen the swamp get even bigger in Washington. They've seen new forever wars being started, including in Iran. And they've seen this administration do everything in its power to prevent the release of the Epstein files.
Republicans and President Trump have argued that you are too liberal for Texas, out of step with voters there in your views on race, gender, and faith. For example, you said God is non-binary during floor debate in the state house in 2021 on school sports legislation. You now say that, and
hell yeah.
And other statements may have missed the mark. So can you clarify? What did you mean by that?
Yeah, Ken Paxton has a criminal record. I have a legislative record, and that's exactly what I'm running on. I've had 4 terms in the Texas House where I've been able to pass bipartisan legislation that actually delivers for working people in our state. And that's what I'm asking Texans to judge. Ken Paxton is clipping my past cringy comments to distract from his career of corruption. And that's the playbook that puppet politicians like Ken Paxton always use: distraction and division. They divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, by culture. So we don't recognize that they are picking our pockets, that they're closing our public schools
Absolutely
all over
true.
Texas. They're jacking up our
He's spitting though.
healthcare premiums. They're cutting taxes for themselves while they raise taxes on all of us. It's divide and conquer. And I think Texans are waking up to this game. They're waking up to the fact that politicians like Ken Paxton have been playing us, pitting us against each other to pad their own pockets. And that's going to end in November of this year.
So, James, just to be clear, do you no longer think God is non-binary?
Damn. He must, like, the reporter for ABC here must really think that he's holding James Talarico to the wall. Is God non-binary? Is he non-binary, James?
Well, that comment was meant to be deliberately provocative. I believe you can't use human categories to define God. As the Apostle Paul says in his letter to the Galatians, in Christ there is neither male nor female. And so Ken Paxton and the corporate media are going to use these past comments to try to distract from the corrupt system that Ken Paxton embodies. And our campaign is going to prosecute the case both against Ken Paxton and this corrupt system for the weeks and months ahead in this race.
Texas State Representative.
And I think that's a great answer that effectively stands his ground. Like, yeah, like, if God transcends human categories, then, like, by definition, God is non-binary.
James Talarico, thank you.
That's right, folks. We're ending it where it all began.
Fucking pronouns!
Anyway, I do think that James Talarico, I think he's got the sauce. I think he's got the juice. I think he's going to make it happen. And honestly, the fact that Republicans are freaking out so hard about him that they're like trying desperately to rally like even the Glenn Beck Sleepy Time Oldster audience, and it's just falling flat on its face. I don't know if you guys noticed, by the way, Glenn Beck, that video from Glenn Beck, Glenn has 1.7 million subscribers on his channel. That video was uploaded 1 day ago and it has 10,000 views. I have videos that have gotten more than 10,000 views, and I am a very tiny channel compared to Glenn's. And so, like, yeah, Glenn is kind of doing the Ben Shapiro thing. A lot of his videos have not been doing super hot. That being said, he has more than just his YouTube channel. You know, he does the Blaze and all that. I don't know how the Blaze is doing writ large, but like, when even Glenn Beck can't drum this up into like something that people care about, like, Ken Paxton is in some really big trouble. So, folks, go volunteer for James Talarico. You can do that through PV or through your local Democratic Party. If you need help joining your local Dems or your local DSA, we can help you do that. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We need folks to make their local Democratic Party more progressive, more pro-working class, more effective. We need people to help make their local DSAs more active, more engaged in organizing working people. All right. We need folks doing all the things through all the vectors they have available to them. These are the three, I think, that will cover all of the bases, or as many bases as we can as a community. If you would like to join PB, there's a link down in the description. And if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. What do you think about Glenn Beck? God, I still remember when he was doing his like, oh, I've seen the light, Donald Trump is the devil with Samantha Bee like 8 years ago. Man, that did not age well. And I don't know, let me know what you think in the comments. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is sexy, comfortable lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Whew! We did many contents today. And somehow, we've been going for 7 fucking hours. So if you guys have gotten anything out of this, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button. Max Danger! Pay for the gifted membership! Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click Let's go. All right. Do we have any more votes coming in for California? We got 57% of the votes in. But so far, that has not made a huge difference. Nocturnal 8999, thank you for the gifted membership. And Mr. Pibb, thank you for the $4 super chat. Very much appreciated. And let me see here. Oof. The button music has no business going that hard. You know, take it up with Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Can only create bangers. Man, I hope Steyer comes through in the morning. I really, really hope it. Proper name is California. More like Calahorny.
You look like a bitch.
It's me. I look like the bitch. God damn. Well, folks, I am sleepy. I'm gonna go to bed. And tomorrow I'm gonna play some Mina the Hollower during the daytime. So feel free to join me for that. And in the nighttime, we'll talk more politics. And yeah, watch the VODs, leave comments. Comments, like genuinely, your comments do help the show reach new viewers. And hitting the like button on the segments and stuff genuinely helps a lot. So if you do feel inclined, pitch it. Thanks for a great stream. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying it. Happy Pride, everybody. Hope you all have a good evening, good night, good morning, good day. I said good day. Bye, everybody.